victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day, the final day of the week here of the Overwatch League APAC edition. I'm Achilles, back with Avril, and we will be guiding you through the matches this evening. We've got two great series for you. Kicking things off, though, maybe the marquee matchup. We have our top two teams in APAC right now squaring off against one another. It's the Hangzhou Spark taking on the Seoul Dynasty.
You can see the records there down below as well. 7-2 versus 7-2, our first seed currently versus our second seed. At least as far as the standings goes, I mean, yeah, top of the table clash, like you said there, Achilles. Both teams have clinched their spot so far in the Midseason Madness tournament, plus 13 map differential both sides as well. So we couldn't be more even in terms of how our two teams have performed. But that being said, if you take a look at the point section, Seoul, because they did win the kickoff clash, have 2 extra points compared to Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, and Hangzhou, suffering a loss somewhat recently, going to be looking to bounce back from that. We're looking a little bit out of sorts. Ran it back in the end, but couldn't quite get the finisher. We'll see how they fare today against the kings of the region, the guys that have been on top now since the kickoff clash. Here's the starting 5, though, for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Bernard has been widely seeing the majority of the play, and I actually don't know if we've seen Gushui thus far here in the Midseason Madness qualifiers. Haven't seen him yet. Some other teams have been looking to run Winston from time to time, but you need that mid-map flexibility that Bernard brings a little bit more so.
And because we're still in the double push week for APAC as well here, I mean, Bernard's hero pool, we're looking towards Sigma for those push maps. And that's kind of where the Sparks struggled in their previous matchup as well versus the Philadelphia Fusion, which you mentioned went to the full 5 maps, right? But it was those 2 push maps that it felt like really let down the Hangzhou Spark. And, if this one goes the distance, and I expect that if Spark make it very competitive, they should be able to take it to the distance. Those 2 push maps, again, will be where the difference is going to be made for a team like the Spark, which, couldn't quite get it versus the Fusion. Seoul Dynasty, really, this is our championship team so far. That when we look at the other side of things, defending champions from the kickoff clash, 5 starters here, including Fitz. So Stalker not going to be coming in just yet for our opening map. Fitz as another player that also brings in the Sojin, but mostly there for the Widowmaker there as well. Probably not going to end up being played specifically for the Widowmaker on a map like the Queen Street, but they've been just kind of casually changing between Fitz and Stalker, both putting up very decent results. And the Seoul Dynasty in general said so fantastic in their last showing. I mean, it was versus the Guangzhou Charge, but it was completely flawless.
Yeah, I mean, Choice A1, he had Prophet's number. He had everybody's number, really, on that Coliseum. That first map, really just popping off with the Hanzo, was getting the best of Prophet, something that not many people are able to do, especially not in this season, where he has been very much reminding everybody why he's the GOAT, has been really putting up numbers and saying, I've never been a Roll Star, please make me a Roll Star, I want to win MVP as well. He's making a good run for it. So Choice A1 did have his number there at the very beginning, but like you said, they kind of fell to the wayside. Eichenwalde was the thing that happened. We won't talk any more about it. That is now in the past. It's time to focus up into this series here with the top 2 teams clashing. Here is the map set. New Queen Street going to be kicking things off, as you already mentioned. Then we'll move into Gibraltar, then go to Midtown, Oasis, and Coliseum. I could see all 5 of these maps playing if both teams kick things off completely fired up.
And there's 2 good dive maps in there as well between Gibraltar and Oasis. So question mark will be on the Hangzhou Spark as we get through the series. Does Gushui see any playtime today, or is Bernard going to end up playing some of those dive heroes instead? He has brought out that Wrecking Ball on previous occasions. It's been reasonable. I wouldn't say it's the most amazing Wrecking Ball that we've ever seen. The Doomfist as well, something that Bernard has played. But Smurf, he's played everything across the board so far. I mean, we gave Smurf play the match in the previous series as well, deservedly so. He's been, I think, the top performing tank of any team so far in Overwatch 2 in the 2022 season.
Maybe I'm crazy and I'm having a brain fade right now. I don't know if you mentioned this, Avril. If you did, I'm so sorry. But I just realized that Architect is in right now and he's playing Ana.
Oh my goodness. I didn't even see that. Like, really?
I just looked at my screen. I was scanning across the top. Like, yeah, what are the comps going to be? That's Architect. That's him.
Wow.
Okay, we have an Architect spotting, ladies and gentlemen. Our bad for not catching that sooner. We're just so used to not seeing him that we weren't ready for this.
Wow,
okay.
I mean, I even joked in the preseason that, Architect, he could actually flex over towards the Ana as well. We know that he does play a bit of flex support, hasn't been playing the DPS role because, well, Shy and Alpha have just been so astoundingly good. Speaking of which, Shy opened up with the first blood.
That he is. Nice headshot there on the Prophet, shutting down the Tracer. Fits as well. Wait for the Sombra. Building up for that EMP rather quickly. Sport going to be finding another kill here in response. So as Shy goes down, looks for the punch, can't quite find Alpha Yi. He dashes out just in time. Pulse Bomb now just 22% away. Dive into the back line. Smurf helping to find the elimination there on Irony. Nice follow-up shot from Creative. Now helping to keep everybody topped up as well as getting the kills. But Smurf seemingly going a little bit too deep. Alpha Yi does manage to find that elimination. Bot for now, not going to be contested by pretty much anybody. Prophet will move his way over there and start shoving this forward.
Also, let's take a look over toward the other side of things. Fitz nearly onto the EMP, and that's the other hero that he's kind of known for, right? Not a particularly strong pick in this particular meta. We saw Lip bring up the Sombra yesterday on King's Row. Not really that great. I mean, if Lip can't get it done on Sombra, then who can? Maybe Fitz. See if he can get it done, because Smurf has first blood of this fight onto Bernard. So Dynasty might get some good distance here without having to spend too much.
Good pickups coming through so far. Once more, the bot is going to be sat in a bit of a neutral position, getting ushered back across. Fitz, however, going to get picked off early by Shy. Nice good kill to find. Follow. It's a second there. His Smurf is going to be taken down as well. Cannot keep the Doom alive, and now the bot going to start moving into Dynasty's territory as Shy just continues to open things up. Where he was looking a little wobbly at the beginning of the last series, he is absolutely on fire right now.
Yeah, not even on the Sojourn either. I mean, he's been one of the top performing Sojourns that we've had so far this particular stage. I mean, even looking at stats, he's actually #1 for railgun accuracy at 61% average across all his games played. And if you're curious, Kai's at like 59 or something like that. So he's the only one above 60 even. Playing the Ashe first and foremost. Bob available now. Fitz trying to set up this EMP dive. We know that Prophet and Smurf can dive together. Now Smurf needs to arrive with Fitz.
Haven't been able to see them yet. Okay, there's going to be the hack into the back. Prophet is dead, though. He's not going to be a part of this dive. Maybe it's still going to work a treat, though, and it does. Fitz comes up with both kills with the help of Smurf. Went up into the air with the Meteor Strike. Dropped that back down. Now looks for Shy. Will find him. Bot, in the meantime, has more than doubled the distance gain. Transcendence used by Vindheim. Not sure exactly what was threatening him there. Maybe Alpha got on top of him. Didn't quite notice the Bob was also out, so that could have done it, I suppose. You see the minefield used by Bernard up into the high ground, so Smurf doesn't want to jump up into that nonsense. Instead, the bot will just get shifted back. Dynasty now looking to regain some distance.
It won't take them too long to get there. I mean, they have still a Nano coming online, and Prophet known to get a lot of sticks. His stick percentage yesterday was above 60%, 2 out of 3. Alpha E will respond with his first pulse bomb. First and foremost, Sangjo Spark already putting the Soul Dynasty behind.
I think it's the second. He found Vindheim before, I believe. Prophet now going to be throwing one down, doesn't get a stick, and ends up dying. Shy finding that elimination once more. That's going to be Bot taken out of the hands of the Soul Dynasty. At least it should be here in a moment. Nano Boost goes through. Spitz got slapped. Irony finds the elimination. Vindheim answering back. Now looks for Alpha. He clips him in the leg, and it's enough to kill. Good pickoffs coming through, and the Dynasty can actually continue this push. It looked like it was slipping through their fingers, but they do manage to stabilize.
That's the thing about the Soul Dynasty, right? They don't have the extra support plays. Jonak's already gone from the roster, so Vindheim has to set up and play one of these flex supports. Sangjo Spark to at least flex Architect into the lineup to try something out. Well done by Vindheim to collect those kills to allow the Soul Dynasty now to get 40 meters, 6 away now from evening things up and overtaking. Still waiting for some ultimates from the Soul Dynasty. Nano now burnt from the Sangjo Spark.
Yep, those get thrown out there on Alpha Yi. He has to recall out there the ante, forcing him back. Pulse Bomb nearly online once more for him. Now has it. See if he decides to use it here. We'll just go ahead, kill off Smurf, trade of the tanks. Pulse Bomb not going to be able to find a stick this time around. shifted back, but just 2 meters the difference right now is Bob will take down Vinheim. Big kill there from Shy. As the cleanup comes through, and the Spark can once more usher this back across and look to gain an even larger stretch lead.
Yeah, I mean, they had the Nano there to play through, and like you said, put onto Alpha Yi, who collected the kills required for the Hangzhou Spark. Once again, winning things out, preventing the Seoul Dynasty from getting that flip. Still 5 minutes remaining, so the 50% mark of the map has now been found. Next EMP online for Fitz as well. I need to get to counter that one pretty soundly with that Transcendence when required.
Launcher shifted back across. Spark not really concerning themselves with trying to gain much more distance. They just want to keep it on Dynasty's side of the map. Nano goes out onto Smurf. He goes diving into the back line. Transcendence going to be popped there from Irony. Trying to keep everybody alive. Meteor Strike finding just a little bit of damage on the Architect. The punch is there, and the follow-up shot comes through. They find 2 eliminations. Smurf going to be taken down by Shy, who still has to be feared because of that. A headshot flies across, catches Prophet in the skull. Now he looks for a little bit more creative out in the open. The dink is there. Nate comes down to try to keep himself alive. Another tap will do it. Just needs to line him up. Creative, fancy footwork there. Buys a lot of time, but Shy gets him in the end. The trance is out from Vinheim once more. Shy, he won't find the kill, but he may as well have. Alpha E just scoops it for himself, and once more, the Spark are keeping the bot locked onto this half of the map.
Well, that's a huge turnaround as well, because for Shy, all he needs to do is get a couple of frags. Even if they lose that fight, it forces Seoul Dynasty to play defensively, wait for respawns. Great force by Fitz and Seoul Dynasty to get the initial Transcendence out of Irony, but the Vinheim ends up trancing as well, so it's traded, and Vinheim, you gotta say, ends up wasting because he just dies. Creative just dies as well. Seoul Dynasty still in the back for 3 minutes and a half now. 15 meters nearly found for the Hangzhou Spark, and so many ultimates coming online, still waiting for this EMP.
Waiting for the EMP, the pulse bomb from Prophet not finding anything. Hack goes out on a Shy. A little bit of damage out onto him, but nothing really worth writing home about. Smurf going to be taking low, pulse bomb lobbed in. Won't get the kill, but still, with the help of Irony, they do take down Smurf. Prophet dead to the minefield as well. They've only found Shy in all of this mix. Yeah, that's your primary target. That's the guy you want to be killing, but everybody else is falling to the wayside on the side of the Dynasty. The bot is being stolen away by Fitz. Keeps it on the Spark side of the map here, buys a little bit of extra time for the respawns to come through, and has the translocate out. So it's a cheeky play. It's much of what we were seeing you know, from just yesterday, but it's still them in a deficit.
I mean, it's a page out of Fusion's playbook, right? What we saw 2 days ago when Spark played Fusion, that actually kind of cost them at multiple points their win on New Queen Street and potentially Coliseum as well. So that definitely allows the Seoul Dynasty to come back in.
Okay, there's the EMP. They managed to isolate, eliminate Alpha Yi. Shy going to be nanoed here for the moment, but looks like everybody else just widely trying to avoid him. Coach Gun will blast Smurf away. Doesn't want that Doomfist getting in on top of him when he's low HP. Dynamite not going to be able to find anything either. The jump forward, the hack comes out. They're looking to try to get this kill. Everything basically being forced in onto Shy, but it's not going to be enough healing to keep him alive. Irony popping that trance, really just trying to save the Ash, and doesn't come to fruition. Comes up just shy of the mark. Pile driver interrupted, I do believe. Bernard now going to be finished off, and this is a big opening here for the Dynasty to finally gain a lead. Chasing coming through. They get the stagger kill onto Architect. So they can continue this push and maybe even make it to that checkpoint off this one.
Yeah, well, they should be able to overtake it, right? Because here we go, 52 meters gain. Seoul Dynasty don't lose anybody. A further stagger to Irony as well. I mean, that just, it goes from bad to worse for the Hangzhou Spark. They failed to cap on their own side of the map, or rather into the Seoul Dynasty territory. Fitz steals the payload backwards. Hangzhou Spark can't really do anything with it. Seoul Dynasty now, they had the payload control the entire time. The bot was in their hands, so as soon as they win the fight, they get the stagger, they get the cap, and they get the flip.
Yep, this has now become their game to lose. They can just hold on to this lead. They should be sitting pretty. Bot gains just a little bit of extra distance there as Alpha Yi narrowly taken down. Would have been catastrophic so far. He's been pretty damn good with these pulse bombs. Let's see if he can find another high value one. Instead, actually, it's going to be Smurf, who's out in the middle of nowhere. Ends up going down. Prophet trying to get in on top of Shine. Once more to try to find that elimination. Instead, they'll turn the sights over to Arn to Irony. Now, Architect as the supports will fall. Drop back out. Now 45 seconds remaining. The bot continuing to advance forward. Creative going to be eliminated by Bernard, but he will go ahead and die as well. Vinheim, well, the Transcendences might not have been too great, has been kind of fragging. Gets 3 in that fight, and now the Dynasty continue to stretch their lead.
Another EMP online as well. Spark have spent all their ultimates. Advanced scouting by Fitz now, since everybody on the back line. And for Seoul Dynasty, again, they don't even need to really push too much further. 77.99, let's make 78. It's fine, it'll do. We're about to head into overtime. Spark are the ones that have to push during the OT, so if Fitz or anybody can just get a couple of frags, it will be over.
There's the hack looking for Shy once more. It goes into the EMP. They get the amplified damage out. Shy absolutely vanishes. He's effectively been the win condition. Now everybody is just wiped off the face of the map. Alpha pushed away. The final shot from Smurf will be the finisher. And Dynasty pull the rug out from beneath the Hangzhou Spark. While they might not have had that much of a lead as far as the meterage was concerned,
yeah,
they were just winning out so many fights, but suddenly a switch got flipped in the Dynasty. They showed up to play.
It's about momentum as well, right? You have a situation where Hangzhou Spark win enough fights in Seoul territory. They're about to get that cap, and then Fitz sneaks the payload away. We saw exactly that happen to the Hangzhou Spark versus the Philly Fusion as well. And it ruined their ability to win either of the two push maps. So it's happened again, Achilles. This exact same issue where they can't keep control of the robot itself. And it goes too far back. And as cheesy as it looks, as cheesy as it ends up resoundingly changing the game, what ends up happening is Fitz can recover a lost team fight simply by moving the payload away. That's it. That's literally it. And then, well, you see what happens from the Seoul Dynasty side of things. They keep on pushing. They robot control the entire time. They never lose it. They cap. They flip. They win. And Shy, try as he might, he was, I think, one final blow away from getting a deadlift there. That was how many kills he got on that Ash. Hangzhou Spark, it's about the objective. If there was a way to C9 the objective on push, and I'm not just talking like you don't touch in the overtime, I mean like you're supposed to push and win, but you lost control, that would be it that we just saw.
Well, unfortunate sort of events there for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, but a significantly, I think, better looking start than what we saw from them when they played against the Fusion. They were very shaky on those first two maps. Definitely look a lot more awake right here. Watch Point Gibraltar is going to be coming up next, though. We'll see if the Spark can tie this up or if the Dynasty are going to be looking for yet another sweep. Don't go anywhere, guys. The action between these top two teams of the region continues in just a few. And we are back in just one map into this series, our first of the day and our last day of the week. Dynasty are able to draw first blood on New Queen Street, taking down the Hangzhou Spark, who looked like they were so far ahead for a good little while, but it slips between their fingers. Suddenly, Dynasty kind of remember how to play a little bit. They start focus firing onto Shy, they get the better of them, and they start things off with a win. Now we're getting ready to go into Gibraltar for our escort map.
And so much of it was because I think Fitz is Sombra again. A lot of criticism towards Sombra as a hero in this meta, generally speaking. But you look at the tempo there, you look at them setting up for dives, they had the tempo ripped away from them at multiple points. It was the Hangzhou Spark that kind of set the pacing while they were pushing, and the Seoul Dynasty spending, I think, even 3 fights in a row, Kilios, trying to get this one EMP off. Eventually they did when they turned it around, but they just could never get a fight going their way while they're getting dived by the Hangzhou Spark first. Speaking of Fitz, I thought he would be in for the Gibraltar map as a sniper, but actually, it's going to be Stalker.
Yeah, some change-ups coming through here from the side of the Dynasty, flipping the playbook. Maybe they forgot which player plays on map 1, which one comes in map 2, but maybe the Hangzhou Spark forgot who plays support because they're still seeing Architect as well. Not that he did poorly. He was keeping pace at least at the very beginning of New Queen Street, and actually I think was slightly ahead of Creative towards that Nano Boost charge. But we'll have to see what happens, because both these teams are locked in for the mid-season madness. So, you know, they don't have to... I mean, obviously, I think you want to have the higher record. You want to be able to say, like, yeah, we took down the Dynasty, they're defending champions and whatnot. So I don't think this is necessarily a let's hide strats and do silly things type stuff. They're definitely playing this out seriously. Clearly something happened behind the scenes where Architect looked really good in scrims, and they decided to run this.
Well, there's still 3 games left to play, including this one. Right, and by the way, Hangzhou and Seoul are tied in map types against each other, 21-21 all time. That's a humongous record.
Yeah.
As far as looking at these 2 teams, though, they're both 7-2, but the Seoul Dynasty are ahead by 2 points in the standings, 10 points versus 8 points here. If Seoul lose a couple games, including losing to Spark go up to 9. They maybe win another game, they're up to 10. Seoul, if they lose again, they'll stay at 10. So there's a world where Spark can actually overtake. Now, Seoul are playing well enough that it's probably unlikely to happen. Spark would definitely have to win here. We'll see if this new Architect strategy works for them, because he came in to play the Ana. Now he'll be playing the Brigadier as well.
Smurf waiting to see if anybody peeks out on the walkway. They do not. Swap up's coming through. He's going to be moving over to the Sigma, and yep, it's just going to be Stalker matching on the Sojourn. So no Widowmakers to be seen thus far in Gibraltar. Definitely feels a little bit odd, but I don't mind it at all. See how Stalker fails. Or fares, not fails. Sorry, Stalker. I believe in you.
Making some assumptions here.
You
know, we're just... Well, like, 30 seconds in, you'll see how he fails, you know what I'm saying? No, we do actually see Sojourns being played on A lot more. I think the meta is shifting towards favorability for the Sojourn.
Oh,
that
no.
would be why Shy just
what have I done?
Stalker straight out. First and foremost, I mean, yeah, you just...
The monkey's paw curls a finger. As Shy gonna get stunned here on the high ground. Bernard just shifting in front of him, body blocking. Might not have a shield, but does have an immense mass to just go ahead and keep Shy protected from going down. Definitely a high value save. This looks like Server Room going to be the point of contention here, as it often is. Charging forward behind the projected barrier for some stuns. The roll comes through, knocks Stalker there into the corner. He's got his sights set here on the enemy DPS. Nade coming down. Couple members going to be split apart as the Immortality Field gets cleaned up on the side of the Dynasty, and slowly the Vinheim falling, but they do manage to find Shy at the same time. Now they continue to trade up or trade equal, as yeah, it's just going to be blow for blow. Alpha E finding Creative, finding Stalker, keeping things dead even here between the 2 squads. Prophet moving forward is trying to get rid of Bernard. They will shift him down into the underpass. In the meantime, this is going to be the cart nearly advancing into point A. Architect going to be taken down. Shy under fire, tucks away the health pack there, keeps him sustained for a little bit longer. Minefield going to be taking down Smurf now. Bernard finding that pickoff, Prophet falling lower and lower. Alpha E going to be recalling out. Rejoins in with the rest of the team. Prophet continuing to flank, continuing to put pressure in from the sides. Try to build up towards that pulse bomb, but still has 38% left to go. Seems like for now the action will subside. Dynasty going to be pulling back around the corner. Pile driver there on the high ground, trying to set up for the rail snapshot. Not going to be able to find the elimination initially. Window now coming through from Creative. That's going to force the position a little bit here of Shy. He does decide to shift back around, but he gets caught out. Vinheim finding the elimination with a whip shot, but then Creative eventually does fall. Bernard sticking to that target and eventually manages to ensnare him. Flux going to be used by Smurf. Doesn't look like he catches too much of anything, though, and the Transcendence is there from Irony, all the same to keep things alive. Now the rally rolling, but Irony is not receiving any of that green HP. The stick is there. Prophet finds Architect, but Architect finds Prophet all the same. Gives his life for the eliminations, and now with no supports in the fight, this should be the Dynasty getting over the finish line here on point A. Just have to clean up Bernard. He does manage to find a final kill there on the Smurf, but the point will be capped. It's 3.5 minutes in the time bank here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty as they open up the hangar doors. If you haven't noticed why I'm talking so very much, that's because Avril has to rejoin. So he'll be back in here in just a moment. For now, you get stuck with me with a little bit of a solo cast. It's quite all right. I'll keep you guys hopefully entertained, but otherwise up to date on what's going on in the match. Slow and steady movement. Cart just going to start advancing into the hangar for now. Bernard looking at the challenge on the high ground, takes a quick little peek, sees Stalker. He's seen enough, wants to go ahead and pull away. Discord Orb does go out the rail, shot not going to connect. Alfie tries to get involved with the Pulse Bomb. It's right on the nose of the dropship. Doesn't find an elimination, doesn't find any damage either. Vinheim under a bit of fire, Discord Orb out on the Brigida, and eventually Irony is able to find that kill. Good pick off here for them to establish some cart control, because so far it still has been moving steadily along for the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Her and Smurf both going to be taking low. Shy finds the elimination onto one. Prophet will finally pick up a kill in the back line of Hangzhou Spark, but they have lost way too much of the front line. Now the supports are falling once more as well. So Dynasty going to have to go for a reset with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Cart will start bleeding back, but you can see a good amount of distance picked up there with not much opposition to have been found on the card itself. So Dynasty will at least be grateful for that. Ults were expended across either side, but as far as the economy is concerned, Dynasty looking a little bit healthier there, as they're about to have, nearly 4 ults online. Stalker going to be the furthest one away. In the meantime, the support's quite a distance to climb for the side of Hangzhou Spark. To be able to get things like that Transcendence up. The rally is nearly there, but Prophet with this next Pulse Bomb that he's about to have could certainly shut down a rally very quickly if he can nail the stick. Paul's now at the ready, starting to work his way through that stairwell, but Alfie challenges him. Prophet going for the recall, doesn't have full HP, so has to back away. Rejoins in with Vinheim. Just go ahead, get top back up, and slow going. The cart starting to inch forward once more. Shy ducking back out, wants to grab that health pack, make sure he stays alive. The Flux is there from Smurf in the meantime. Took the drop, not going to be able to find anything, but Stalker with a rail will take down Architect, and that's the rally that they were about to have now out of the fight. See if he can rejoin before this cart crashes across into B, but it looks like the answer is going to be no. The kills quickly spilled through for the side of the Dynasty. They'll get another minute and a half added to the time bank here. Spinheim, rally, just the green HP will be there for a little bit longer as they look for these stagger kills. If there's any split spawns, they won't find too much of anything, though. They killed everybody rather quickly. You see Prophet just hugging these mines, taking some damage so that he can offer up a little bit of extra ult charge over to the supports here on the side of the Dynasty. Stalker, again, great opening kill, finds Shy. Alfie lurking above, he's looking for a target. Pulse Bomb goes out, creates the shield of Vinheim, but he'll just keep that raised. The explosion will find nothing at all. Dynasty now bringing the card around the final corner. Rally, rolling, Transcendence nearly there for Irony. Architect just trying to make sure that Irony is as beefy as he can possibly be as a Zenyatta. Shy with the overclock as well. Ready to pop it on a moment's notice should he feel the time is right.
What I miss?
Anyway, welcome back. Nothing too much. Dynasty just kind of having a little bit of a clutch push through the hangar. We're just under 2 minutes now in the final swing. They've got the cart moving around the last corner. That's about it.
Okay, about a minute 30 left to go through. Here comes Burnout with that dive. Ultimate to play for the Hangzhou Spark. Slowing this one down as much as possible. Seoul Dynasty have a pretty decent push coming online. Just a few hot seconds. Every single thing that they need, just about there.
Okay, diving to the back. It's going to find Stalker. Vinheim, Prophet does commit the Pulse Bomb to this fight. Kills Architect, but that's as good as it's going to get. Alpha, you will find Creative, and Prophet will be the last one to go down. An extended team kill there, as it's now going to be about a minute remaining. Less so once the respawns do fully come through and they get back over to the card to try to finish this map. And Hangzhou Spark is still holding on to 3 ults here.
That's the thing, right? Hangzhou Spark didn't actually use that many ultimates in that previous fight, so they forced a window out from the Seoul Dynasty. Might have even been a Pulse Bomb as well. For Hangzhou Spark, a couple of defensive ultimates there. Still hold on to the double DPS plus the mines, like a pretty decent attempt at a defense there. Will come down to both of our Sojin players, overclock for overclock.
Ready, Alfie. Which target does he choose? And it's going to be Smurf, and it's good enough to get the kill. Mortality Field now going to be cleared up. Minefield taking care of that. The rest of the Dynasty now need to back off, wait for Smurf to rejoin. Prophet still duking it out a little bit, and Stalker will alleviate a bit of that pressure as they try to retreat back by headshotting Shy with that rail. Will obviously be able to rejoin the fight here alongside the rest of the Hangzhou Spark, though, as the final contest comes through on the card. Touches at the ready. Make sure that they force out the OT. They have the tag, and now it's going to be overclock. First pop by Stalker, gets the chest shot into the accretion from Smurf. They set up for kill into Alpha E, but Prophet's going to be traded shortly thereafter. Both the Tracers now going to be out of the fight. Mortality Field thrown in from Creative, trying to keep everybody alive. Irony finally takes that one down. The rally going to be rolling. Now the Flux does come through from Smurf. Does he find anybody? Yes, it's going to be the Zenyatta. Drops Irony down to the floor, and the Spheres will be able to finish him off. That's going to be further delaying that Transcendence from coming through, but if the rest of the Spark can buy some time, he should be able to build that up and help them win out this fight. But now, Smurf finds Shy, gets that elimination. Prophet is right back into the mix, gets in behind Architect, gets the elimination. The Pulse Bomb still going to be held. The recall going to be used. Prophet goes for the kill. Look for Alpha Yi. The final melee hit will come through. Gets the elimination. Cleans up a couple of the mines, and Bernard now needs to contest. The Transcendence comes through. They will be able to keep this Wrecking Ball alive. They're buying time for the rest of the DPS to now rejoin. Architect is back into the fray. The rally going to be rolling from him. Immortality Field cleared out. Creative dead. Vinheim under fire, falling lower and lower. The Discord Orb sitting on his head, but he's managing to sustain. And Stalker on the return with the Genji comes up with 2 clutch kills. Smurf gets Irony with the accretion. Vinheim will find Alpha Yi, and the Soul Dynasty might just be able to make this happen. They just have to get through Bernard, and they finally have done it. And in overtime, where Spark looked like they were going to be able to be entrenched, stop this cart from finishing, they cannot make it happen. Stalker comes back, the Genji's huge, they get the finish.
Even through the mines, even through the Transcendence and the rally from Irony and Architect as well, the Hangzhou Spark, despite the heroics of Alpha Yi, to get a number of frags, and then importantly, like you said, onto Stalker as well. Soul Dynasty, Prophet holding on. We saw it from his POV as well. Got those kills. Deleted a few mines, touched the payload, enabled Stalker to then return as well, getting his 2 kills. Also have to say that Creative on the high ground, that bridge with the solo, the window, the amplification matrix was doing a lot to keep the team alive, putting in the extra damage as well, being uncontested. It took a while for the Hangzhou Spark to deal with him, but while they're trying to get Creative down from the high ground, Soul Dynasty managed to regroup. So, brilliant stuff to get the cap into OT, and it was looking pretty dire when you consider the start of the fight. Before we even headed to the OT, was Smurf eating a Pulse Bomb from Alpha Yi. The Immortality Field from Creative came in far too slow, and it was a 5 versus 4 until Prophet turned it around and evened up the numbers for Soul.
Incredible turnaround there. And Prophet, feeling inspired by Stalker's clutches, I'll just play the Genji from the get-go, I guess. I'll just open the gates with this one on the defense.
Honestly, I don't even mind it because Prophet's main goal will be to contest the payload down below, and because he's on a Genji sort of a tracer, he'll be able to contest, then still go back up to the high ground, then play that sort of verticality for this opening A. Bit of a deflected disruptor shot there as well. As, well, it might not have been actually in either case. I saw the Genji coming through a bit. It's, what we're looking at here is the fact that I think Prophet's Genji, like I said, inspired by Stalker maybe, is going to have that extra flexibility on that defense.
And it's probably a circle, because Stalker, being a younger player, probably watched Prophet play Genji and was inspired by him, and now Prophet inspired by Stalker, and it's just a cycle that will continue for time immemorial. But let's see what happens. High ground established. Shy taking advantage of it. Nice shot there on a Stalker, shuts him down.
Exact same kill that we saw the other side around as well when we had the opening of A. I was here for that. You know, you remember, I was here before I left during B. No idea what happened on B. Figure it out, though. I'm here for this B defense and attack. No server room under pressure so far.
And Vinheim continuing to fall low. Will be a trade out there on the Brigidas, but Irony falling means that there is no supports available for either side, as Creative will also be taken down. And I'm just getting deja vu as it just continues to be 1-for-1, back and forth, over and over again. Stalker trying to make himself a little bit less appetizing here for Bernard to pursue as the nade comes down, still at low HP. Waiting for the supports to rejoin. Finally, we'll be able to receive some healing. Smurf as well. Just getting tucked away behind the boxes. Big juicy target, trying to get that nano boost online.
The thing is, because there was only 2 members left for the Hangzhou Spark, and they were both hunting for kills, no one kept the payload going, slides back down slightly, ends up being a fairly neutral fight, but I'd have to say it goes the way of Soul Dynasty because they don't lose anything for that. In the follow-up fight, though, Prophet loses his life, so now Stalker has to step up here. The Nano's nearly available.
I'm telling you, this game is some of the best ragdolls that are out there right there. Prophet just getting his corpse yeeted into the wall. Utterly impeccable timing there for Bernard. on that pile driver. Gets that kill. Stalker under fire. The minefield now coming down, zoning out the remaining members of the Seoul Dynasty. Vinheim in the corner, and yep, they call in reinforcements. Alpha E arrives. The melee kill going to be good enough. And Smurf once more starting to struggle a little bit when it comes down to playing against these Zenyatta's. They want to have that dive into the back with Prophet, but Dynasty just unable to really find their footing on this defense, so the dive couldn't really come to fruition. Looks like they will be sticking through with it, obviously, because they nearly have the Primal online as well as the Blade, and that's a nice stagger on the Vinheim, as you say.
And that's the other thing as well. You see Vinheim has the rally now, but didn't have it in the last fight. Died in the high 90s here, as in most of the members of Seoul Dynasty coming into these ultimates. All that Spark needed to do was survive against Creative's Nano onto Smurf. They did so, and then they bounced back, get the kills required, as Seoul don't quite have the resources to strike. Use that player advantage. Hangzhou Spark get the cap, start moving on through. Overclock at the ready now, but into Seoul Dynasty, you got to get this thing started straight away because you have some blades, you have a timing here where Irony doesn't quite have everything to use yet. Prophet's gone in.
Great. Yep, great little shot there from Prophet. Getting shy. Blade, however, widely just going to be a bit of an air blade zoning them back, keeping them contained here in the stairwell where they're under so much pressure that Irony's like, yeah, I guess I just have to throw the ult now. Throws down the Transcendence. Vinheim pushing forward, rally rolling as well. Prophet dashes through, finds Irony. The anti's out on the 2.
Cancelled.
Architect gets cleaned up, and yep, that is going to be a major shutdown on Architect's ult now. Just farming off of Bernard. Smurf will be able to just go ahead and once again be a battery for Creative to try to get that next Nano online.
That's a really poorly played situation for the two Hangzhou Spark supports there. Both kind of caught out by Seoul Dynasty, both entrances and exits in that sort of side area controlled. And the rest of Hangzhou Spark still respawning. They pop double support ultimates, neither of it really getting any value, just staggering them out further. And Hangzhou Spark, 2 ultimates poorer because of it. Seoul Dynasty now massively ahead as far as the economics go.
Skirmishing continues. Nano going to be invested. That goes out to the Smurf. He's dropping down. He's looking for Irony. Architect trying to keep him covered, but it's just not going to be enough. Prophet gets in there, gets that elimination. Smurf finding 1, but Shy does manage to come up with 2. Smurf will Goomba stop him there at the very end, however. The cart widely. Even though Hangzhou go even kills, the cart is not really going to be able to progress. Alfie does find Prophet, but Smurf is still alive. Just waiting once more, just trying to just battery up, charge. And these ults rapidly for his supports.
Look at this though. Because the last kill was Prophet and he's the last one to respawn, Seoul Dynasty ended up conceding space. That is actually going to allow the Hangzhou Spark to walk off forward. So they're starting to take the second floor now, coming in towards the shuttle. I don't think Alpha even saw Smurf there, but realizing the position for a pulse bomb plug to the back line.
Tries to find it, but a little bit too itchy of a trigger finger. Throws that one out. Could have had a much bigger value had he held it for just a moment. Still will manage to find Stalker in the end, but Prophet slices and dices Irony there with the blade. The support's now out of the fight, and Alpha E finished off as well. Dynasty continuing to hold the cart in place, and this is going to be a little bit of a late stagger there on the Shy as well, just for a cherry on top.
You see the futile kicks coming through from Irony as well, not quite landing onto Prophet. Prophet understanding his spacing perfectly there, doesn't eat any of the knockback kicks, and will the Seoul Dynasty off the blade is going to get another fight when really doing a great job of just controlling the supporting line of Hangzhou Spark. It's, you know, Irony and Architect constantly targeted, constantly taken down, struggling to get that second Transcendence up for Irony as well, specifically Hangzhou Spark. Now no longer to control the payload as it slides back.
Pulse to the ready, Alfie, a big opener. Rally rolling from Vinheim. If he could find him right now, it would be massive. You can see the shield getting raised, and Vinheim dashes away, keeps himself safe and out of range now. Goes forward with the rest of the squad. Architect going to be taken down. The trance is still popped in from Irony with now 40 seconds remaining. And he's just going to be rotating out the opposite direction, just trying to stay alive and not give up another stagger. Hart continuing to roll back, 30 seconds remaining. The Spark, they need to dig deep and pull out a rabbit out of a hat if they want to get this push across.
It's going to be hard. I mean, it might not even happen here. You have Nano Clock available, Nano Blade available soon as well. Alpha Yi instantly down, and the Hangzhou Spark. The Transcendences are sad. This push is sad as well. They have to wait for 2 respawners, and it's about to be OT.
He's got 2 massive kills there for Prophet. I mean, 3 ults already ready to go. He's so close to the blade, and it's slim to nothing here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. The rally and maybe a minefield if Bernard can survive and lay it down in a nice spot. Rally goes through. Alpha Yi gets the touch to force out the overtime. Prophet getting tagged up just a bit, dashes back up here to the dropship, joining in with the rest of the team, keeping himself safe. Blade nearly up. The overclock going to be popped first. Soccer looking for a kill. They're trying to force Shy out into the open. So far it has not worked, but look at this. The support's down to low ground, but Irony dopes Prophet. as soon as that deflect is done. Bernard trying to challenge up onto the high ground, however, has fallen. Benheim targeted by the Discord Orb, falls down a little bit low. Creative managing to keep him sustained. The pushback is there on the whip shot, sending Architect flying away from the dropship as Alfie just continues to try to usher this one forward. Shy, however, headshot. Stalker finding him once more. Now the dive comes through. They get into the back lines. Architect is falling. Irony in the low ground. He's going to be eliminated, and it's all on Alpha Yi. He throws the pulse bomb in desperation, but it will not find a target. It will not find the damage. Benar is now left to his own devices and dead. OT will bleed away. Dynasty will successfully defend here on point B, and that now moves them up 2-0 in this series.
And it was so close as well at one point. When we talk about the back and forth trades going at a certain point in the game, I believe it was 36 final blows from Hangzhou to the 40 of Seoul Dynasty, just to prove how much back and forth trading of those kills actually happened. But as we get deeper onto the attack towards B, especially Hangzhou Spark, the moment that the moment the game slipped through their fingers to me was when we had Irony and Architect caught in the stairway, double support ultimates used. They lost their entire momentum at that stage, and they were on the back foot for the rest of that attack. And then the Seoul Dynasty just go through the spin cycle for their different ultimates. They didn't even have to spend too much. We get to the final fight in OT, double kill both Shy and Alpha Yi, waiting him until the final second until they get those members back and can actually touch. And Seoul Dynasty play their ultimate advantage with 4 big ultimates to finish it. I mean, just completely cut and dry there for the Seoul Dynasty in terms of their win conditions, and not much more to say about it.
Yep, not much more to say. We'll just go ahead and continue to move forward. Hybrid is going to be coming up next. Midtown, the decider here. If the Hangzhou Spark can fight back and put a map win on the board, or if the Seoul Dynasty will be able to pull off yet another 3-0 sweep. That's what they're looking for. They're looking to separate themselves. We saw just how dead even that map type win record was between these two teams, but right now Seoul Dynasty are making a bit of a statement. They're looking absolutely incredible and absolutely clutch. We'll see what happens when we come back from the break. Back. 2-0 lead so far for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, looking for another sweep. Hangzhou Spark, can they start to engineer another reverse sweep? You know, can they get it to a map 5 once more, and then this time can they close it out? We'll have to just kind of wait and see. Midtown is standing in their way.
They nearly got it versus the Fusion, right? But the final map kind of caught them out. It would have to start here. It was previously Eichenwalde versus Fusion where that comeback started. But Seoul Dynasty, I have to say, is a completely different beast as well. Fusion, they looked very good in that game. But we're in a situation where, you know, beyond Fusion, you're looking at the Seoul Dynasty. The Seoul Dynasty, the reigning champions so far from the kickoff clash. They are our best team in this particular region as well. So getting a reverse sweep versus them is going to be tough. Overall record between these two teams stands at 8-6 in favor of Hangzhou Spark all time. So, you know, the Seoul Dynasty looking to do a little bit of catch-up here. And Fitz also back in the lineup as well.
That he is. Just been playing, you know, musical chairs here between these DPS, just slotting them around Profit. And honestly, again, it just kind of feels like from time to time you can just turn the nameplates off and I wouldn't really be able to guess who's who. They have both been operating at a fairly similar level. The one way you'd kind of be able to determine,
I got one tell, though.
The Sombra?
And the Genji, because Sombra's more so Fitz's hero, the Genji not so much, and that's definitely going to be Stalker's hero as somebody that crosses between both hero pools there. Another player I'd like to talk about briefly as well is the fact that, you know, it does look like we're going to get Architect all day, and I don't really mind this if he's going to be playing the Ana, but the entirety of the last map was Architect Brigida, and that's one of Super Rich's signature heroes, so I find it really interesting that for a team like the Hangzhou Spark, that if you are going to Gibraltar and you don't have plans to put Architect on the Ana, that would have been a good time to sub Super Rich back in, but they stuck with it. Noted there's some, you know, potential issues on that back line as well. Hangzhou Spark not managing that situation very well in their attack. Now that we look towards Midtown, okay, double flex support again. I rate it, put the Architect on something like a BAP. I think that's definitely going to be more comfortable. And this could be a better turnaround. You know, putting Architect onto a flex support instead of a main support will be an improvement.
Let's see how they fare now. First in the defense for the Hangzhou Spark, Alpha E once more going to be taking to the skies. Shy back over onto the Ash that was very much carrying them to a near victory on our first map of New Queen Street. Gets out the gate, Sojourn once more. Drop down, rotate through the left side. Profit, taking damage from both sides here. Where about the flank?
We'll see if
Shy once more.
Ends up changing it to anything else, any other point, because, you know, otherwise just playing the Sojourn as well, it's pretty interchangeable with Stalker. See if he ends up having a better Sojourn than Stalker today. As I did actually note that Shy got Sojourn, on the Sojourn rather. Number of kills up against Stalker in the previous map, and now he's starting things out on the Ash instead, so we will be missing that Shy Sojourn for the time being. Alpha Yi, Echo, very well-known factor, something that he's extremely good on, very comfortable on. Controlling the flanks here, no Tracer will be interesting. We'll see how Prophet gets to play this one when he doesn't have a Tracer he has to go up against, and already Bernard getting the kill to Creative. Opening defense looks okay.
Yep, good pick off there. Just finding these individual kills as Shy almost ends up dying himself there, but good pickoffs coming through. Vinheim still low HP. Looks like the shields will finally respawn as he gets a little health pack off screen. This is just draining away the time bank. Minute and a half about to be taken away from the Dynasty on this attack thus far. Definitely not getting onto point A for free this time around.
We have window coming on for Architect here as well now, so that should be the first ultimate of both teams. Smurf getting quite low. If he dies, it'll be really rough.
And he does. Shy able to break through that barrier before he can round the corner and get into the welcoming arms of Creative. Would have been able to get a nano off of that in all likelihood, or at least up above 90%. Doesn't get the opportunity now. Bernard continuing to play forward. He's looking for Fitz. Takes him down to about a quarter HP. The stun not quite going to connect onto Vinheim, so doesn't remain safe for the time being. It's good forward pressure here being output from Bernard, who already has that flux ready to roll.
Right side, and Shy is just everywhere. I mean, he can see everywhere on the map, so he's always putting pressure damage-wise onto just about every single member. Bob's online now as well. Hangzhou Spark are winning these fights without even having to spend ultimates, so under 2 minutes now. Every time the Seoul Dynasty want to push, somebody on their team dies.
And what this means is we're getting closer and closer to having that 10 ult fight potential. As, okay, well, maybe not. Maybe it's just going to be the one ult fight. As LB will finally go down. Profit able to take him out of the skies, but now before Fitz did fall, that's now the DPS duo, however, eliminated. The grab goes through. They get the catch here on Bernard. The finish is there after Profit cleans up the immortality field. And irony, quite far forward around the back, ends up getting caught. The same will happen to Architect. So finally breaking through off the back of Shy's Bob usage, and a Grav and a Nano. The Dynasty will be able to go ahead and take point A.
I mean, you say far up, I think
they?
Shy was maybe a little bit far up there as well. He's just completely caught out by the Soul Dynasty. Spins his bomb in a really strange way as well. That's something that you want to be spending to defend the point. Speaking of defending the point, duplicate popped.
Yep, they're looking for it, but the overclock comes through. They break Alpha E out of the dupe, and Shy headshot there by Fitz. Finds Alpha E, taking him out of the sky as well. Does end up falling low. You can see Irony desperately trying to get that elimination through, but point cap has come in. The cleanup will be there for the side of the Soul Dynasty, but the time bank not nearly as strong as they would have liked. 40 seconds or so remaining when they get that cap. So now just over 3 as the doors will open, the fire truck can start advancing forward.
You know what, for the Hangzhou Spark, really, when it rains applause, right, because they were handling that defense so well, they were just completely preventing the Soul Dynasty from getting any sort of movements. Like I said, every time that Soul wanted to push, somebody was going down. Hangzhou Spark had that pick pressure, but they were the ones that got picked. Bob, again, misplaced there from Shy. He's gone over towards the Sojourn now, so definitely the better hero to use. I'm glad at least the Bob was used so he can move over towards this hero instead. Soul Dynasty working through with some momentum. Like you mentioned, they are down on time, so this is where they got to catch up. Double support ultimates on
him. So very low there from that rail, but didn't get the headshot, so can't get the insta-kill. Venheim lives to fight another day. And until that happens, until Shy just kills him again with another body shot. Nano's still going to be invested, though. Smurf about to have that grab online. Bernard throws up the barrier. Smurf takes quite a bit of damage. Back into the corner. The grab comes through. They do manage to find Bernard. They catch him on the wall, but the immortality field is there. Now Fitz is going to be taken down, so the damage, the DPS is not online for the Soul Dynasty to be able to get an elimination there. The grab, otherwise, just going to be whiffed.
It's going to be a rail onto Vindame, then a rail onto Fitz as well. We also saw from Creative's POV, he tried to heal Vindame, but because Vindame kept on backing up, Creative never got the chance to enter the room and actually heal him, or maybe even nano him, something to keep him up. They nano Smurf instead. He tries to walk up, but Shy just keeps on frag, and they put a lot of damage to Smurf, by the way, as well. Shy currently just built different, and Hangzhou Spark as well. Oh, okay, I was going to say the defense was looking alright, but with Alpha E down, Vinny under pressure.
Look at this guy. He's running down Bernard. Vinheim just charges the Sigma. No one comes to his rescue. No one stops Vinheim. He just goes absolutely just God mode. He gets 3 kills in the fight. He solo zones the Sigma. What the hell did I just witness?
That's the Zenyatta patch coming on through for the Midseason Madness. 225 HP. Strongest kick you've ever seen. And the Soul Dynasty just off the back of Fitz's initial rail, and then, like we saw there from Vindame's POV, rushing down Bernard. 2 more kills after that. One of them onto Architect as well. And the Hangzhou Spark left reeling. Interesting plays, but Soul Dynasty, they get the cap. Brilliant.
Yeah, and now over 2 minutes remaining for them on the final stretch. See if they can get the finish, or if Hangzhou will be able to come up the works enough to get the stop. But Fitz finds the opening kill onto Alfie, assisting off a bit of that pressure that was being applied by Smurf. Shy, however, shutting down Fitz before the overclock can come through. Flux is used. Bernard not going to be able to find an elimination, and Smurf, he picks up Shy, helps find a kill. Another one for Vinheim with Bernard falling. Now Irony going to be gone, and Alfie heading for the hills. No, takes to the skies, and goes down to a sliver of HP, and he's not going to be able to survive this. They chase forward. They get the break on that dude.
Still going to grab.
He's out of it. The grab is thrown in. They know that Shy is still prime real estate, and they get that elimination. Overclock down pop for Fitz. The dive forward from Bernard. The pulse bomb instantly greets him. He tries to trade it back onto Prophet. Can't make it happen. Ends up dying, and now it's just one after the other. And Soul Dynasty, after what was looking like a catastrophic attack on A, will be able to finish Midtown with 1.5 minutes.
I mean, Soul Dynasty played the momentum so well. They snowballed from B to A. That 1 kill onto Shy, well, rather, that 1 kill from Fitz on the rail to get Soul Dynasty in. Then Vindame a little bit later on. We go over towards C, and it just keeps on continuing. Fitz gets another frag. Hangzhou Spark just left reeling. Alpha Yi dies on that Echo, and they never get to truly recover. Shy tries to respond. His aim is good, but Soul Dynasty continue pushing on through. The grab is eventually built for Smurf, and it's always a good time to solo grab Shy. If you can find him, solo grab, 100% worth. So Hangzhou Spark, nothing left to defend there with. The duplicate was the only thing that could save him, but Alpha Yi, I think multiple duplicate attempts now, can't get an ultimate on that duplicate form.
Yeah, I think that for that final stretch, I mean, Hangzhou Spark were just stumbling at every twist and turn. They couldn't find their footing. And I think a lot of it had to do with Vinheim just physically and mentally assaulting Bernard. Like, that play with him just running him down and mauling him was just utterly incredible. And I think that Bernard after that was just like, I can't, I don't know what to do anymore. I don't want to play this game.
I mean, we know Sigma is pretty prone to being rushed down, but you just didn't think it was going to come through from a Zenyatta of all players and all heroes. That's one way to get past the shield. Sigma likes to play behind a shield. Well, just kick him off. Just kick him away.
Bernard is he's going to try to go to bed tonight. He's going to have to check his closet and look under his bed to make sure that Vinheim isn't there, ready to kick him in the teeth. Well, Alfie, opening shot, not going to find anything. Just he's going to scattering like cockroaches over by the point. Okay. Swap over to the Tracer, yep.
The other option would have been, actually they're not playing double flex support anymore, nor are they playing the Sigma, so no opportunity for the Hanzo to come on through. So for the Hangzhou Spark, their sort of path when they're breaking through this double flex support Sigma defense on the Seoul Dynasty side is to play a very heavy dive, whereas we saw from the Seoul side, only attack was via the Zarya, and they couldn't get it done until they caught Shy. So, can Hangzhou Spark find the same sort of opening picks of this dive composition instead to do the same thing? Architect on a Brig though, already commented about that on Gibraltar. See if it's improved now on Midtown.
It's a good amount of pressure, but no kills to be found quite just yet. Smurf, kinetic grasp going to be burnt. A bit of that extra HP behind him is Prophet. We'll find Shy, great opening kill here for the side of the Dynasty. Once more, finding the highest value target that he possibly can get. Now he's into the back lines, and he's setting up off the play that Creative had established for him. Creative, I feel like it's been a little while since we've seen the Zenyatta from him, but the first time that he brought it up in the season was absolutely popping. Vinheim was fragging on it in our first map, despite the fact that the ult usage was a little bit wobbly. But we know that Creative, when he does have this at his disposal, he can really find impact.
There was an extra kill to burn on it there towards the end as well, just for further staggers, right? Because Prophet will start things out into Shy, and 2 to 3 more kills that end up coming through from the Hangzhou Spark, or against the Hangzhou Spark to follow through with. Shy in the 100 energy here. So this is what we're talking about. He needs to find a headshot, find a frag some way. And there it is.
Bernard going on the chase as well. Pressure them out. Great headshot, as you say, from Shy. Finding Vinheim. Pulse bomb in. However, will find Architect. So 1-for-1 on the supports. Irony surviving for now. Has the Transcendence. He doesn't want to have to use it here, but he's going to have to. Prophet forces it out of him. Now they'll turn the sights over to the point, but they actually can't because they don't have Architect, so they actually have to exit.
Yeah, and then maybe they should have held with the Trans as well. Yeah, if you just die with the Transcendence, you get to fight back in again. Creative though force, so it's a 1-for-1 Transcendence force. The mine's also being used. Smurf is just sitting there, they're looking at this. Here comes that Flux, nothing to counter this.
Now, there's nothing at all to try to save him. Irony ends up going down once more. A little bit of a trade out on the Zenyatta's, not the ults, but their lives. Bernard will manage to pick up Creative. Vinheim narrowly surviving for a little bit longer, but no. As that Immortality field gets taken down, he does fall. Stick out from Alpha Yi will help finish off Smurf. Prophet only able to find Architect, but unless he can go absolute God mode, I don't think that they're going to be able to hold this point for much longer. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. The tick's starting to come through. Smurf is going to swap over onto the Doomfist, so they are still going to be looking for a contest here.
Prophet's still alive here, so there's a possibility, because Prophet lives, if Smurf dives in, they can link up with Prophet and make the play happen. Fitz pop the overclock, they want to go for it.
Well, they're looking for him. Fitz taking a hell of a lot of damage, but they managed to keep him alive. The final shot, not quite going to connect there on a Shy. He knows he's around the corner. He knows that he's low HP, but he can't quite get that rail to hit. Prophet, however, gets the pulse across. That's going to be Irony, and now Architect out of the fight. Prophet finding both of the supports. 2 ticks, seemingly as good as it's going to get right here on this assault. The rest of the Spark need to reset. They need to escape. Shy going to be taken down, sent back into the spawn room. Alfie as well falling.
Stabilized.
Fitz will get that kill from beyond the grave. And yeah, the Dynasty, they do stabilize. They managed to hold it, and now it's 24 seconds left.
That's huge. I mean, this could be the full hold now, and again, I have to repeat myself, so pertinent that Prophet lives here. The re-entry, the retake works because Prophet can link up with Smurf, Fitz will pop the overclock, and they can get a real dive going, 2 DPS plus a tank there. So, big stuff from Seoul Dynasty. Can they finish things off? Early rally from Architect as they push in.
Okay, the touch is there. Alfie giving them the overtime. Vinheim low on that flank, the rail. Ready. Shy narrowly surviving. Hasn't been able to fire it off yet. Alfie pulse bump now ready to go. Smurf dives in the back though, finds Shy, takes him down with a seismic slam, and Alfie manages to respond in kind, so now the front line going to be broken down. Vinham eliminated, Creative snipes the Tracer, gets the kill. The Prophet, I think he recalls into the minefield, ends up falling. The Trance going to be used, just keeping Fitz alive. The Trance going to be matched by Irony, desperately hoping that somebody can come to his rescue. The nade forces him back out onto the point, and the minefield is actually covering him, but he steps off for just long enough.
They weren't
he
going to win.
He can't continue to play it. And that is going to be
had he stayed on, Seoul Dynasty, they'll get that kill. Shy still respawning. Attempting to limp his way back into the fight, would have already burnt, trying to burn that slide to get in. But for the Seoul Dynasty, they got all the frags required. Arnie, the sole survivor there, pops Transcendence, tries to hide inside of mines. I'm going to say not a C9. From my perspective, not a C9 there. Seoul Dynasty had that one locked down. Spark would not have won in either case. So
I do agree, but it's still just, it's such a unfortunate way for Dan, because I liked that strategy, hiding in behind the mines, just keeping yourself covered. I mean, Fitz is desperately trying to weave these shots through, but he can't get it.
It saves you from like melee players, but any range players, like, I'll just shoot you. It doesn't matter. The mines,
Fitz was trying, but he kept hitting mines instead. They were covering him. They were providing protection. They were playing as his barrier.
But
either way, though,
overall,
oh boy,
what a good defense! What a good defense. The retake, brilliant. Prophet surviving on minimal HP. Alfie couldn't find him. They tried to chase a little bit, but ultimately Prophet got away. And I think that again, that was a key moment for the Seoul Dynasty to get a re-entry. And another key moment is the fact that I think Hangzhou Spark also had the opportunity to, if not get a full hold on A, take it down into the OT at a minimum. But the Bob flying to the middle of nowhere, Shy very far forward. He was playing ahead of the fire truck by a reasonable margin as well. Well in front of Bernard, I gotta say. I think Bernard was even off to the side, so Shy just in no man's land getting caught, and that completely snowballs Seoul Dynasty's offense. So at that stage, both of the A offense and defenses, you really can go through a bit of our scalpel, and that ended up making the biggest differences for me at the end of the day. And another big difference maker across the entire match in this 3-0 is a bit of love to the support. It's going to be Vindame coming through on the Zenyatta. Not even one of his signature heroes, but might have to etch that one now in to his hero pool officially as somebody that is making the most of the new changes coming on in, filling in for the shoes of Jonak, who departed, but with him and Creative kind of doing that. And then a double flex support meta where there's no other support players on the team. Somebody's got to pick up that second flex support, and Vindame, he's done it.
Yeah, I mean, again, utterly incredible just fragging from him the whole way throughout. Started off a little bit wobbly, but, going back over to picks that we do see from him consistently, such as the Brigitte and whatnot, and then going over onto the Baptiste at the very end, giving Creative a little bit of a moment to pop off. I think that you could almost put a bit of a joint award between he and Creative for this map, for player of the match, but the Chad play, taking down Bernard, just charging him down, that takes the cake. That's enough to edge Vinham out there ahead of him. Utterly impeccable as it's on your screens right now. I've never seen this really happen before, except from, I'd say this is kind of reminded me of players such as Jonak and Alarm. Those two players, they were so very well known for their Zenyatas. This was very much kind of, he was echoing them and channeling them in that moment.
Absolutely, and I think, showing it's great performances across both Brigitte and the Zenyatta tonight, and he already was super well known for the Brig. It basically made his name on that Brig on O2 Blaster and contenders, right? Part of that O2 Blaster winning roster along with proper Kilo Finn and all the rest. Even that last that we saw there, moments away from being saved. The Irony was trying to fly with the Transcendence, but Vindame just managed to get the kill. So things like that, just being able to do enough damage, putting Bernard into such a weird place, allowing then the team to push over towards C, and then as a full unit, pushing through to get that play snowball into a full cap. And that was an incredible cap going through from B to C. And Seoul Dynasty, yeah, they had a few struggles here. I think Hangzhou Spark are a good enough team to put them on the ropes, but at no point did the Seoul Dynasty, to me, ever kind of fall over. Had controlled the game under lock, in their iron-tight grip, and definitely by far, I think we favor them as a top team coming into this evening, and they remain as the number one team so far in APAC.
Yeah, I mean, we had hoped that this was going to be closer, just given that it is the top two teams that... Sorry, let me use this hand. The top two teams that we have in the region. But no, I think this is very much just Dynasty showing and proving, like, yeah, we are a league above the rest of the teams out here right now. They are just operating on such a high level, and this is a squad that had a couple of doubts surrounding them after hearing that Jonek was not going to be playing on this squad. And it's wonderful to see how well meshed together this squad truly is. So a very nicely won series for them with the 3-0, but we're not quite done yet. Let's take a quick little break. Myself and Evan will come back. We'll chat about this first series a little bit more. What does it mean for Seoul Dynasty maybe when that international competition comes through for the, the mid-season madness, blah, 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 blah. We'll see what we chat about. It could just be nonsense. Maybe we'll just talk about it days. I don't really know. We just kind of, we play it by ear. That's all. Anyway, that's coming up in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Pre-show. I am Zoe Schwind, and with me on our desk are once again Jonathan Reinforced Larson, Scott Costa Kennedy, and Danny Lim.
I don't get a name today?
No, I thought today I'm just okay with you being you.
So this is awkward.
Other days you're not okay with him being
Apparently not.
I don't know how I
Bad
feel
setup.
about this, guys. Am I safe? Am I okay today? Am I
Maybe you're in
fired?
trouble.
This is your last day.
So Danny, I didn't want to tell you like that, but I don't know. I just sometimes I like your name, you know? Danny Lim. It's a strong name. You don't need a nickname.
Yeah.
I always like my name, but now that you're saying this, now I kind of really want that Danny Limden back.
No, well, you can't have
Well, I can't have everything, Danny. Okay, well, anyway, good talk, great intro, loving it so far. Let's move on, because while all of you were sleeping, or while you were awake, like the fanatics that you are and should be, we had some Overwatch matches in the Eastern region which went down. The Hangzhou Spark have been one of the best teams in the APAC region, and they've taken their rightful place at the top. But Seoul Dynasty, they reminded the up-and-comers of what a legacy franchise actually looks like. Seoul straight up slapped the Spark 3-0 in a somewhat surprising result, actually, Costa.
I don't know how to feel, because I'm in this awkward place of I'm beginning to believe that Seoul Dynasty are the best team in the world and that they're really well-rounded,
That's how it starts.
consistent, all that kind of stuff. And, you know, Seoul Dynasty have always been a successful franchise and they've always been a good team, but they look dominant. They are on a completely different level than they've ever been in the past. And they showed that in this match against the Hangzhou Spark. So there were some funky things that happened in this match, so let me highlight those. Architect is in on the flex support. Hangzhou Spark have decided they want to take Super Rich out of the lineup so that they can play these double flex support compositions. He was fine. Honestly, throughout the entire series, nothing crazy. But the standout player for me in this one, GOT player of the match, is Vindame right now, who's kicking Bernard into a corner. He has been playing very well. You know, I've said this a couple of weeks ago, but to me, Vindame, he is the truth. To me, he is the future of main support.
Wow.
I think he is going to be a star player. The future. He is the younger generation that is coming through.
The chosen one.
He is going to be one of those standout players. We talk about your Lee Jae-guns right now. We talk about, you know, your funny Astros. Vindame will be in that list for many years to come. He has been so good, even on that flex support. So he has that flexibility that is something that is so needed these days in the Overwatch League at the highest level. So good match. Seoul Dynasty looking strong again. Spark looking good, but not good enough to take it to the Seoul Dynasty right now.
Also, buy Vindame stocks, obviously. Shanghai Dragons, they were playing in their second match of the night against the LA Valiant. And although the Valiant have been improving this year, it is once again a case of, you know, a legacy franchise fulfilling their promise. The Dragons rolled over the LA Valiant with little resistance, actually, Danny. And with that, they also secured their space now in the mid-season tournament.
They are. So yeah, Dragons are definitely back. I was really excited to watch this match. I was a little anxious because, you know, the Shanghai Dragons looked really good yesterday, and I was like, what if Shanghai Dragons also pulls out the Void and Zarya composition again? Please don't do it. But they didn't. Thankfully, they didn't do it. And they, there's no nice way of saying it. It was very one-sided. Shanghai was looking very dominant. They were firing up on all 4-5 cylinders. All of their players were just, like Fate was really good on the Winston and Wrecking Ball Fleta, of course. And Lip, I mean, I talked so much about Lip yesterday, but today he also put on the show. I think Valiant, on Valiant's side, you know, they, like you said, they have been improving, but I think it was a bit unlucky. You know, I do think that if they went up against the Shanghai Dragons that were, in, you know, like Johnny's term, mid, when they were, you know, sort of struggling, I think Valiant could have gotten a map or two, but you know, unfortunately they were going up against the real Dragons for this match, so I think that's why it was very one-sided. Shanghai Dragons looking really good. Like you said, they are, you know, they locked in a spot in the tournament, so I'm actually very excited to see what they have in store for us in the tournament.
Lip and Fleta, they heard everyone talking smack about them last week when we're like, are Lip and Fleta washed? And they were like, okay, we're going to take turns this weekend. Lip, you're going to dominate the first game. Fleta, you're going to dominate the second one. And they absolutely did. Looking way better on this dive style. Shanghai Dragons looking to be in old form. I doubted them. Johnny didn't. You were right. I'm sorry.
No, he really didn't. Let's actually take a quick look at the standings in the Eastern region to see which teams are now officially locked in or locked out. The Valiant and the Charge are not going to make it. However, there is, as you can see, still one slot up for grabs, and that one will go to either the Fusion or the Hunters. One thing's for sure, one orange team will be in, and
one will be out.
And one will be out. It's factually correct.
Takes up here on
which
the deck.
one, based on their recent performances, which one do you guys feel are more deserving of that spot?
Deserving.
Deserving of the spot.
Philly had a good kickoff clash, and like they earned a league point because of that, right? But or 2 league points rather. But at the end of the day, like Chengdu Hunters, they're hovering there. That being said, Chengdu has a tough schedule next week as well. They're playing really good teams, so they've beaten up on the lower teams so far in the Midseason Madness. I wouldn't come out and be like, oh, they've looked so good, you know. They've had some pretty easy opponents. Philadelphia Fusion, I still think this year they've looked like the better team between the two.
They also have to play the Charge. Next weekend, Philly plays the Charge, so that should be a softball for them. If they can't get that one, no, Daddy don't.
Unless.
Daddy don't.
It would be very Fusion.
It would be very Fusion, wouldn't it? Now, but like guys, the Eastern region has just been really, really tough to predict with the, you know, bad teams doing well, good teams doing poorly. But I think last night was a good old throwback. Seoul did well. Shanghai was dominant again. So I think it is only appropriate for our spotlight to honor an old school player as well. It seems like we haven't even talked about him enough this year. Fleta. I mean, it's the reigning MVP Fleta. He crushed, and the phrase Fleta is meta exists for a good reason here, Jonathan.
Yeah, but it's called Fleta is meta for a reason, because metas come in and out. And so far, it just hasn't been Fleta's year. So that is part of why we haven't actually talked about him as much, because he hasn't been as good. The Shanghai Dragons in the kickoff clash, they started to rotate in who were you to play that Genji for them, because Fleta's Genji simply wasn't up to par. Now this week, Shanghai Dragons have been excellent. It's a return to form for them, bringing back some of these dive compositions, whether it's Fate playing the Winston or the Wrecking Ball, the backline of Isayaki and Lee Jae-gun both popping up. And as you already said, because I mean, Lip on Sojourn is looking fantastic. And Fleta, he's the man I want to talk about. He was so consistent on Tracer in this matchup. We watched the highlights. The pulse bombs were executed flawlessly. And he isn't the shiniest. He isn't the most mechanically skilled Tracer, especially when it comes to the Tracer duels head-to-head. But he knows to be at the perfect place at the right time, land those pulse bombs, and he did a fantastic job in today's matchup as well. So he earned Player of the Match honors. It was a bit of a nostalgic performance from Fleta on Tracer. So I'm looking forward to see if he can continue that as we get closer to the Midseason Madness playoffs.
I mean, your prophecy is coming through.
I gotta be careful with what I say now.
Yeah.
No, I can't just like throw out.
No, that's a lot of responsibility if you're a prophet. Like you can't just willy-nilly. Exactly. Like you're actually. We ain't going there. Not that far. All right. Now, Fleta, of course, he is an award-winning DPS player and just so much fun to watch. And speaking of awards, well, when we come back, we're going to dole out awards of our own. After the break, our second annual, is that a thing?
Yeah.
Watchies, sure, why not? Second annual Watchies commenced. That's right, don't go anywhere.
Watchies!
Yay!
Free! Yeah!
Welcome back to Watchpoint. It is time to award some accolades, to give praise to Philip Block on Watchpoint, really. It's time for the Watchies! That's right! Yay! Okay, I'll start this one out because I am, unfortunately, the only person who can pronounce Eichenwalde. So, oh yeah?
Eichenwalde. That's Korean. That's a Korean. How do you?
The Korean pronunciation.
The Korean pronunciation of that German word.
Eichenwalde.
Okay.
I was close enough.
Nope.
He's like, no, denied.
Eichenwalde, mate. What was the mate? Just doing a mate there.
Well, that's the Australian language. You have to throw mate in.
As they say in Germany, mate.
He always just adds mate.
Yeah, in Germany, the German equivalent will be Eichenwalde Alter. Yeah, so it works out. It works out. And now, but I had to give my watchie to the map in which all hope dies. We don't always think about this map as a great environmental map, but this bridge, this pit, the Call of the Void is strong. This is, but it is also the most scenic burial site of all. So if I want to die on any map, that's probably the one to go for.
Me too.
Yeah, it's a dramatic fall with a good view, and then you just swept away by a little river, and I don't even know where you're going after that.
I don't think you get swept away. Normally,
it depends on where you.
Bodies just stay there. I think they just.
Yeah, if you're unlucky, if you get hit by the rocks, that's the unlucky fall. Could you survive that fall? Maybe if you get directly into the river. I don't know how shallow or how deep it is.
None of the outplays have.
That's so dark.
That's unlucky.
Probably not.
So dark.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're missing screams.
That's true. That is true. You need that Wilhelm scream. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we appreciate map architecture like that enough. But someone put a lot of thought into where would the body land, how will it land, what is the dynamic going to look like, and I for one appreciate that. Thank you so much, Team 4. Thank you, Eichenwalde, for everything you've given us, because there are a lot of great moments. And now, Danny, not all of us are born swans. You are, obviously,
I am.
but others they have to they have to grow into it. For them, the journey of growing is the real beauty. And wow, rough. That was like super uncalled for too. Like he's done absolutely nothing to you to award this one. That's all right. I mean, I wanted to give an award for a good glow up here, or rather, you wanted.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, or you want to insult someone else?
No,
I don't know.
No, I was kidding. No, they were swans. Everyone here, at least, are swans.
We're all swans here.
No,
yeah.
I want to talk about an Overwatch team that's, that fits this story of ugly duckling into a swan. This team, they had some rough years in 2020 and 2021, but now in 2022, they are really shaping up to be a beautiful, beautiful swan. And it is, of course, yep, you guys guessed it, Love the Spitfire! Yeah!
Congratulations!
Yeah. Congrats, London.
When Love the Spitfire gets my watchies, I mean, they're always a joy to watch. And also, they've been actually, coming into stage 2, they've been actually looking a lot better. They're adding more looks, and they're looking very strong. And then you have Chatty.
Yeah, the ultimate glow up.
End of story.
Dude, it's actually crazy. Like, Harry was like one of the worst tanks in the entire league last year.
People
he
were
was awful
when he was re-signed.
He was terrible. They were like, oh, this
People
guy
were like, memeing.
And I'm not saying this to be rude. I'm saying this to give perspective of how good he is now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he's a swan. Full-on beautiful swan with white, beautiful coat.
Yeah.
Swans are evil, by the way.
That is actually true. I really dislike swans. They're
Like
mean.
YouTube, search
They
like swan
hiss.
attacks. Like they're
They
brutal.
hiss?
They hiss like cats. Like they're gnarly. Yeah. They have little pointy teeth too. Like swans are just straight up like
they
devil's
edible?
creatures. Everything's edible if you try hard enough, Danny.
Are they like chicken?
Probably, because also everything tastes like chicken, apparently. You can always fry it. We are in America after all, right? Yeah. So it's probably going to be delicious. I don't know. Anyway, this Watchy Award is going places. I don't know. Johnny, Jonathan Reinforce Larson.
Don't say anything.
Yeah, you get to hand out a non-tangible, meaningless award as well for stage 2.
Yeah.
Who's it going to go to?
That someone is going to be Genji.
Just there's
Genji.
the hero,
The hero
Genji. Oh,
I think
okay.
Genji deserves it, okay? It's been a long time coming. We like take Genji for granted now, you know? Genji, you know, in 6 versus 6, we didn't see any Genji. It was like all goats, so it was like triple tank, triple support. There was like some double shield compositions, and you know, like Reaper and Bastions and stuff like. Genji's in the game now. We see so much Genji, like all the time, and we just take it for granted. I love Genji. It's amazing. The dash resets, the tips and tricks like wall climbing, like parkour stuff. It's all very cool. So I just love that Genji's like in the meta. It's one of the best heroes in the game. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I love Genji. I love everything about Genji, and I'm very delighted that we get to see so much Genji gameplay this year. We need to take a moment to just appreciate. Just like, if you're watching from home, just like 5 seconds, just like close your eyes, take a deep breath, and just like, I love Genji.
I hate Genji.
I hate Genji.
Yeah, he's the worst.
Genji's the best.
No, he's the worst. He's the worst.
He's a cyborg!
Yeah, that's kind of cool, but he's the inferior Shimada brother. So, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
Who wins in a
about.
1 versus 1, Hanzo or Genji?
Hanzo, 100%.
No, it's Genji. You reflect the arrows, like...
Yeah, but then after the reflect, he just shoots you with an arrow.
Yeah, but then you dash into him.
It's okay, Torb, I love you.
You jump over him and...
No.
All right.
Inferior.
Well, I guess we're not all agreeing on that award, but that's okay, because you got to choose, and that's that. Costa, you get to hand out your own award, though. Like, you can, of course, give it to Hanzo, but I feel like, apart from us four on the desk here, who are constant in this show, there's another entity, another presence, which is omnipresent, really, in all the matches at all times, and he goes by the name of Charles IX.
Yeah, and I think sometimes Charles IX gets the wrong, rap. I think we need to appreciate what Charles IX does for so much of the Overwatch League, and not just the Overwatch League, into the Overwatch universe and gameplay that we all play. C9s are a common constant, and I can't choose one C9 because they're all important. And that's what you need to remember. Every time you or someone else C9s, it makes the world a better place, because what happens, Johnny, is we realize that mistakes can be made and that you should always play the objective, because when you step away, there's always that moment of heartbreak. We saw the tragedies to the Houston Outlaws, to the Atlanta Reign recently, and I think you need to look inwards and be like, well, maybe next time we shouldn't do that. Every time you C9 and someone types in chat, C9 lol, you need to realize that this is going to make you a better player, a better team. And then you go onto Twitter and someone types C9 lol, and then you look at it and you go, well, maybe next time we will decide who is going to stand on the card. You will become a better team. It is important to make fun of everybody who C9s at any moment, at any given time, because it makes us all better people, Johnny, and you need to remember that. So I'm not choosing one C9, I'm not choosing the worst C9 or the best C9, I'm choosing all C9s that have happened, that will happen, and have happened in the past.
Hear, hear. Hear. Great speech.
I didn't know Costa was going to do, like an inspirational speech.
I feel really motivated to stay on a card or next to a push button now. I don't know. I personally feel attacked, but also rightfully so. It enlightened. Doesn't have that reaction for you?
Johnny's upset with it.
Are you upset?
No.
He's got
They're imperfections in reality.
But imperfections are there to be fixed.
But we love them despite
take them back.
their
Time
imperfections.
is linear. You can never go back to fix the mistakes of C9.
But you can not make
learn
the same
from them.
mistake again. You can learn from them, Johnny. Think about it.
And it's an imperfect
About it.
world.
It's true. Well, and only perfection does
It really
it.
did go places.
Or reinforce. Yeah, I guess those were the awards. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Those are, thankfully, all the awards we have to give out. And maybe we're not going to do a third annual one of those because, they go places. But we're not done giving altogether. That's right. Because I was sitting here thinking, do you guys want Overwatch 2 beta access? Of course you do. Don't be foolish, because you can still get access by signing up for the Overwatch League email alerts or scanning this code. And if you're a boomer like me, you can just head on over to overwatchleague.com/email and sign up. And we've got 1,000 beta access keys to give out still. And you will also get some of the best written emails in the history of emails, truly. So scan, sign up. Today's the last day to be eligible, so go and do that. And once we give you a few minutes to do just that, we're going to take a quick break. And then afterwards, London Spitfire will face off against the Washington Justice in our first match of the day. And we'll break that down for you right after this break. Welcome back to Watch Point. Don't look at me like that, cuz. I may or may not have said something mean before we went live. Anyway.
Yeah.
You heard worse from me, so it's fine. The Washington Justice will face off against the London Spitfire in our first match of the day. Now, London have secured their spot already in the Midseason Madness qualifiers, and Washington, well, they need all the wins they can get, and probably a little help as well. Now, let's talk about this London team, because they've been astounding. I mean, they've been receiving awards today already, right? So, reinforce. What is the best thing about that London squad?
Oh, the best thing.
The best thing.
I'll just talk about the good thing. It's not the best, but it's pretty good. You know, Backbone. You've been pretty good so far this season. I think Backbone got a ton of flack at the start of the season for his initial Genji performance. And I think it's time we appreciate Backbone and what he's done for the London Spitfire, especially on May. This is out of 7 players, so this is actually like middle of the pack. You know, 3rd in hero damage, 3rd in final blows, and 2nd fewest deaths on May. What really just strikes me as amazing is his effectiveness with dealing damage, the right clicks on being able to disrupt all these dive compositions, because you're playing a Reinhardt composition, okay? You're a brawl comp, you stick together. But his ability to poke down tracers from afar, Sojourn plays from afar, supports like Ana and Yara with the right clicks, and just disrupt the enemy team, making it harder for the enemy team to set up a dive and dive accordingly onto the London Spitfire, I think is incredibly impressive. So I have to give some props to Backbone. I think he's, one of a kind really when it comes to this May gameplay within the league. And it's been a huge part of London Spitfire's success. So it's time we appreciate Backbone and his contributions so far.
Yeah. I agree. It is amazing.
You said it. That was so awful.
You said
that was
I mean,
so awful.
I think boom bap's better.
All right, Hex didn't like it, so you're out. That's it. Now, on the other side of the server, we, of course, have the Washington Justice. And we've talked about it at great length. They're a mercurial, hard-to-predict kind of team, but they've made some changes. So, Costa, how does Washington's new support change their, I guess, overall dynamic?
Well, I think Vigilante, he had a fine debut. I think he is a phenomenal player. Krillin has been playing so well throughout this season, but we saw the look that the Washington Justice want to go now that Vigilante is of age. So he came in to play that Ana while Krillin moved over to play either the Zenyatta or the Lucio, even at times. You can see his Ana stats right here from Vigilante. He had a lot of sleeps. His offensive assists were good, but other than that, he was pretty middling as an Ana. But it was a rough match for them and the Washington Justice, so you need to take everything with a grain of salt, and it's just one match. But I want to see him turn this team around, because honestly, at this point, it's the new shiny toy, and it feels like they just needed something new to sort of work with it. I'm not 100% sure I am in love with the way that they're utilizing him and the rest of his team. What is happening with that Fire Strike? There's just a Fire Strike in the middle of the screen. But Vigilante, I want to see some good stuff from him, and I want the Washington Justice to play to their strengths. They have 2 phenomenal flex supports already now with Krillin and Vigilante. Play to that. Put Kalios on that Sigma. Play to your strengths. It worked for them slightly in their last match, so I want to see more of that.
Slightly.
It's been a long season, I'm talking about the Justice. The overall theme that I think all of us can speak to is they have great players, they have great pieces, as Mitch likes to talk about. But I just want to see them, the talent's all there.
Yeah.
I just want to see them play the right heroes. It's very basic coaching, it's very basic understanding of the game. Put players on their strengths. They might not be the best team in the world, but they will at least be a stronger team than they are now.
Absolutely. Now, back to London, because it's Danny's turn. So that's the only logical conclusion. You will be talking about London. And if I have to connect some more points, you're going to talk about Hadi?
Huh? Correct. How'd you get it right?
I'm a prophet.
Wow.
What can I say?
Surprise.
A humble one, too.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking about Hadi, but not Hadi's Ryan. He pulled out a new hero. Not new, he's been playing this hero even last year, but in this season I think was our first time seeing, and of course it's the Wrecking Ball from Hadi. He actually didn't play up to 10 minutes. He only played 9 seconds.
This is what you're showing us?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Like, how the London Spitfire, they've been having recent success, and I like how they're building more. As their confidence rises, they're adding more and more. Of course, Poco's playing the off-tank role, and Hadi, of course, his Ryan's good, but now he's using that ball again, he's bringing out the ball, so they're using more comps. They're trying to go for more looks and try to really ride out this momentum. And I really want to, you know, I think
See more of that?
highly of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I definitely want to see more from it because we, like I said, we only saw 9 minutes and some seconds of it. But yes, for the map set, London, if they need the wrecking ball, Hadi's going to, you know, possibly be able to play it. So yes, Hadi, wrecking ball, bring that chatty energy into wrecking ball again, and then I will be a bigger fan of London.
At this point, I feel like he could play anything and you'd still be a fan.
Well, he did.
Oh, if he pulls out the Orisa,
Well, then we're all fans, right?
Do it.
Oh,
Do it.
yeah.
Okay, there's the dare from Costa. Just do it. We'll see if it's going to happen or not. They will be playing their first match of the day, but it is now time to reveal our picks. And I hope there's some surprises because, quite frankly, this week was a little boring in terms of picks.
Yeah.
There was no animosity.
Let's go.
No controversy. Nothing like that.
Hey!
Oh, Johnny!
Hey!
All right.
You're getting spicy!
Yeah.
I had to change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But you know
I like
what it's
it.
all about. Boston aside, you know what it's all about here on the desk now.
Yeah.
I mean, some people think we're biased when they send us merch,
really?
and I just don't think that's true. I think that is a rude statement, first and foremost, because we wouldn't possibly pick teams because they send us their merch.
No, we're not up for sale with our
We're
predictions.
definitely
That's the
not
important thing
up
to
for sale.
realize.
Yeah.
We're very, very fair. Fair
Yeah.
and square.
So what did Boston send you?
Why does it look so small?
That's a great fit. It's that workout that he's been doing with you the last 2 days. It's really paid off already.
Let's go, London!
Yeah, okay, well, cool. Whilst we're trying to make this fit, either the shirt will get bigger or he will shrink. I don't know, one of the two things will happen. But we'll find out who will win in just a little bit. This is day three of the Midseason Madness Qualifiers, and they're going to start right now.
Don't worry, guys. Costa got his too.
Yeah, I have one.
And the whole hog, a victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
A biased desk? What a surprise. Getting bought out that easy. I am shocked. My name is George, joined by Necra. Rose, we got an interesting game up first. We've got the London Spitfire versus the Washington Justice. A lot rides on this game. London can play mad upset and can actually grant someone an entrance to the Mid-Season Madness. If London win here today, Toronto are in. The Justice, on the other hand, they require not only a win here, but they also require a few other teams to find some wins. I'll have to double check the math, but their fate isn't in their own hands today. They just need to start off with a W early on to stand a chance of making it the Mid-Season Madness.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, those last two spots for the Mid-Season Madness are up for grabs, and I still feel like anything is possible. I mean, it gets a little complicated with those clinching scenarios, so yeah, we'll see what happens. This first match, though, definitely has some strong implications to going forward.
It does. Let's bring up the Justice starting lineup. Who we got on there today? If I wouldn't be surprised, I'd see a little bit of Decay and Happy. Oh, shocker. There it is. Decay and Happy starting today. We got Mag in on tank.
Yeah.
And Vigilante. Okay. Now, Vigilante, can he turn this team around? Because the Washington Justice, they have not had an easy street to walk down recently, Rose.
No.
4 losses in a row. Complete opposite to the London Spitfire, who currently have 5 wins in a row. like something needs to change here.
Yeah, something does, but I feel like the starting roster for the Washington Justice is definitely a way to do so. It's week number 9, which means that we have switched back to our double control for our map set, and Washington Justice, they've struggled a little bit on control so far, so makes me a little happy to see Decay and Happy in the starting lineup here. I think this means that Washington Justice is going to lean a little bit more on the double hit scan, and so that'll definitely be something to look out for, especially how Vigilante continues to do for this team so far. I think he's just warming up.
Correction, there's small correction, not 4 losses in a row, it's 3 losses in a row.
Oh, okay.
In their last 5 games, they've only won 1, and that was actually against the New York Excelsior. Let's have a look at their opponents, the London Spitfire. Apparently the desk's favourite today. They're all rocking the jersey.
Yeah.
The London Spitfire, they've won 5 of their recent games against teams like Atlanta Reign too, in a close 3-2 series. The Spitfire came out on top. You could argue they've had a little bit of an easier schedule. They faced Paris, they faced New York Excelsior in the last 2 games. They've both won those 3-0.
Yep.
But still a team that's been on the up and up.
Absolutely. I mean, just after the upset, I feel like this team has had so much more confidence moving forward in their matches, and despite looking at maybe a weaker strength of schedule for this stage, I think that London Spitfire has still shown us some really great games and just convincing wins, you know? Yeah, I know the desk might look a little biased with all the merch that they got out there, but there's definitely good reason to also still be looking at the London Spitfire as a favorite in this matchup, and it has a lot to do with just how well I feel like the entire team is playing, both individually and cohesively as a team.
Yeah, so much so, Rose, that they've had Backbone or Bone Back in on a support
Bone Back
role.
Pog! The best signing so far, I feel like we've seen. We've seen a lot this stage, but Bone Back definitely a standout right now for the London Spitfire.
Yeah, it's crazy. They came out of nowhere. Insane. A small announcement on Twitter. Fancy mustache, too. I love it.
Very fancy.
Okay, Oasis, our first map of the series. Rose, you said Justice not doing so hot on control recently.
Yeah, not super well. I think a lot of that has just had to do with how they have been kind of utilizing the different pieces in their roster. But the fact that we get a chance to kind of see them come back in this double control map set for this week, I think will speak volumes to whether or not Washington Justice will earn a spot in the mid-season madness. This is definitely a weak point of theirs so far, but let's see if they can turn it around here with Decay and Happy. I definitely expect the Tracer and the Sojourn to stick.
Yeah, I can imagine so. I mean, Decay's been trying to put the team on his back for a little while on the Tracer. But with Happy on the Sojourn, it does feel like they do find a lot of success there. But it just feels like every other Sojourn in the league right now is leveled up to a point where it's hard to really deal with. We've seen Hydron do exceptionally well on the Florida Mayhem. Of course, Kai. We have Merit, number 1 and number 2 best Sojourns in the league. It has been a tough road for the Justice. I mean, the last game they lost 3-1 to the Gladiators the other day. But, well, that's a good start, though. Happy sniping Admiral and taking high ground first. Ball versus ball. We're seeing a lot more Moira than I'm honestly happy with right now, but Vigilante coming into the roster has been and can be a massive benefit to them. It's just getting him integrated in Rose, and I think that's going to take maybe a couple of weeks, but he is a superstar player. London Spitfire, though, deal with Happy quite easily. Don't even need your other DPS, no worries. A point should go over to London as Vigilante gets run on down, and the London Spitfire find the first cap.
And with that cap, Jaws, I think we can confidently say that Hottie has played more than 10 minutes on Wrecking Ball. Woo! Danny's going to be pretty happy about that one, that's for sure. But I love the look from the London Spitfire so far. I mean, you talk about the Moira being an interesting choice here, but I like it, honestly, for the auto-lock ability onto some of these more slippery heroes.
Oh, mines available for Hardy. London going extremely aggressive. I mean, you might as well. You can block off the main entranceway to the point with those mines. Hardy's grapple hook is available. Strays the backline, force the Moira fade. It's going to probably be the plan. He does get booped away by Krillin. Good bit of movement there. Hardy's not going to be able to do all too much now with London going down to Happy. Charged off of Hardy and then hit him with the railgun. Decay with the pulse bomb in hand. Probably doesn't need to use it now that Admiral and Backbone are also dead. Just stall time for the London Spitfire. They don't invest anything in that fight, but then neither do the Justice.
Yeah, the all-out brawl getting won there by the Washington Justice actually puts them in such a good position too. You know, it buys Krillin some time to work up to the sound barrier as a really nice response for Backbone's EMP that is about to come online. That's the engagement tool the London Spitfire are looking at to be able to come back and take control of this stage back.
The Justice, they've been doing, Vigilante at least, been doing a way more healing than Landon right now. Coalescence online for the Justice already. I wonder if they think Spitfire also has theirs, so they don't just WM what? We'll have to wait and see. Mines used by Hardy. Backbone could set up with an EMP, but it doesn't, Sparker doesn't really want to wait for Backbone, it seems, throwing the pulse bomb in, not getting all too much. No one's fallen just yet, but Sparker's pretty low without recall. I say that as Decay tries to chase Sparker, but Admiral's there for the save. Happy once again coming up big for the Justice, finding the first kill for their team onto Backbone, and as the beat is used from Spitfire, they did lose their EMP in that engagement. Another big tool that they don't have in their back pocket. Happy is popping the rail gun as the Spitfire over health does fade away, and so do the rest of their health bars if London aren't careful. But London, in amongst the chaos, did manage to find a flip on the point.
They did, and now look at this. Washington Justice have to play on the back foot. They're going to come in for a quick re-engage though.
Happy not finding the head of Landon, wasn't too charged up. Uh-oh, don't want to go near that road. We saw what happened yesterday. Hardy already earned himself another set of mines. Backbone steps up to the plate and gets dealt with. Happy once again coming up huge for the Washington Justice. They just need to capture the point, and that's been a big problem. London found the flip halfway through that engagement, and now they're just running away with this fight. Only 49% for the Justice, and they're going to lose. If they had the point this whole time, this would have been almost an easy win. But 89% now, 90 building, and with the Coalescence being used by the Justice and getting hacked away, this looks almost unwinnable now. The London Spitfire, with Sparker at the helm, is just running over Washington. 99% OT, not even triggered, as Mag gets taken out. The Justice end up forgoing round one, and the London Spitfire with a cheeky point flip in the middle of that fight end up winning.
That was so scrappy, Jaws. I felt like there should have been a point where Washington Justice took a second to breathe and reset. It felt like they just constantly were throwing themselves at the point, which didn't allow them to execute on the game plans that they wanted to have. I mean, Vigilante was charging up these coalescences so fast, but I felt like it was more of a reactive tool in these fights rather than an engagement tool. So I would love to see the Washington Justice as a team that really does play well on momentum, capture first, and then maintain control.
Might be a bit harder now, Rose. London going back to their tried and true. Ooh, that's a really nice wall from Backbone there. It stops Hardy getting booped off the edge. Mag just jumps in face first. That lamp, way too much health for just a single Winton to deal with. Wow, the Justice just kind of crumpling. I will say, Rose, Happy has half the final blows right now for the Justice. He's on 4. The whole team as a whole is, they're sitting at 8. So Happy really doing a lot of this legwork, but the issue is they're not just finishing up these fights.
No, they're really not. I mean, taking a look at just how Washington just can't capitalize on these eliminations. We gotta start looking at that.
Wow, that was almost a hairpin pin. Oh, okay, well, Happy's dead. That is unlucky. Easy heals for the London Spitfire with Landon on the Batiste. I mean, Vigilante was leading the server in heals last round, Rose. Very much Landon at this point. He had like 11k heals, healing per 10. It was ridiculous. Hardy with a short charge up to the high ground again, and Vigilante actually gets booped off. Hamill says, see you later, and the London Spitfire just going to march on forward. No heals for the Justice now as the London continue to mount the pressure, running up to the spawn.
That's what you got to do. Got to play aggressive, but Washington Justice have a chance here to reset. Just take a breath and then move forward. Look at what you've got coming up here. But
yeesh. Happy's J's almost got burnt off his feet there. He jumped over that fire strike. Happy does find yet another kill for the Justice. This is the opening that they are looking for, but can they capitalize on it? That is the question. Happy already pretty low. Uses that slide to get out of the way of another fire strike. He's got overclock, but he needs health. Decay also earning himself a play, but Mag once again has just jumped to the backline, instantly killed. Happy finds another opening to the fight, pops the overclock. They've traded 1-for-1, and London Spitfire now have the lack of heals, so they just want to go in thick and fast. Happy jumping over the wall behind him, but Backbone isolates Krillin and takes him out. 80% now for the Spitfire, 20 more percent, and they'll claim
look
the
at where
map.
Hardy's going. Jaws, look at where Hardy's going.
Oh no, please. Please, Hardy. Do they know? Oh, Vigilante, he don't know, and neither do the rest of the Justice. That unbelievably late beat, not quite enough to save him, but the London Spitfire lay down a beat of their own to save Captain Hardy. The London Spitfire have a couple more percent before they take the map, and Mag forcing to pop the Primal Rage to try and see them through this fight. The blade also been used. Decay finds one, gets the reset, Sparker is dead, and the Justice finally find a foot in this fight.
Oh, that took a lot of things, Jaws. Took everything they had in the tank. Vigilante actually finally getting a nano boost. You talked about how, you know, Vigilante was leading the server in heals, but now it's quite the opposite. Landon is 3 times as much healing per 10 minutes now that Vigilante has.
If you want to nano someone, it might as well be happy with the openings he's found for the Spitfire so far. Blizzard more defensively used by Backbone, and now is right click versus right click. Overclocks are coming. Happy's just getting chased down. London Spitfire don't want to give him the space and time to move. Happy at least kills one somehow. Backbone's little head was showing. Sparkle with the overclock, however, has eliminated 2 Justice members. The London Spitfire recap the point. Mag switching over to Doomfist to get back in time, but that power block being used means he's got no defensive tools now to retouch. OT ticking down, and this is the last fight for the Justice. With Decay falling, it's almost unwinnable. OT's gone, pretty much. London Spitfire, they're going to take this map. 1-0 in the series so far, and even off the back of Happy's humongous picks to start off these fights, Rose, Justice aren't able to claw themselves back.
No, I feel like it's just the way that London Spitfire were just controlling this space that the Washington Justice could take. Yes, Happy got picks, but it was very difficult to follow up on when you knew that you were going to be caught in a pincer of London Spitfire players.
It's tough when they run this rush. I mean, you know, you go into university, it's the comp that they're so well versed on. I mean, Happy still 7 final blows out of the 14 that Justice had during that map. So pulling his weight, but the Justice really couldn't find anything in those fights. A lot of the time it was just Hardy with the Lucio just running down people. That's what you love to see. London Spitfire in the lead. Can Justice bounce back? We'll have to see after this break. welcome back. What a map number 1. I don't think Vigilante was prepared for Hardy flank shattering, but that's his first taste. Unfortunately, everybody has to go through that if you face London. At some point in the series, Hardy is going to flank, he's going to shatter your backline, and you're going to lose the fight.
That's true. It's just, yeah, it's initiation at this point. It's like Hardy acing the new kids on the block.
It actually is.
But, you know, I think the players on the Washington Justice, they'll fall for it once, they won't fall for it again. So Hadi may have a little bit of a harder time getting a flank shatter in. But, you know, as I say that, Jaws, I gotta look at the next map that's ahead of us. And now I am actually scratching my head. Could it happen a second time today?
Maybe, maybe. We're going to King's Row. No substitutions. Man, I mean, Spitfire just going to roll out with a brawl.
Yeah.
You know it.
100%. It's just it's the classic. You know, when you think of King's Row, you think of Reinhardt. At least that's the first hero that pops in my head.
When I think of King's Row, I think of European Overwatch.
Yeah.
And Reinhardt players. And running it down. Like Cloudy, like Hardy, and all the great Ryan players that came before them.
Absolutely.
Justice, can they, I mean, they need to come back, right? I mean, the thing is with the Justice, they've been on such like a devastating loss streak. And yeah, you could say, look, their schedule has been pretty tough. It has. On paper, it has. They faced the Gladiators, they faced Outlaws, they faced Defiant. But overall, the team has just not found really much like footing in the middle of the pack teams. There's like, I feel like there's a tier break in between where Justice are and then lower. Oh, sorry, where Justice are and then like the middle of the tier teams right now. Because they've won against like things like New York.
Yeah.
But then they're also losing to teams like Florida in quite a convincing fashion when they played them. And then Outlaws, it was a close game, but then it's also Outlaws, like sometimes they're super on it,
yeah,
sometimes they're
I
not.
mean, I think the way that we want to put this, right, is that Washington Justice are unpredictable. They have good days where they're really, really good, and then the other days where they look a little mediocre compared to some of the other teams, and we're still not quite sure what flavor we're getting of the Justice today.
Well, I just hope Happy can start these fights well again. I mean, he was the one that was opening a lot of them for Justice. They just weren't able to capitalize on it. It's pretty tough when London are playing at this brawl. Hardy is already on the high ground, trying to push people away. As soon as you lose that height, if you're the defensive team, it can be very difficult to really do much. Look at Hardy's positioning.
Yeah, I mean, just taking the Mega Pack as well and just kind of resetting for cooldowns to come back online before London Spitfire start to make that big rotate. Trying to push Vigilante off the high ground.
Nice double switch. Yeah, I mean, you just get run at. It looks like Vigilante was trying to get round to the other window to spy on Mag to heal him up, but it was a little bit impossible. Backbone walled the window too, so Vigilante couldn't hit, like, you know, sneak his head out and fire a couple of darts down. So heads up play from Backbone using that wall to eliminate Mag. 2 ticks for the Spitfire. Very difficult to come back in and touch the point, especially against a Mei and a Rhine. So it looks like it's just going to be point B. Although Mag is in, but Decay is dead. Little damage, and Mag is also dying. Okay, there it is. There's the point.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be a tough one, right? You really do want to try to go in and stall as much as possible. Oh, Hadi.
The thing that kills me about those scenarios when Hadi does that, his facial expression just doesn't change. He's chewing gum. It doesn't faze him in the slightest. Not even like a cheeky little smile on his face. It's just every day at the office.
No
in
smirk,
that
no nothing. It's just like reflexes of what he feels like he should be doing. Oh, that feels so bad. Oh, Washington Justice, though, they can recover from this one. They are able to take this defensive position on point B, but I feel like Vigilante's having a really hard time right now getting line of sight onto the front line of the Justice, especially when it comes to Mag. Mag's not being kept up nearly as much as he needs to be able to initiate these fights.
Oh, wrap around from the London Spitfire, and he has the shatter straight at Vigilante's face. Can they follow up with any kills? Yes, of course they can. Nice pin onto Mag, deals with him. Landon and Sparker and the rest of the gang just hiding in this small corridor where the window is in front of them. The Justice, they do end up losing the Nano by the looks of it. Vigilante, unfortunately, using that one, I think, well, I would guess, on Mag, and it didn't end up happening. The London Spitfire, they have to deal with the Blade, but they've got Blizzard if they need to, and the frontwards damage should be enough to deal with Decay.
Oh, they got Sound Barrier, too, that just came online as well. So they're really set up to take the second point here.
It's go time. Sparker pops the ult. Hadi now on the defensive. An unbelievable ice block there from Backbone, stopping Mag jumping away. Has to pop the Primal Rage to stay alive and receive a few more heals. He's got the orb on him, and Vigilante's doing his best to keep him alive and well. But Sparker has got his eyes on the back line and takes care of Krillin. Unfortunately, Vigilante doesn't have eyes in the back of his head, and now is Happy's time to play. But the London Spitfire automatically activate the beat as soon as the overclock gets used. And now Spitfire, a couple of meters before they reach point B, and the Justice had no say in that fight again.
It was just great reactionary timing of these ultimates from the London Spitfire to just deal with everything that the Washington Justice had. Admiral hitting the beat. I mean, poor Happy at this point. Jaws, Happy can't pop off if there's just answer after answer from the London Spitfire here.
I mean, maybe he goes in. He's already used Deflect, so not the best time, especially with the more naked blade, the no nano blade. Vigilante, I mean, do you wait for it at this point?
I don't know.
Maybe not. Decay's going in, but Happy's already dead. The window is something he has to deal with, as well as the lamp and the wall and everything else London Spitfire can throw at him. He used the blade, gets nothing with it, actually just pays for it with his life being way too far forward. Backbone pops the block, a Transcendence to keep the Justice in this fight, but it is a 2v5 on the point. Vigilante's got a good little angle to heal the rest of the team, but not quite enough to heal Krillin, who gets sniped by Backbone.
Yeah, look at that Blizzard as well from Backbone, just freezing up all of the Justice right now. But Happy, maybe starting to get some picks.
Yeah, not bad. Happy finds two. Vigilante using the wall of Backbone to end his life, and now it's Decay versus Admiral in the Lucio Genji 1v1. Not quite. Happy's there as well. Decay wins it out. And the Justice making their stand. It was an expensive whole fight for the Justice, though, Rose.
That was. I mean, they had to use the Nano, the Transcendence. That Transcendence was used so early as well, when I felt like there wasn't really a whole lot of the Justice to stabilize with something like that. But it did end up paying off. Washington Justice can now dig their heels into the sand, and Mag can start to play a bit more aggressively, knowing that that Meteor Strike is available.
Oh, Mag is in trouble. Has to use the Meteor Strike to get away. As soon as he heard that charge, doesn't want to get pinned by Hadi. Straight up to the high ground, but Backbone pops the block. Another big kill for Happy. Still leading his team in final blows, and without Admiral, the Rhine a little bit more vulnerable. So Hadi deciding, just waiting for the moment, just getting some heals from Landon to build up to another window, waiting for Admiral to get back.
Admiral has the beat as well, so a lot of sustain going into this fight, where the Spitfire, they still have a little over 2 minutes.
Sparker holds the overclock. Happy wasn't quite quick enough. A body shot onto Happy ends his life, and that was out of the window. Oh, another kill onto Decay, and there's no hope. Krillin just got to run to spawn. He's managing to dodge out of these railgun shots quite a bit, but the Justice still on the back foot. That sound, they tried to dig their heels in, looking at a bit lot. Quick sound right now. A shadow on the spawn doors. You know it's got to be done. Hadi with the beat can still fight, and the Spitfire just walk the payload in. 1 minute and 44 seconds in the time bank if they get another attack.
Still a lot of time to work with. The Washington Justice have an uphill battle to climb, where they have to capture all 3 points to have a chance at actually winning out this map. And by the look of things, Jaws, I think the London Spitfire are going to make that very difficult to do. There are some bright moments for the Washington Justice, that's for sure. I mean, a lot of their staggers, I think, really did help out with trying to eat off some time off of that clock, and finally by that third point it really started to look like the Justice had some signs of life for their defense.
It's a bit of a shame that Happy died with ult to Sparker. He started his ult at the very end of the round, just couldn't even use it. Might have been the difference maker.
I think that's still tough though, right? Because Admiral had the sound barrier up once again, and oh no. Oh, don't do it to him.
Vigilante was like, I'm going to scout, guys. I'm going to see where they're coming from, and just gets shattered. And there you go. He lost that nano. Tried to apply it to Mag. He knew the shadow was coming.
Yeah.
But couldn't quite get the ultimate
See, this is the thing that I noticed about the Justice, and I think that's a great example, is they know what the Spitfire have. They're not getting caught off guard by specific ultimates. But they don't have a fast enough reaction or a plan, it looks like, of how they want to deal with these ultimates as they come out. Spitfire have just been setting the tempo of these fights to be so fast-paced.
Very well.
All right, a little bit of scouting. What's quite crazy to me right now is that Mag's actually doing a fair bit of damage, like 25% of his team's damage. Equal with Decay, equal with Happy. They're doing about a quarter each, and then the supports make up the rest of the 25%. But Mag on the Doom has been doing it, not a lot of space making. Like, that's been the big problem. I mean, well, that was just the easiest kill of your life. You can't go in a small building like that against the Mei, unfortunately. But what's insane, like, Mag's not really getting any final blows. It's Happy that's finding these entrances. So it's not like any of he's lacking behind in terms of damage. It's just getting an advantage off a single pick.
I think the Reinhardt makes that really hard. You know, the way that Hottie plays the Reinhardt really doesn't leave many openings for the Washington Justice to even find those picks because of how much coverage that shield gives the team.
All right, Justice trying to cosplay Spitfire right now, just take that high ground. Right behind, oh, Happy, landing so low. He hasn't got a lamp anymore. He's getting healed up by Admiral. Use that shift to instantly gain some HP back as well. But now you step into the Thunderdome. Hardy is ready to rock and roll, charging all the way back to the spawn. Oh, Happy in a little bit of trouble now. A Mega Pack behind Hardy, but he is run away for the rest of his team. Tried to get the pin kill, but didn't end up working out. Admiral jumps straight into the waiting arms of Happy, and the Justice are going to be able to cap the point if London aren't careful. Hardy's all the way back in though. A fire strike ends Happy's life. Not the thing that you want to see, especially with the Justice not even capping the point. They got 2 ticks, but London could come back in.
Look at that, Hottie just gonna go in for it.
Oh, nice counter pin. Beautiful counter pin, but it doesn't end up working out. Sparker just headshot Mag as he was on the ground, and the London Spitfire stopped the point from being capped. And there's no one to grant the Justice space right now.
You're gonna have to just take a reset here. Washington Justice should be pretty happy with the fact that they were able to walk away with 2 ticks. But the London Spitfire stopping that 3rd completion does make this difficult. Oh,
Window
no.
Mag's in a whole lot of trouble. Sparker dealing with Mag easily. The blaze been popped by Decay as he takes out Landon. Admiral just jumps straight at him, trying to contest the point. That's not what you want to see. Vigilante does end up going down, and with Hardy still alive, it's still hard to actually push the London Spitfire off of the point. But not if Happy can say something about it. And now it's a 2v2. The Mei and the Sojourn versus the Doom and Sojourn. And the Blizzard is going to stop Mag from killing off Backbone. An easy overclock kill on Mag with no power block, and now Spark is hunting Happy, but with spawners in for the Justice, they're not out of this just yet. Now Happy popping overclock of his own, but what time is it? It's London time, baby! Backbone taking care of Happy as he was shattered, and London are holding on to the point.
Oh, you gotta give so much credit to Backbone there as just such a stellar Mei. I mean, you saw the Blizzard, the ice block in response after that space was created to buy time for the reinforcements of the London Spitfire to come back into this one. And Jaws, they're looking pretty set up for a full hold here. That sound barrier from Admiral to be able to deal with the Meteor Strike from Mag if that ends up being used offensively.
Mag's already in. There's the Meteor Strike, straight on the back line. He almost gets pinned. What a perfect punch by Mag. That was like a couple of frames worth, but manages to stop him from going down. Hardy still swinging away. Mag in a whole heap of hurt right now. Does manage to get out alive, only just, but Vigilante falling means he only has to rely on Krillin for health. Backbone deals with the Doomfist, and with 10 seconds to go, the London Spitfire looking like they're going to lock down map number 2.
Yep, that's gonna probably do it here. The Washington Justice, they are able to come back into this one, and the Spitfire aren't careful. That might be a cap coming through.
No ultimates for the Justice. A window soon for the Spitfire. Happy's on the high ground. He's got a charged up railgun, but can he land the shot? He sees Sparker, narrowly avoiding Sparker's head, and there is the window. A nice easy railgun shot for the Sojourn player. And the Justice history only supports left with no ultimates in that bank. That fight was always going to be hard. The Justice end up falling on King's Row, granting Spitfire match point in the series.
And how happy the Spitfire look right now. They know that they're on a roll. They've been on a hot streak for a while since the upset over the Atlanta Reign. I hope the Justice can come back into this one. I really, really do. I want a good series on our hands here today.
They got to do it. They got to end that loss streak. But London, they could be looking at 6 wins in a row. And not only that, Toronto Defiant hoping the Justice or the Spitfire can round this out. Because if they do, if Spitfire win here, the Toronto Defiant go to the mid-season madness. We're going to jump to a quick break though. Don't go anywhere. Potentially the final map up next. The global clash of the East and West is almost here. Head to the fan art gallery and share your art celebrating which team you think will take the win during our first global tournament of the year. Link is on the screen now. Right, London Spitfire versus the Washington Justice Rose. Man, the Justice, they gotta come back. Come on now, you can't keep doing this. 3-loss streak currently. London Spitfire on a 5-win streak, feeling pretty good. But we do have a couple of substitutions.
We do.
For this potential final match.
We got Kalios coming in for the Washington Justice, coming in for Mag, which means that we might get a chance to see a bit more Sigma on our next map, and that should be something that the Washington Justice fans are excited about, because that has been one of the strongest compositions for the Justice so far this stage. But we've got Shax coming in for Backbone, and Boneback now subbing in for Admiral. So yeah, we get to see the new signing of the London Spitfire once again, Jaws.
It's been crazy to see London Spitfire throughout the season it has, but a move that I never thought I'd see was Backbone having an evil twin called Boneback, who plays support pretty well too, and also looks exactly like him. It's crazy.
I know, it's so a twin. It's definitely a twin.
Yeah.
I didn't know that about Backbone, but we know now. More Overwatch League player lore for everybody.
Right, they're keeping Huddy in, Rose, which signals to me, well, they want to end this series first. They want to play Ryan. They just want to run at the Washington Justice. I mean, Toronto might be able to hitch a free plane ride, right, on the back of the Spitfire. If the Spitfire end this series 3-0, and they winning the series, Toronto are in the mid-season madness. So there's a lot riding on this game, not just for the London Spitfires placing in the mid-season madness, but for other teams too.
Yeah, London Spitfire is still playing for map differential here. The top 4 spots of mid-season madness still look like they're up in the air a little bit, because we still have to calculate in how the Eastern teams are doing as well. But the better you do in map differential, the more opportunity you may have to be able to pick your opponent for the mid-season madness tournament. But we will see the Washington Justice come out of their defensive spawn with the Sigma that we were expecting because of Kalios being in the roster. But also just kind of the other pieces that we expected to see too, with that double flex support. Actually,
yeah, no real surprises there.
I guess Ana does a lot of, I don't know, you know what, it's all blurry to me right now. What is a flex, what is a main support? But we see Zenyatta Ana, that's all I know.
Oh, nice little nade. Body shot though for Shax. Doesn't find too much, but it's okay. All right, Hardy, no Rhine, just Winston. Just dive. Me monkey, me dive. You can play the Rhine high here too. Okay. Worth noting. Just a speed boost under Big Earls, and then just control the small health back room. But Hardy playing the Winston. Another hero he's incredibly familiar with.
Yeah, he's been playing Winston really well, especially in that stage 1. That's really what he started to flex onto to show his versatility with that tank role, but also allows the Spitfire to keep going fast. Okay, maybe not so much now, but...
Not with Backbone dead. Sparko too. That's it. Not the best start, but not a start you should be really surprised at. The Justice always managed to find these early kills. The hands are happy. But at least on Escort, Rose, those picks, they mean a whole bunch when you're on the defense. The attacking team has to back off just a little.
Yeah, but with all the damage that Hottie took in that last fight, Landon has Nano already.
That's ridiculous.
That's fast.
Well, they're going to go in. I mean, surprise the Justice, I think, is the aim of the game. Oh, but Landon goes down to Kalios, who's still on the high ground. Shax with 5 HP has to hit that recall. Only the Zenyatta to heal him up now. Should be just walking all the way back. Kalios with nice positioning there.
Yeah, I love that high ground positioning from Kalios, just to kind of keep controlling some of the entry points for the London Spitfire. But yeah, look at that. Like, you have to invest so much, Jaws, to be able to go after Kalios on the high ground.
Yeah, London had that nano advantage, not so much anymore. Krillin and Vigilante looking at their ultimates for this fight. Nano boost on to the Winston. Kalios earning a flux pretty early on. Landon ends up going down, the Justice making a stand. Can the Spitfire end this? Well, they've traded supports with Krillin falling, a less Discord orb, and Hattie means doesn't have to worry nearly as much, but with Decay running rampant on the low ground, waiting for the low-hanging fruit of the London Spitfire to drop on him so he can finish them off. The Justice holding firm on
They
point.
look so good as well, Jaws. I mean, the fact that Kalios is just kind of continuing to control those entry points, and also look how much cooldown investment you would need to have to be able to approach big Earls. Washington Justice are so spread out right now. Who do you really go after if you are the London Spitfire? There's not a clean target here without investing too much.
Oh, Sparker hitting the overclock, but taken out by Decay. That was a railgun from Happy, and Decay following it up with his pea shooters. Oh, and Kalios just gets nanoed. Wow, what a defense from the Justice. Where was this Justice? I'm sorry. Where was this Justice in map 1 and 2?
Well, Jaws, this is what they look good on. This is what they have looked the best on, and the map wins that the Justice have been able to capture this stage so far have heavily revolved around the Sigma composition, with Kalios leading the charge. Look, I mean, we're sub 1 minute now. This is all the London Spitfire have left in time to be able to capture this first point.
And London only have the Transcendence. They have to deal with Decay Pulse Bomb, Happy using the Overclock, and a Transcendence of their own. Oh, what a shot from Happy. Killing the Swedish superstar. The London Spitfire losing Sparker that early on. They're going to have to go again. 30 seconds to go, and the Justice holding down the fort. Kalios even nearing another flux.
Yeah, that flux.
Oh, don't do
Oh
it.
my gosh, the overclock too. Happy could just pop off here.
He could do. He's getting focused down. There's another instant sleep from Vigilante. It's perfect. The Justice force out the Transcendence. London Spitfire, but Shax hits the pulse bomb. Please, Justice. Please, Justice. Finish this one out. Happy and Decay end up killing their like-for-likes as the London Spitfire now down to just Hardy, Backbone, and Landon on the payload. The Justice switching over to Doomfizz to come back in time, and Happy still with his overclock in the back pocket.
Yeah, that's great too, because you know that Happy can play a little bit more behind the team or just flank.
Overclock. Straight in the back line. Decay's going to jump in too, but Happy has been zoned out by this disruptor shot, but Kalios goes back on the Doom and fights both supports. The Justice, they're living. They are finally coming back in the series. I don't want to speak too soon, but a first hold is pretty good on Route 66. Not bad. Justice, they're working up. Maybe it takes a couple of maps. Maybe it takes an extra bit of coffee. Not sure what it is. But they've held London on first on Route 66.
They have, and it looked so convincing too. And I love that, because getting a chance to see the Justice breathe a little bit has definitely given me more confidence that we are going to see a fourth map in this series, at least. Yeah. I mean, I love how they were controlling the fights, you know? Kalios really impactful on that Sigma, and I felt like they just put London Spitfire in a very awkward position of, you know, like, well, what do we really do here? Who do we want to go after? Because if you're looking at one person, you're not looking at the other two people that are on the off angles.
The London Spitfire last round, Rose. 3 final blows.
Oh my gosh.
Justice, do you want to guess? Guess. You should guess.
27.
Not quite. Okay. Okay. Not quite that many, but still 18.
Okay.
18-3 for the Justice right now. Just ridiculous stuff. Oh, what a pulse bomb from Decay.
Yeah.
Whee! Goodbye.
Wow.
Nice. That was almost mid-slide there. But yeah, 18-3 final blows. Like, this is the Justice I think every thought would show up.
Yep. That's why I was like, we can't really call it just yet. They're unpredictable, but they have great moments, and this is one of them. And so let's see if they're able to keep it up. That card doesn't have too far to move to be able to bring us into another map here, Jaws.
We have the talent, just utilizing it. All right, Happy with the railgun. One pick, Happy. One pick is all you need. Oh, nice sleep. Wow. God, Vigilante sleeps have been clean with it.
Yeah.
Now Hardy has to back all the way up. slowly but surely then, Justice is moving this payload up.
Look at the Spitfire, though.
I mean, Kalios evaporated, turned into molecules. Alone to Spitfire holding down the fort for now.
Look at Shax's positioning as well. Just being able to play around this health pack actually makes it very difficult for Decay to go in and contest that. And so if the Washington Justice move too far forward, then Shax has the biggest opportunity to go after the backline. It's just like open season for him.
All right, Shax's nearing that pulse bomb too. He's not only holding that position, Rose, but doing a fair bit of damage. Abby trying to build up towards that railgun. He spots the Tracer, forces the recall on Shax, in fact, but with the Discord Orb, he has to back away, and Hardy just through the grasp of the Sigma, was able to kill off Happy. He was nanoed in that engagement. One less tool for them to use now on this defense, but Shax with a pulse bomb in his back pocket. They've got to be a little bit careful if you're the Justice.
You do, but also look at this. Happy's on the Hanzo. So we've got a little bit of Storm Arrow action in here, and also just some nice one-shot potential. Get a couple of headshots, and you're in business here, Jaws.
Oh, nano boost on to Kalios. Krillin, unfortunately, couldn't be saved. That bubble was blocking the line of sight healing. Don't push him off. Oh, Hardy, not willing to tussle with Kalios just yet. Oh, no, he does. He comes back in. Okay, woo. He didn't have much primal left. He jumps away. All good, all good. Flux available for Kalios, though, but London Spitfire have the answer in that Transcendence, and the way they're positioned, Rose, pretty hard for that Flux to really get more than one person at a time.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, I mean, just the way that you would be looking at the Washington Justice kind of like capitalizing on that Flux isn't there right now.
Oh, what a perfect shot by Kalios. Flicks to behind him, pushed the shield up so the pulse bomb didn't connect. Perfect stuff. The Flux doesn't get all too much for the Justice, and with only a minute to go, it's a familiar sight, but Shax runs into the arrows of Happy. Both DPS from the Justice with kills to their name now on this offense. A Transcendence utilized to keep the Spitfire in this fight, but they've used both support ultimates at the same time, and Hattie's been untied. No Primal Rage to save him now. Decay runs him over, and the payload is still moving.
Yep, they left it alone for a little while, but it is starting to approach its final destination. But the London Spitfire can come back into this one as long as Shax is able to get in and get the touch, but Decay is body blocking him at the door.
Well, Bonebacker's got that Lucio online. Sparker up in the skybox trying to find some railgun kills with the overclock. Decay is asleep. A nice little kill to finish him off, but they end up trading Shax. Tracer's dead on the field. They'll be back momentarily, and now Vigilante in a little bit of trouble. Sparker finds the kill, but no! They get off the payload, and the Justice are coming back in the series. A map win under their belt. The London Spitfire still in the lead with match point. But that is a win the Justice needed.
Is the win the Justice needed, but London Spitfire are not supposed to be living up to your name like that. What?
It does feel pretty bad.
Oh.
The bone back C9. Crazy stuff. That you saw at the very end, the Lucio trying to jump on that payload, trying to get that touch. They had such a good pick-off too. They killed Vigilante. It could have been a nice hold by London Spitfire, but it wasn't meant to be. The Justice with a map up in the series now. We're going to jump to a short break. Map number 4.
Let's go.
welcome back.
Hello.
Yeah, we're here.
I've been bought off too.
Rose is here. You've been bought off by the villain known as Boneback. His millions and millions of dollars that he's got from, I don't know if I can tell on stream, but
Well, what from being able to his twin.
His twin, his evil twin, yes, the proceeds from underground activities.
Yeah.
I don't know. The London Spitfire, well, maybe they don't need a lot of energy right now, Rose. I mean, maybe your energy that you're giving off with the jersey and the hat will push them over the edge. But the London Spitfire, they managed to take Route 66. They held just before point A, and what was almost overtime, managed to win it out in the end, with Kalios stepping in. So they had no luck with Mag in the first couple of maps, and when they put in Kalios, they put him on the Sigma. It's working out.
A lot of that, I think, has to do with how the Sigma interacts pace-wise with the way that the London Spitfire are playing. You know, when you have Mag on the Winston, the Doomfist, you're really expecting the Washington Justice to go in and hit hard. But the London Spitfire with Hottie are just kind of hitting harder. You know, the Sigma allows you to slow things down and really start to look at how you want to play the game.
Yeah, Happy and Decay doing a phenomenal job on that map. Again, Happy finding so many early picks with the Sojourn. But now we're on to a very different game mode to Escort. Push and New Queen Street specifically, Rose, like keeping Hattie in, you can play that Reinhardt. There's a lot of ways that you could just get on the back line on this map, especially around the center point. The robot is in two like small corridors, is what I like to think of it. And the Reinhardt and the Lucio, you can just run people down. It's so hard for a support to really position to a point where you can be effective to the rest of your team, but also be out of the way of speed boost Reinhardt range.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem that I feel like the Washington Justice have run into a lot. Is Vigilante on the Ana and Krillin on the Zenyatta, two more iconically less mobile support heroes. They're just getting pinned into these tight corners, which gets them out of range for peel, and it also gets them out of range of being able to LOS to heal. And so London Spitfire have definitely doing a great job of that, and you'll see that Admiral's back in the lineup with the Lucio, and Hottie's definitely going to be playing that Reinhardt.
Yeah, I mean, it's just classic London all over here. The Washington Justice with a very different look, of course. Kalios staying in, which means a little bit of Sigma, and, well, what do you know? The London Spitfire trying to run to the Justice spawn. Who's really surprised at this point?
I'm not. Anyone else? Anyone else in chat?
No one should be.
Nah. Yeah.
I didn't think so.
I mean, I love the way that the Spitfire are also playing from this point as well, because you kind of need to wait for the Justice to come to you. You want to be able to play around these more defensible corners as the London Spitfire, and maybe just also play outside of Happy's LOS.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of that. Look, Happy didn't really have an angle at all, even with 100 energy. And now Hardy, what can he do? Well, he's just on payload. Yeah. That's about it. Kalios has to jump down to really contest him. You can play the edge of the bus, I suppose, but they're flanked from London already. I mean, wait, this is Justice. Hang on a second. What's happening? Wait, Corellin's flanking with Decay. Yes, you're seeing that correctly. Backbone should be fine. But Corellin maybe not so much. It looks like London have almost out-rotated themselves.
Yeah.
They're finally making their way back, and there's the kill on Corellin. Okay. London does end up getting taken out by Decay, however, after using that lamp. Double headshot from Backbone, almost killing off Kalios.
Yeah, very strategic, though, from the Spitfire. This is kind of what we were talking about. Unfortunately, not working out for them, though, Jaws, now is it?
Yeah, that was really nice. Decay just running around the London Spitfire. The Backbone was off on a strange flank trying to deal with both Krillin and Decay, but didn't end up working.
Well, he doesn't have the support of Admiral and the Lucio right now either, you know? Admiral's been playing more towards the front line for the Spitfire to really help make Hottie a bit more mobile, but that means that the Washington Justice has time to set up for these beautiful off angles. So you'll see Happy find a lot more value now. I mean, look at the flank he's able to take as he's just starting to make sure that the Spitfire can't surprise them on any sort of weird angle.
Payload is still going. The bot is still being pushed by Happy. He's also got the overclock, mind you. Doing a fair bit of damage. Quite easy to charge up of Happy, of course.
Yeah, I mean, Vigilante also getting the nano too. That could just mean explosive damage that London Spitfire don't have an answer to right now.
Sound design, by the way, is crazy cool. Ooh, nice headshot. Happy with the railgun, takes care of Landon. When you fire the railgun in that corridor, it just sounds crazy cool. Backbone with a headshot to Happy. Okay, they do end up trading, and now the tussling of the robot. Bit of throwdown from Hattie. You can contest from that height, you can see. But Blizzard, speed boost, Kalios, and a whole heap of hurt. Does end up getting nano, but now walled in. No extra heals coming towards you, but a kill onto Spark is going to be good. An ice block from Backbone. It's a 1v1. It's a Rumble and a deathmatch. Make that a 3v1. Of course, London aren't exactly going to make it fair. But look at this. The whole time this is happening, Decay is pushing the payload, and they get the checkpoint.
Oh my goodness, the back cap though of the century right now, Jaws. That is going to give so much momentum and advantage here to the Washington Justice to keep pushing with.
The bot is finally moving back in London's favor this time with Kalios falling. Huddy taking a little bit too much damage that he'd like, has to walk straight back to the robot, but Decay chased him up. Decay and Happy just taking over this game right now, whether it's pushing the bot or Happy just sniping a Landon out of thin air. This is not going London's way at all.
No, it's not. Washington Justice definitely know how to play this Sigma composition. It is their bread and butter right now, and you can see why. Especially when you are able to play these maps that have way more space for you to take. Everybody gets to play on an angle. Like, no one's really playing together right now on the Justice. Surely for at least this part of the map, you do have to make sure that you're playing the corner, but with so many different avenues of ingress here, you just get everything covered. Washington Justice are shutting all the flanks down.
Oh man, that BAP shift is crazy good now. You see instantly getting most of his health back with the single shift. You get instant health, not just health over time. You get instant health and health over time. It's pretty insane. But look, they're just taking the ball. It really does feel like London are out-rotating themselves at this point. Overclock available for Sparker, however, it's a good time to use it. He's got a big sight line, but currently just shooting Kalios' shield. Spots people on the staircase, but can't really get an angle. Decay comes up big once again. Pokes bomb, kill onto Landon. Backbone comes back with a little bit of vengeance, but the bot is still very much in the favor of the Justice. Kalios kills 2. Can he be dealt with? Not sure, because Decay is still alive, and they're still pushing the bot. Eventually, Admiral takes care of the tank, but the damage that Justice have done in terms of meterage is kind of insane. The Spitfire, only 14 to 67 of the Justice.
And we're past the halfway point, Jaws, and so this is where things start to get really dicey for the Spitfire. They need to win 2 team fights now at the midway and then again towards the middle of these 2 points so they can at least start to match that percentage. They've got to get this checkpoint unlocked.
Oh, Decay spotted Landon once again. Both supports from London a little bit distracted right now. Can't let Decay get away with anything. He's close to the pulse bomb, mind you. Oh, Admiral, he spotted the Lucio, but Lamp's already been used. Happy with a kill onto Sparker. The Justice start this fight off with a bang once again. The window up on the high ground for London Spitfire, but the Justice are more than willing just to back away. Backbone nowhere to be found. And the London Spitfire lose control of the bot on what was a pretty clean team wipe. And with 4 ults coming into this next fight, if they win this one, Rose, it might just be over. 3.5 minutes to go.
It could be over. I gotta look at this double pulse, though. Decay just getting set up after the window was popped by Landon. They're not even looking at him. Oh, no. Yeah, that's just not good.
Nice wall from Backbone there, stopping that Transcender's healing, getting to Kalios. London Spitfire activate the beast and charge on forward, but a supercharged Happy has been walled off. Can he get a kill though? He's known to do it. Nah, unlikely. Had he just perma-hold the shield. Nice little pin on the Omnic. Split into a million pieces like he's a bunch of Lego. The London Spitfire take control of that bot. Burned 3 ultimates from the Justice bank. Kalios has the Sigma roll, I suppose. The London Spitfire need to find a little bit something more. 20 meters to 71 with 3 minutes to go.
The Washington Justice have a huge advantage right now in this map. Kalios does have the flux, and so you're really looking right now as a Justice fan to force out that immortality field from Landon and then go in with the ult here.
Oh, Kali. Oh, no. Didn't quite get up in there in time. That flux activated, he didn't want to get owned, but Decay once again comes up with another kill onto Landon. The lamp used for himself, but Decay kills it with the pulse and then finished up with a couple of nice little shots. The London Spitfire instilling a whole heap of hurt. They did end up losing Krillin, but the London Spitfire have to make it all the way to that checkpoint, and Kalios has come back to rumble on the Doomfist.
Yeah, Doomfist here just provides so much of that frontline pressure, and Hadi's playing a little scared right now, I feel like. Really not wanting to engage too quickly, but maybe we get a chance to see some magic here with this Earth Shatter that Hadi has been sitting on.
Oh, nice little shot to Backbone. He had nowhere to hide. The window's been used, but look, Happy's on the side. The lamp gone. Sparker dancing with Happy, but the Waltz. Sparker's leading it. Kill on to Krillin. And Vigilante's now in the back. Decay here with the recall. Just manages to get away. Sparker's so low. A nice little slide and a punch to end his life. But with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, the Spitfire needs something. The shadow onto Kalios. He was mid-air, so he connects with the ground while on his back, but still manages to survive with the help of Vigilante. Kalios unrelenting in his pursuit to kill the backline. The Justice, they do lose Kalios, but Spitfire are losing time.
Spitfire have got to start pushing fast now. They at least have been able to unlock the checkpoint, so that closer spawn will be available to them. But Jaws, they've got to be able to clutch it out here. 1 minute left.
Somehow that pin didn't connect, but it didn't matter. That blizzard on the ground for the London Spitfire is good enough to stop Happy from killing the whole team. The Nano was utilized by the Justice, and the London Spitfire now are in control. A couple more meters before they gain the lead, but Kalios is already back. An ultimate from Happy, an overclock, but Kalios is already dead. Happy needs to go crazy right now, but already pretty low. Back's close to the stairs to pick up the mini pack as the London Spitfire gain the lead.
This as well, Krillin not able to come in with that Transcendence, which would have been able to buy some time for the Justice to stop London Spitfire from being able to take the lead. But Jaws, we are now under 30 seconds. Can Washington Justice even take it back now?
Landon's died first yet again, but Admiral kills Kalios, and Decay got isolated by Sparker. There's a couple of seconds to go with London Spitfire in the lead. Now very much in the driving seat as they have control of the bot. And with 10 seconds to go, Kalios needs to come back and tussle with Hadi, otherwise it could be all over. They just need a touch too. There it is. Kalios is back just in time, but the London Spitfire, they've got Shatter, they're nearing that overclock, and they've got the window to combo.
Oh, I like that they can use the amplification matrix here to be able to zone off the Justice from this point too.
There's the amplification matrix already used. Hadi looking for that shatter. Kalios right in front of him, punches away, but Decay's already taking care of Sparker. The shatter's good. Kalios, no heals allowed. Hadi was blocking off that entire time, but now Krillin and Happy are in the backline. Hadi trying to focus as much as possible at denying the healing from Vigilante, but they didn't expect Happy and Decay to run over their supports. The London Spitfire, they just need to win this next fight, and they will take the series.
What if the Washington Justice are able to match the percentage here from the Spitfire? You do have the Nano, you've got the overclock, and where is Admiral's sound barrier right now to be able to react to that?
It's 10% away is where it is, Rose. Nano and an overclock. Sparker popping his overclock first, but going pretty low. There's Happy. It's an overclock versus overclock moment. Can Happy land the headshots? The beat comes just in time for the London Spitfire, and now is the time to dance. Kalios gets the Nano, is able to survive just a little bit, and Decay once again takes care of Landon. Kalios runs over Hadi. Little heals the London Spitfire now, and no support ultimates to bear. The Blizzard interrupted, and the Washington Justice wipe the London Spitfire. The bot so close to that barricade, and with a couple of meters to go, they could end them in map number 5.
I think we're going to be going to a map 5. Who's going to be able to come back in touch? Spitfire are getting stopped at the door now, and Hadi gets
Hadi is hit. What a sleep! A sleep and a punch. Hadi is knocked away, and the Justice line themselves up for a potential reverse sweep. The series started off in quite a one-sided affair. It was going all the London Spitfire's way, but the Justice refusing to go down without a fight. Decay with his carry pants on, comes up massive on New Queen Street. They're not out of this just yet. Map number 5, we're going back to control, Rose, right after this break. Feel like we've got to put out a formal apology to everybody suffering from whiplash right now. The Justice have managed to claw their way back in, Route 66 and then New Queen Street. They take the dubs, and now map number 5, Rose. We're going all the way.
We are going all the way. I did ask to have a series on our hands. I guess I got my wish, huh? But I don't know how long this is going to last here for the Washington Justices. I feel like a lot of their success in these last 2 maps have really been because Kalios on the Sigma was leading the charge. And Jaws, look at how many substitutions we have for the Justice now, a whole new flavor here.
Yeah, Just a wholesale swap up, 3 subs. So Assassin, Happy, Mag, Opener, and Vigilante will be the squad for Control. I mean, you're like, whoa, they did so well. Why not just keep like Decay in and whatnot? But they did end up losing 2-0 on Control to start off the series, so
True.
Completely different look here. But the thing is, Decay was kind of popping on the Tracer.
He was. He was. I can.
And you can play Tracer on
Let me give you a little context here, right? I think what we're going to see is some Sombra. Now, I don't know how much I agree with the Sombra, but I do think that we may see the Sombra. And like, you know, as we've kind of talked about, Control has been a little bit of a point of contention here for the Washington Justice, and sometimes you just gotta try something until something sticks.
Yep. That is the old adage, kind of. Can't say the full one, I suppose. Look that London Spitfire. It's Control Center. I mean, this is ideally the map you wanted if you're London Spitfire, right?
Yep.
Start off this control map, and you're like, well, which one do we prefer? Which one can we play
Definitely
rush on? Well,
Control
it's definitely Control Center. So they're gonna run Ryan, they're gonna run Lucio, they're gonna run the May, and they're gonna run Sojourn. But it looks like Mag maybe squaring up. Hey, skill matchup. Okay, we take this. Take the mirror matchup any day of the week.
I think London Spitfire is going to be pretty happy about that one. Just looking at things, but what? We've got the Cassidy versus the... Never mind.
They just ran around the entire map. And Happy, because he was Symmetra to teleport everybody out, he was lagging behind, and they lose it pretty quickly. Sparker is Cassidy no longer changed over completely. The Ryan versus Ryan. Who do you have your bets on? I think a lot of people thinking Hardy right now. Immortality Field already burned. Backbone's in a whole lot of trouble. There you go, Hardy. That's 1 kill onto Mag. Double wall to stop Assassin going down, but now Hardy can just run away with the whole thing. 75% towards a shatter already. London Spitfire, they cap first.
That's so much damage. Look at how much Hardy did. Yeah, Earth Shatter's going to be online, like, at the door, Joss.
Ooh,
where you go?
Back. Yeah, you don't want to mess with the wall. Plus, you force out Immortality Field. You just go again real fast. You got 3%. That's not even a swing. You just look at them and you get that percentage. All good.
Yep. Yeah, there it goes. I mean, you wait as the Justice for that Immortality Field to come back online, though, before you move in.
I mean, Hardy's squaring up already. Look at this. He's on the side. Which way does the Justice look? Towards the supports or towards Hardy, who's on his own right now? There's the window. However, it does get walled off by Assassin. There's the shatter. Not quite the suplex he was looking for. No pin either onto Mag, so cancels that one with a short-range dash. But all the meanwhile, server control is in the hands of the Spitfire. Assassin and Mag, they end up pushing all the way forward, and Sparker is just free-firing on the sidelines.
Yeah, London Spitfire only needed the Earth Shatter as well to be able to secure that fight. Justice, for a little bit, were able to take some percentage, but honestly, without winning out these team fights, that's not going to matter too much. I just want to see the Washington Justice find value from these ultimates here. They haven't been able to for a lot of these control fights.
All right, Happy, this is your time to go big or go home.
Happy hope.
You got a couple of percent towards the overclock. He's got it online. Sparker's already activated his. It's only a matter of time. Lamp's been used, and the beat. The Justice are going all in. The Spitfire going to do exactly the same, and 2 snow globes created on the point. It's getting pretty chilly out there, but can Happy find anything with a railgun? He does. Landing gets frozen, taken out from across the point, and the Justice end up finding the cap.
Okay, it was just an alt party on point. Everybody used everything and pressed Q at the same time. Washington Justice getting the upper hand in that fight, though, really does set them up for success. I mean, when you're playing the May, you want to have control of the point to be able to get the most out of that hero pick.
35% to 76. Hardy with a shatter, almost online, just lapping Mag at this point. Another short-range dash, shatter available. Window with a fire strike, doesn't manage to connect, but Admiral in the back, killing Vigilante. Goodbye. You gotta take care of Backbone, always. Always. This guy is on the flank as May and works around Mag's shield and just hits a couple of people in the head. The London Spitfire with 20% to go, gonna hold close.
Yeah, they have to, and they can. You know, Hadi has the Earth Shatter. They could just stop the Justice at the door, especially when Hadi looks like he's posturing to be able to do that, or you just get a pick.
Come on, Hadi. Hit him with it. They got 5%. The Justice need to act. Someone needs to touch the point. Maybe they send opener, but then they got no Lucio to speed through the choke. Oh, he's dead already. He did trigger overtime, but Sparker dealt with him. Hadi lining up for the shatter, doesn't even need it. OT was ticking down, and the Justice don't touch the point. The London Spitfire looking quite clean on a map that definitely favors them.
Well, they're happy about starting off there. We're gonna see probably a new flavor from these teams going on to Gardens. I at least want to see something different coming out from the Justice. The Reinhardt versus the Reinhardt here just wasn't it. I mean, especially when you've got someone like Backbone, who is the best Mei in the Overwatch League right now. You just get pincered.
Oh. This man can do it all. Flexible DPS, then switching to flex support.
Okay.
London jumping out with a Sombra instead this time around. Oh no, Sparker's going all the way back. The Justice seem to know this though, and they're just running at the London Spitfire right now. I mean, you might as well, but they're not willing to enter this room. You've got to be careful. Nice pin. Short range one. Goodbye, Mag. Thank you very much. Hadi coming up big. His name's Shaddy for a reason. A nice little boot from Admiral too.
Chad.
The London Spitfire.
Chad.
Do you really want to face them on this right?
No. No, you don't. I feel like Control Center should have been, like, obvious. And I don't really like the Washington Justice playing it again. London have control of the point. They have control of the angles. Where are you gonna go, Justice, that doesn't, like, let you take too much damage?
Oh no, you're also just getting sniped by Sparker, like, every single time you poke your head out. I mean, Happy and Decay have been the ones that have been opening the picks up, especially on Route 66. Of course, we're not seeing Decay right now. We're seeing Assassin to play the Mei. Oh, Hadi almost flung Mag off the edge once again. Mag with no charge, no pin now. Assassin a little bit of trouble, Sparker a little bit more so. But once again, Hadi gives it to Mag, just diffing the bloke right now. There's nothing stopping him.
Nope. Nope, there really isn't. I mean, this is just a runaway game right now for the London Spitfire. Happy's gonna get staggered against the wall, and now the Justice have to wait for him to come back before they start to take the re-engage again. But what are they doing? Jaws, they're just going in.
I mean, they've got to find an entrance into the fight, I suppose. Look at the ultimates of the London Spitfire. Hadi can just lay down the law. Mag, you can't get MTD'd again. The shatter hits, Vigilante down and dead. Sparker takes care of Assassin, and it's all in the history books now. The London Spitfire, they may have lost Sparker, but they ain't lost the point. 80% and building. The Justice no way near a shatter of their own.
Oh no!
Oh, God, you can't keep getting away with this.
Oh, you get the... Yeah,
They're gonna go.
They have to. This is it, Jaws. Happy's gotta pop off.
Oh no, the wall. Okay, they destroy the wall. Happy. He's got the overclock. We're looking at you, son. Can he get the headshots? I'm not sure. He's trying to find angles, but they need to put themselves on the point. Hadi squaring up once again. Mag closing in on a shadow of his own. Happy dashes to the back, but almost quickly dealt with. He's 30 HP, has to go back to a health pack. A beat from the London Spitfire is pretty early, and Justice have one in their back pocket now to try and end this fight. They land it, but Happy and Mag aren't the recipients. Mag now trying to prove that it wasn't an MTD, it was a little bit of luck. He's got a shadow of his own. The London Spitfire do let go with the point, and they can still win. And Mag with a huge shadow on the front line of the London Spitfire. A little bit of sweet revenge. Woo! But they still need to hold on. 99 to 20 now for the Justice.
That was such a good Earth Shatter from Mag, and now maybe the gates have opened and Vigilante can start to get something done as well here with the Amplification Matrix, at least zone off the Spitfire.
A charge in. shadow available from Huddy. He's just going to walk in that room. I mean, Mag's teammates are already dead. They're gone. They're dust. They're history. And he's still got the shadow. Just do it to him. Right on top of his little head. London Spitfire control the point. They control the game. They deny the reverse sweep. The London Spitfire take care of the justice in a banger 5-mapper. And with this result, Rose, it also means the Toronto Defiant can thank their lucky planes. They booked their ticket to the mid-season madness on what would look like a 3-map sweep turned into a 5-mapper. And oh boy, were we treated to some expert Rhine play.
Yeah, chatty, chatty, chat, say it with me, chatty, chatty. That was so good. I love it. I love how his cam too is just like, he's unbothered, like in his lane, not making any emotional differences in his facial expressions. He's just focused, Jaws.
I mean, win, lose, same thing in the office every day. You gotta love it. Yeah, Huddy coming up, absolutely massive. I mean, they dominated the first couple of games, but after that map number 5, we got to give player of the match to Huddy. Just MTD over Mag. Mag had a 1 good shadow, he got that 3K. But Huddy in the neutral, twice he managed to pin Mag off of the map. I'm sure he's happy that you can cancel the charge on the Rhine now. Makes for some unbelievable plays. Even on the record ball, to be fair. I completely forgot he played it.
Yeah, now a total of over 10 minutes. It's cool. Danny can bring that stat up again, that's for sure. But I mean, just the way that Hadi has been able to control space here for the London Spitfire and really set the tempo of these fights is something that is so impressive. And especially when you look at just like how Washington Justice didn't really have a leg to stand on when Hadi was leading the charge. Yeah, Hadi deserves this.
Oh, quite easily. I think it'd be hard fought to say anybody else should have gotten that, especially after that map number 5. It was a 2-0 on control, exactly the same way they started out the series. Hadi looking as clean as ever. And the London Spitfire, Rose, 8-3 in the league right now in the regular season. Still fighting for some of that placing in the mid-season madness. It's been looking good, and they're going to continue to climb. Do you want to face the Chatty on the Rhine? Probably not. Justice, they tried. They did try. A valiant effort. But Mag Rhine, not quite as clean, unfortunately, as Hadi. We're going to jump to a quick break. We're going to take a snack and get a drink and just relax and watch those highlights over again. We'll see you in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with Sparker from London Spitfire. Sparker, congratulations on the win. I do believe that you guys. Oh, is that who was that? Chatty? Who was that?
It was Chatty.
It was Chatty. Tell him I said hi and tell him that I love him. I love you too, though.
Okay, I will.
Anyways,
Love
you guys definitely had a strong start. Map 1 and 2 was blazingly fast, and then 3 and 4, I think the tempo sort of went to the Washington Justice's side. What sort of went wrong for the London Spitfire in map 3 and 4 specifically, and how were you able to overcome those problems?
In map 3, I think we just skipped a few too many steps, and because Washington isn't the worst team in the league, they were able to punish our mistakes, and we just ended up getting snowballed from there. And in map 4,
did you say
I
that
think
was
we...
for map? Okay.
Yeah, map 3. And then for map 4, I think we just fumbled under the pressure, too much panic, and yeah, it didn't go that well that map.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you did say all those problems, but going into map 5, it was a rush mirror comp battle, and honestly, there's no way around it. You guys obliterated the Washington Justice. So even with losing map 3 and 4, how are you able to come back back into shape for map 5? What sort of talks do you guys have amongst one another?
After every map, we just say it's okay, and we know we're the better team. So if we just keep focusing on the game and doing our best and not panic, I think we just auto win.
Right. Were you relieved when Washington came out with the rush mirror comp? Did you just smile? I think I saw you smile, or maybe I'm just seeing things.
I mean, it was 50-50 if they had it, so I didn't know what to play. I came out on Kree, and then we say they rush. I go back to spawn, pick Southern. Then next map, surely they don't go rush again. I play Sombra, and then I have to walk back again and go Southern because they just keep licking rush. But we win both.
even you were surprised, like, oh, they're gonna do rush again. Okay, I'll go back. Okay, I'll go back on Southern. All right,
I don't know what's up
one
with
final
that.
question for you, Sparker. Yeah, I don't know why teams do that to London Spitfire. The best rush team that we have. One last question for you, Sparker. We've seen teams. This question is about rush comp as well. We've sort of seen the trend where teams that are facing London Spitfire, they like to, like I said, mirror the rush comp. Out of all the teams that you've seen who've pulled out their rush comp position, which team, other than London Spitfire, other than yourselves, which team do you think is a really good rush team?
Maybe Gladiators or Toronto, I think, was the closest officials. But still one in those.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Not Glads. Maybe.
Gladiators and Toronto. All right, okay. Gladiators and Toronto. Interesting. All right. Sparker, thank you so much for your time. And of course, big congratulations on the win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, he didn't get the wave. You tried so hard, though. I admire that about you. Yeah, no, thank you so much, Sparker, of course, for giving us some insight into what went down. Well, yeah, it went 5 maps. Felt like a little bit of a waste of time there in the end. Let's just address the mammoth in the room. So if things go well for you, and you have DK popping off, and you have Kalios doing so much work, and your team looks great on those Sigma comms, you decide right now is the best time for you to swap out 3 players and bring in 3 players.
On top of that, they mirror.
Yeah,
a composition that a team specializes.
I feel a lot of feels right now, and
I'm not touching this.
Okay, I got it.
Staying away.
I got it, but I'm not gonna get angry. Okay? I promise I'm not gonna get angry.
Okay.
This game is the embodiment of why coaches matter in Overwatch. We have a team like the London Spitfire who do not have the best players in the world, but they are playing the right players, the right heroes, the right strategy everywhere. They know their strengths. They know how to put people in. The Washington Justice have no idea how to play Overwatch right now. They have no idea how to play Overwatch 2. They are currently, they keep trying this mag with Krillin on Lucio. They go 0-2 down, okay? I understand you come in with your strategies, we'll move past that. It's the same old trick, but hey, whatever. They put in Kalios, they play the double flex support, and they win Route 66 and New Queen Street. You have won these two maps on the back of it. The London Spitfire do not have the answer to what you are playing. You full held them on Route 66. You are doing so much damage. You are allowing Decay and Happy to play to their strengths. Happy is popping off on the Sojourner and the Hanzo. Decay is doing what Decay does best when you give him the space to play the Tracer. And then you're telling me on map 5 against the London Spitfire, you're going to play Rush Mirror against the London Spitfire? You're going to take out your best player in Decay who carried you single-handedly through New Queen Street to a win, and you're going to take him out on Lijiang Tower to mirror the Rush versus London Spitfire. There needs to be a serious look going into after the mid-season madness, because they are unlikely to qualify at this point. There needs to be a serious look at the coaching staff of the Washington Justice, because they have the talent. I'm going to say it, Mitch is going to get mad. They do have the talent. They need to be better. They should be better, and these aren't difficult decisions. These aren't difficult choices. They're making the wrong decision time and time again. They need to find someone who's going to make the right decisions.
Yeah,
I 100%
We're just
agree.
baffled.
And also, I think this was the first time that I've ever felt frustrated, like really frustrated watching an Overwatch game.
Yeah, there's a lot of anger. I'm doing earmuffs from my unborn baby right now. I don't want it to see or hear what went down with Washington Justice. Like, no. Like, I had to endure it. I don't want the innocence to be lost so soon already. It's frustrating. It's so frustrating after they just managed to claw their ways back into the match. No words. A lot of words, but also no words. So let's take a look at the standings, because there were some other teams which did profit greatly from that London Spitfire win. And one of those is the Toronto Defiant. Due to the London Spitfire winning, they managed to now clinch their spot. And that means we have one more up for grabs, and that one will be fought out between the Mayhem, the Justice, and the Boston Uprising. All three teams still in the running. There are some wonky scenarios we could be running in, and not all of these teams have their faith in their own hands. I think if Florida wins their match, don't quote me on that, I think they're in. But I have someone above my pay grade who has to double check that for me. But I think I just heard someone who earns more money than me. He said true. There we go. I'm a genius. Anyway, yeah, so this is all about Florida winning at the end of the day. And if they don't win, then it gets weird and complicated again. But we still have a second match, of course, of the day. We have to get through those as well. This one is going to be fought out between the Dallas Fuel and the New York Excelsior. Should be a one-sided affair on paper, and I see your face, Reinforce. You're excited to walk us through this. You'd love to talk about how the New York Excelsior can get it done.
I got past the Washington segment without saying a word. Yes, we're on to match 2. Let's go, New York, Dallas. This is going to be a really fun match. I don't know why, but I'm just happy we're moving on. Dallas Fuel, look, they've been undergoing some struggles so far in this stage, trying to figure out their player scenarios, like who is going to play what role. We saw Gurio a lot early on in the lineup, playing the Sojourner for them. But also Edison, is he going to be integrated and be a big part of this team? Sparkle, I think there's still a lot of questions when it comes to figuring out the Dallas Fuel and what version we're going to see from the Dallas Fuel moving into the mid-season madness playoffs. So I'm just looking forward to see the Dallas Fuel and what they'll bring in this match so far, because I just quite haven't figured them out as of yet. Whereas we're seeing the San Francisco Shock, they know what they're doing. Atlanta Reign, even Houston Outlaws, like they have their plan in front of them. Dallas Fuel, I feel like they're still tinkering, and so the more matches we'll see from them, we'll have a better idea of what they're planning going into the mid-season madness.
Absolutely. Let's see if they will find their identity anytime soon as we're heading into that next tournament of ours. But for all the action, we're going to hand it over to Uber and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Zoe. I couldn't agree more with Johnny. I'm really excited for this match for no reason related to the gameplay that we're expecting in this match, just in contrast to the previous one.
The thing that I got from the desk was, you know, if you're upsetting Danny Lim over the gameplay, you've done something wrong. Danny has never been upset, I think, in all of the years with Overwatch. Danny's also got to be careful. Hey, you know, we usually play as Danny's outfit 1-piece or 2-piece. They crank up the AC in there, bro. It's gonna get dangerous.
It's gonna get
bad. They start cranking up the AC.
You gotta take you to the car wash. That's what I'm gonna say. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You know, on the side, you know, between games, you know, anyone need a squeegee job. Anyway, Dallas Fuel. NYXL, not allowed to say that anymore. Sorry. New York Excelsior, 1-8 right now. And I think, look, we're moving into it. Look, they've been getting beat up. They've been getting beat up this entire season, right? Go on, follow up on that one.
But they have good players. Like that's the thing that's so confusing with New York. Is that they legitimately have good players on the team. They legitimately have good players on the team.
They all do. Everyone has them. Everyone has this.
Well, there are some teams. Yeah, but there are some teams where the talent matches the record. I would say the
looks like every human being
on this
can breathe
team
autonomously.
doesn't match the record that they currently have, or you would think. And there's really no reason why. I mean, they just looked like a mess all season long.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the most confusing things for us, and it's been kind of the malaise that New York's been affected by over the last couple of seasons, where they've just you really underperformed our expectations. We've always had high expectations for this team, and we still do. I think in a metagame like this as well, this is where I think a player like Kellen might actually find some success if this team wants to try and play the wrecking ball-based setups, like we know that Dallas has been that.
Yeah, when you looked at this New York roster on paper, I kind of thought, like, did I think they would be in, like, the upper echelon of the West? Like, no. But I thought they would probably contend for your, like, 7 through 9 area, right? You know, be around the area of the Toronto Defiant and whatnot.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the Dallas Fuel. We know what they have, what they're capable of doing. The favorites in this series coming on in. Edison and Sparkle starting here today, and then you got Fearless in the tank role to kick things off.
Yeah, look, I feel like Dallas definitely moving more in the direction of getting a little bit more game time out of Fearless lately. And it's been that wrecking ball, right? They looked really shaky at the start of sort of, you know, the Midseason Madness qualifiers, and they had a really tough record, right? Had tough opponents, rather. So that was a bit challenging for them. But like the San Francisco Shock, Dallas seemed to agree that having a really strong wrecking ball player is one of the most important things that you can work on right now, especially when Sojourner is just so powerful at base level, and Tracer is still, well, Tracer. Dallas have a pretty flexible backline as well, so getting that wrecking ball sort of nailed down is really important. I think this team is, you know, has to continue to evolve, because we've seen Dallas do very, very well and showed us a lot of promise in the kickoff clash, but they have to take it up a level, especially because teams like the Gladsmat, they're not slowing down.
Well, yeah, that's my thing with Dallas, is can they hit that next level, right, and contend with teams like San Francisco, the Gladiators. No, I would even say, you know, the Atlanta Reign, they kick it up a notch once we get into, you know, those live events. Let's take a look at the New York roster, kick things off today. We know that, you know, Kellen locks down that tank role, Myungbong and Gangnam Jin, and then Flora and Yaki, and you look across this, you're like, well, there's really no weaknesses. 1-9, it just does not seem like they've had a grasp on the meta. Not really a grasp on, like, being able to play together and, you know, click as a unit. The thing with this team, though, I would say is, like, when you look at some of the other teams, like, that are down there on the bottom of the standings, right? Like a Paris or a Vancouver, right?
Or New York, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I am talking about New York, so clearly, yes, New York. This team, if they get on the same page and whatnot, I can see this team, like, upsetting, like, better teams later in the season, right? And making up some of those wins, where I'm not sure I can see that with some of the other group. Like, I think the Titans will actually find wins. I think the Titans have been improving. Paris already with a win. I think New York is the type of team that, like, they have the players that could reach that ceiling, that next step, if they're able to get it all together. And I think, at least over what we've seen this season, that's a big if.
Yeah, look, I just think it's shocking, genuinely shocking that a roster like this has done so poorly. At least with, like, you know, the Justice, for example, they are winning, like, some of the expected matchups here. New York are winning none of the expected matchups. That's kind of the issue, right? Except that sort of one victory that came in, and, I mean, one of the most horrendous games I've seen in this season, right? Really messy stuff. There's nothing clean about this New York team. I'm honest. I want to be honest with you. I really am looking at Kellen here because I think at times we've seen Yaki and Flora be able to demonstrate that they are still that sort of top-level players. The backline of Myeonbong and Gangnam as well, I think definitely deserves a bit of scrutiny. But Kellen has to be really leading the charge here. And whether it's Wrecking Ball, Doomfist, doesn't matter what. This guy's a rookie, right? I want to make that clear. Stepping into this team with a lot of hungry players, he has to lead from the front here. So New York had better have been working on something a little spicy here because it's about time they get going off the bottom of this ladder.
Right, he's a rookie stepping into a team full of like veteran players who have been around for a bit now. Kellen coming out on the Doom of Dallas. They'll start things off with Fearless on the Winston. So gonna play a Winston Hanzo composition here.
Okay. It's a little interesting. Also, Chio on the Zenyatta here. So everyone really pleased with Chio on the Lucio. Let's see what this end is like.
This comp though from Dallas, it definitely seems like they're gonna. It's a composition that can definitely take advantage of a team that is disjointed, right? And let's say they try and dive, like the Hanzo's a pretty tough target to dive, but the Storm Arrows can get out of the way. Fearless can kind of dive back and counter dive back towards his backline to be able to help. And I feel like it's a team that'll like a composition that feasts on players who will be a little bit spread out, maybe not as coordinated.
So from New York, I'm looking here at having one of the DPS go in with Kellen, the other maybe play more solo. Maybe we see Flora play the solo here, and he's trying to wrap around a little bit on his own. Great opening from Gangnam Jin. This backline of New York definitely has their name brand. We need to see them delivering match. Purely going for that defensive body grenade, and I guess Fearless couldn't hold on there under that sort of pressure. That's 2 for Gangnam Jin in this fight, but Edison is starting to fight back here. It's another messy one, I'll be honest with you, but Edison knows he's done after getting stuck, and Flora finally comes alive.
Yeah, I mean, Flora's got like 3 in this fight thus far. Is enough to be able to take it. As Yaki gets a dash through on Fielder, they'll take him out, but now you have the tanks back in the mix.
So the tempo is really strange here. I mean, Fearless comes back to the point at a bit of an odd time. They're going to give it up here, Dallas, and are probably going to be happy with that sort of 45%. Got to hand it to Gangnam Jin there on the Zenyatta. In a longer fight, and bear in mind, there's only the Winston bubble to really stop him. He's able to get a lot of work done right now.
Gangnam Jin with another early pick. That's like a few fights in a row he's been able to do that, right?
Yeah,
and
he's got
two,
way
kick things off.
He's got almost double the damage of Yaki, for example. So you can just see how much of the fight that Gangnam Jin's been involved in. He has that Transcendence coming out real soon. It's really been Edison right now for the fuel finding picks, but there comes a time where they're actually going to have to execute a game plan as 5 players, not just, finding that sort of pick with the Hanzo. I would imagine.
It's a Dragon that's ended towards Fearless, which is interesting because Kellen goes in right onto him, so he's going to have to use the Meteor Strike to get out of the way.
Late for Yaki here. Chio gets nanoed by Fielder as he goes down, and Edison's able to find that pick. So 5v5 Transcendence for both sides happening as we speak, but Fearless has found the Primal Rage. A lot of pressure on Myeonbong. He's not going to be able to get back, and I think Gangnam Jin is also in a lot of trouble. Fielder actually just steals the kill. Okay, could be walking back to the point, I guess, but we'll take those. And now Kellen will be on his own. Fearless not bothered at all by this.
It's Kellen trying to get out. Nice shot there from Fearless. You see him smile and he's laughing. Now we see some shots with that Winston alternate fire. New in Overwatch 2. We don't see a lot of like, finishes off, but that's like one of the best uses we've seen of it, right? Being able to finish off a kill.
Yeah, it's easy to use because it uses less ammo now, but it hits for what, 50 damage, I think? It doesn't tickle, especially if you're Tracer, but that's a third of your health, and to finish off kills, which is kind of what the intention was with that ability, working as intended, I think, because it's very effective at cleaning up those very low health targets. So, New York are out of time in this round. They've already lost one of the Storm Arrow. Edison's having a fantastic round at 6-3 presently. And that's all it really is in this round. Again, fundamentals is what leads Dallas to a round 1 victory.
Yeah, because New York, they're able to pick up some of these kills. Like, we talk about how important first kills is in a fight in Overwatch 2, and for a few fights there, New York was able to get the first one. Really, Gangnam Jin leading the way there, just not able to capitalize on it.
Okay, so we can get hoity-toity and talk about strategy, but we have Dallas playing a Winston Cop on a map that maybe doesn't, it doesn't look the best on. Maybe Fearless just prefers it as an analog to the Doomfist. But again, it definitely came down to sort of how these fights began, those initial picks. And I like the way New York started. Yaki and Flora demonstrated at times both individually that were good, but Gangnam Jin still leads the final blow record for this New York team. So need to find ways to really get those DPS more involved. Sparkle has 0 final blows, by the way. Didn't have to do a thing.
Yeah, to really kind of quiet first point, but still, not like you mentioned, not really necessary. As
he has more damage than Edison.
Yeah,
but you know, he never had to really fully commit, Matt.
Flora going to play the Sombra here, so trying to make it a little bit difficult on Fearless as he comes in, right? You're going to have the Discord plus Sombra's amp damage as he gets hacked.
Well, it shuts... Look, I think this can shut down Coalescence pretty easily as well once Fielder builds that. Pretty hard for a Moira to stop you from hacking her unless you can sort of whip on them and cancel the hack during Coalescence. So one thing to bear in mind, and also Fearless has been a big problem for New York. Even with the Zen, they haven't found a way to deal with him, and Fearless has been able to play ultra aggressively, have like most of the damage on his team. This guy's insane. This is actually mental. 6 final blows. He just found 3. Okay, dude. Okay.
That's the thing, like...
This is the legacy of Jonak here being reborn.
Before the season, right, before seeing any of the games, obviously, if you saw this roster on paper, you would, and compared it to other teams in the league, like, you would have liked their support line, you know, a lot above a lot of other teams, you know, even their DPS, right? You know, we thought Kellen would be good. It's just they've not been able to put it together, through the course of a series, really just kind of like at all. But man, you see right there, Gangnam with another big impact at the beginning of a round.
It's insane. He's 7-3 right now.
Yeah,
he's deadlifting the New York himself.
But we know he's like a sick player, right? Like we've seen it in the past. Like we've seen all these players, you know, in some capacity, play at like almost like an all-star type of level.
Oh, okay, nice by Sparkle. Able to blow up Myeonbong. Okay, another Zenyatta that gets Nano. It's so odd that this is happening. So Gangnam has a Transcendence here, but it doesn't convert into a kill opportunity for New York, so that's a problem. They want to use it to get like a positive tempo advantage, but all they do is stay on even footing and lose another player after. Edison, okay, he can get out. He's smashing that E button to try and recall, and with the hack duration being shorter, he's able to escape. This is extremely unfortunate for New York in that fight, but they have a decent lead at least to work with.
Yeah, Yaki not able to stall for long, so they're gonna keep trying to fight this. So you still have Flora here, and this is interesting. I gotta see if they're gonna switch anything else up. Playing the Batiste with a Brig with like dive is interesting. Typically, if you see like the Batiste, you would see them play something like a Reinhardt in the mix, right? A little bit slower. You can get more use out of the immortality field. Maybe this is just to play a little bit more passive, a little more counter dive.
Myeonbong there, knocked into traffic as far as we can tell. Yaki though, able to find purchase with that pulse bomb here, and this is going to be Dallas getting shoved off for the point once more. We've seen teams just have a little bit of difficulty finding consistency with the Lucio Moira setups here, and Fearless is, Matt, he's chosen to switch over to the Doomfist.
Yeah, and maybe he finds it a bit hard when they go with that Batiste and the Brigitte to go in and dive on the Winston, right? Gangnam Jin getting tons of healing in terms of Inspire, putting down some damage, Immortality Field, a little bit of extra damage with the Batiste, difficult to stay alive.
Like, I credited Myeonbong. I actually think he went for a regenerative burst there to make sure that, you know, they'd be able to get Kellen above the threshold when that pulse bomb came in. So good response, very quick from New York, but doesn't end up being enough because you get the fuel that sort of pile on in, and Fearless is showing us the fruits of his labor on the Doomfist.
It'll be Dallas flipping the point here. Coalescence available, and Sparkle with a duplicate. You could dupe the Brig here. We've seen that in the past. That would be a pretty solid target there for Sparkle. Get some extra healing, get maybe a rally in the mix, buys you some time so you get sound barrier.
All right, Sparkle with a duplicate here. Toby Kellen getting out for the time being, says beam me up, Scotty, and that Sparkle with a duplicate of Brigitte here, but they've already lost Fearless. Sparkle trying to just jockey back a little bit now as a New York Excelsior, the Rat for Blood. Sparkle got to get knocked out of that duplication here, and this is good from New York. They have a good feel for this comp. It's a weird composition though. I don't think I've ever already seen Baptiste with 2 flankers and a Doomfist, but it's working. It's working.
And with the Brig as well, like typically you'd also have like a Zen for these types of comps because you're gonna have the rally in the mix, some over healing, just trying to get Dallas off the point
so
as
strange.
New York takes in. Yeah, it's just a really odd comp. I think though, making it difficult for Dallas to dive.
Okay, yeah, obviously interesting looks there from New York, aided by Gangnam Jim finding 4 final blows over the course of that round, but now we see Flora getting a lot of value on that Sombra, right? Whether Fearless is playing Winston or Doomfist, either way, there's a lot of disruption to be done there. Dallas, Yeah, a chance to rethink their strategy here. This is the start of the round. So this is that little 3K from Gangnam Jim. I mean, that's as clean as you like, right? There's no smoke or mirrors, no gimmicks there. Ah, yes. Very, very standard, yes. Very reasonable. That's what I'm saying. This is like, it's a Jonak reincarnated here. Obviously, he's alive still, but you know what I mean. The spirit.
So, they'll keep the Batiste with the Brig. They'll play Sojourn Tracer with the Doom this time. This makes a little bit more sense, like to kind of like play a little bit more around the Sojourn. We'll see how they get use of it as Sparkle going deep here, getting Kellen really low. They're going to be able to bring him back pretty much full HP, but they're going to lose a lot of other players in the process.
Honestly, keeping him out of the fight is high enough value in and of itself.
Yes.
That was all of New York's disruption outside of the Brigitte there, so not a darn thing they could do to stop Dallas from executing their game plan. They're still on the Lucio Moira setup here. They still want to dive, and a lot is going to hinge on Sparkle's ability to get an insta-kill or eliminate a target early, or just put a ton of pressure on the Doom, right? Like, it's so easy to hit this Doomfist with the sticky bombs if he stood there with the power block
sticky bombs, like a shot or two of damage, and then start to get the focusing beam, and he has to run away.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do in that type of position.
Power block early from Kellen. Edison doesn't want to linger for too long, but Gungjin kind of overextends. An opportunity there as a recall has to be brought out. Flora, nice whale. Starts the fight off, getting rid of Sparkle. This is very good news for New York here. And now he's taking the high ground as well. Pressure on Fearless, but Coalescence is going to come out of fielder now. Flores maybe hoping for a headshot on the Moira if he can get an insta-kill, but that Coalescence is huge for Dallas. Inoculates them against the crackback of New York in his fight, and Flora kind of was a spectator there, man.
Yeah, he was not able to find anything. Like, he was farming up some railgun damage on the shields, but really just like a bystander. Really relying on, like, from him playing in that position, he's really relying on building up that rail shot and then hitting it on that Moira, right? That was the only target that he could see kind of outside of the shield, but as soon as he misses that, it was not really adding much to the fight.
Dallas aren't giving New York a lot of time to poke and build up those rails, right? They just want to dive in, so the opportunities for Flora to build up to 100 before fights begin are kind of limited. Here's a sound barrier again. Dallas want to go forward once more. Immortality Field's going to save Gangnam Jim's life, but only for a time, as the focusing beam is going to be enough to deal with that Brig. Fearless, he's on the hunt right now, and again, that disruption was what New York were without in that first fight. Crucially, Flora down, Fearless with 2, and now the Monkey King is back.
But if you can't win a fight, like that, if you're New York with what you had with this composition, it's not going to work. You have to switch off of it.
Myeonbong on the Ana here. That Immortality Field just isn't quite enough, especially when focusing being can blow you up as soon as that drone is gone. Yaki sees Fielder. Fearless coming straight at him now as well. Not enough pressure on Fearless if he's able to deal with a Tracer like that. Pulse drop, no connection there inside the Pergola as Yaki has one of his own and he's looking again squarely at Fielder. But it's Myeonbong falling early. Dallas have got to execute their game plan already, and Sparkle's going to duplicate the Doomfist. There's 2 tanks on the field for Dallas here, and that's way more than New York can handle. The Dallas field takeaway map 1, a shaky second round. Good signs for New York, but man, they get crushed in the third.
Close map 1, but with what New York was running, if you were going to lose a fight where you have the Immortality Field with the Amp Matrix and a rally going and an overclock, and they're kind of diving in on you, the composition is just not going to work out, right? That's kind of like all your big kind of toys thrown into one fight. If you can't win that one, you got to come up with something else.
All right. Dallas showing us they still feel pretty good about the Winston, but we have to see if that's just sort of a map-specific thing or if it'll continue throughout the series. They want a squeaky clean last game or so before they head off to the mid-season madness. Let's see if they can pull that off after the break. right. As usual, there was always a bit of uncertainty about the Dallas Fuel at the start of a qualifier, and then they tend to find their feet. This is definitely the second phase of that particular heuristic. Dallas show us primarily Winston on the first map, so we don't really know if that says anything about how the rest of this series will go, Matt.
Yeah, it'll be interesting as the series kind of develops. Some interesting compositions from New York there on that first point. I also like that Dallas hype video, Mitch. It was so nice for Tasmo to lend out his penthouse apartment roof for Dallas to be able to film that video.
Rich get richer though, because I heard he's getting royalties for that. So yeah, don't be too thankful. My guy always puts his dollars to work. You know what Taz is like.
Yeah. Can't pick me up at a Ferrari at the homestand. Nah, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I give all
massive vouch.
Yeah, massive vouch. Interesting that for Dallas here, you don't think about bringing in Hanbin to play like Sigma, right? We've seen Sigma played a ton on Iconfall. Maybe they just feel more comfortable with the Winston. They feel the Winston compositions are working, which they definitely are here against New York, and they can take advantage in that regard. Or just they want the flexibility to be able to play Doomfist as well. Looks like that's what we're going to see from the New York Excelsior on defense here to kick things off. It'll be the Doomfist, this time comboed with the Ana and the Zen for that backline.
Attackers incoming.
I'm interested. I'd love Dallas to try and play that Winston on defense, right? And then the conversation evolves to like, are they limit testing? They trying to just like squeeze as much like official map time out of this Winston comp as they can. The Moira Lucio, I don't know if we'll get that. That was always obviously a little strange. A few teams are toying with it, and I think we understand what the premise is there, but can be a little risky. New York though have Yaki and Flora, so playing these sort of dive DPS, right? No interest in sort of playing Sojourn here, which is, I think, a bit curious for sure.
So the one thing I worry about New York playing this comp is I think they had trouble with this comp really just kind of dealing with the pressure of Fearless on the dive and then Sparkle up, right above here, putting down damage. This time they're able to deal with Fearless really quick though. So he gets discorded, some shots from Kellen and Gangnam Jin finish him off.
No, it doesn't matter who you are. Once you get a Discord orbs taped to your forehead and a couple of those balls coming in, you're as mortal as anybody else here. I think Fearless found it out the hard way trying to dive that back line there.
And Zen's not like the easiest dive target anymore, right? With the kick and like just how sturdy he is.
I'd rather dive a Tracer with her cooldowns up, I think. It is extremely frightening. I feel under a little bit of pressure there. You can see he wants his team to go forward. Shio, though, was hit with a Vita Grenade, so that's an easy pickup for Killstealer Gangnam Jin. His 4 is not able to do too much about that initial kill, but it's all New York right now.
I mean, New York looked, they lose map number 1. But it's like rare to say like a team looked like good in a loss, right? They looked good in that loss in map number 1, like better than we've seen from them over their kind of last period stretches of games. Starting off here on Iconvault, pretty strong as well.
Still, Dallas want to persist here. Trying to make sure they start on the right foot here. Okay, Fearless diving out there. Kellen, go for the Meteor Strike. He's very, very low, so he's going to probably strike back into his own backline and get topped up before he tries to return to the fray here. We've almost lost 2 minutes already, so Dallas are taking their sweet time, but it's going to be a nano boost and Fearless into the backline. Stunned up for a brief moment there, but the pulse bomb made sure that Kellen turned into red mist. Fearless now sees the nano blade. That's risky from Yaki again. He's still able to find it though. Nice work playing around the corner of that doorway. Gets rid of Fearless with the help of, you guessed, Gangnam Jin.
But they deny them from even getting a tick here, Mitch. That is huge there for New York, as Dallas ends up using a few ultimates during that, right? The nano boost, they ended with a pulse bomb used there. New York, you'll have your Transcendence to be able to fight on the point here, and things start to get really messy for Dallas quick.
Yeah, this is definitely messy. Not a great opener there. The nano Winston not really paying off. Not really able to find too many targets either, or at least it was a trade at the beginning of the fight. Sparkle's also a little bit unsure about just how deep he can extend it towards his backline. The DPS shouldn't scare him too much, but Tracer's always a bit annoying for Echo to deal with.
Well, the one thing that Sparkle was doing a good job was, Floor runs right into a headshots there. The thing that Sparkle was doing really good in map number 1, Mitch, was being able to take out Kellen, right? And you see Kellen not getting in a position where Sparkle's going to be able to take him out. The issue is Sparkle and Co got in a situation where they're able to take everybody else out. So that'll be the point taken there by the Dallas Fuel. So Yaki will answer this with an echo of his own.
Seen plenty of Yaki's Echo in the past. Flora, this means that he is on Tracer duty. Began to burn down Fearless, pretty quickly, or even quicker, rather. Probably pretty helpful here. It means that New York are less dive-oriented now on this defense than they were. So what does Edison do? Is he trying to sort of keep tabs on Yaki? No. Pulse Bomb here on Kellen, who got nano boosted for that. Flora's found Sparkle. Tracer winning out that sort of, that matchup again.
The nano goes on to Kellen there, trying to give him a little bit more survivability. New York, they win it, like, it's not really a fight, like they kind of gain a little bit of space, but Dallas now in a position where you have the nano boost, you can put on the Fearless, you can go towards that high ground. Is Flora, Chio just gets hit with that pulse bomb. That was a little bit surprising to me. I thought he was going to be able to get out of the way of that one.
I think Chio expected it to be in front of him and actually got dropped behind him, and by the time he realized where the pulse bomb had actually landed, it was too late for him to get out of it. Not too shabby from Flora there. Controlling this space really effectively here just out in front of the cart. Now we're going to see some push from Dallas as Chio comes back. It's the kind of posturing from a team that knows they have transcendence and want to get a Winston in position to make this nano happen. So away we go. Focusing beam. Yombong able to survive it there. Harmony Orb. Give it over. And Gangnam Jin finds yet another one. This guy is out of control on the Zenyatta so far. 6-1. Are you kidding me? He's got as many kills as the Dallas Fuel has on his own.
He had a sig map number 1 as well. And you see kind of the output between him and Chio is, Gangnam Jin has been an offensive force here for New York. So they'll get a hold here, about 1:30 on the clock. What do you have to work with here for New York to try and get a hold, right? You have this nano you can use on the Kellen again. They've done that a few times throughout this. Fight breaks out underneath the bridge. You have that Transcendence. Going to be a little bit harder because Gangnam is going to have to dive down from the high ground to use it. Here's the nano onto the Doomfist.
I like it when defensive teams do this, Matt. They set the tempo here knowing that the attacking supports usually have to hang out inside those corridors.
This is one of the cleanest maps to do that, though, right?
Yes.
Even in Overwatch 1, we saw a lot of teams being able to hold that.
This is Midtown.
Yeah, Midtown's kind of turning into that as well with that second point area by the bridge, right? You can play pretty close up to the, offensive spawn door area. So, Dallas goes with the break now. So we've seen a pretty interesting support lines from these teams so far.
What do you make of the brig here? It's like, all right, we know our backline's going to get dove. We're playing close together as we try and move out to the open here. There's some proximity healing value to be had. Didn't seem amazing.
It seems like it's just more protection for the Doom, right? That the Doom and the Tracer are really giving them problems, so they want to try and provide a little bit more safety for Fielder, and they're really not getting a ton of offense out of it.
It looks like it works. Yeah, I mean, Fielder's able to not only survive that, but also, deal with that enemy Echo. So both teams send their Echoes in. Both teams come back unsuccessful from those individual forays. Oh, Fearless. Flora chases him down there. This is bad. This is real bad for the Dallas Fuel. Not what you want to see from a team who's heading into the most important tournament of the year so far. But it is what it is now. Pulse Bomb dropped outside. Chio eats that one as well. He's had a tough game for non-sticking Pulse Bombs, Matt.
Yeah, and he used the bash to try and get back towards Fielder and didn't have it to get away from the Pulse Bomb.
Sparkle with a dupe of the Doom Fist here. Fearless gets involved, removes Gangnam Jin. Finally, the greatest offensive weapon that New York have at their disposal. And yeah, in typical fashion, Dallas managed to find the answer in the final moments. Sparkle down to Yaki. Flora, annoying, but that's really it. This will have Dallas in overtime as they try and push here to complete second, but it's a tall order.
Yeah, and I mean, I was going to say, do you try to invest here if you're New York to be able to hold it here? They don't have anything to invest. This both teams just empty out all of their ultimates. Coming into this final fight is... So what can you do? I mean, I think you have to try and make a play for Fielder. I think he's like all the way out in the back as Yaki just takes a one-on-one against Sparkle. That is not the right move.
You can't do that for Yaki there. You're in a position to end the round here. You should be feeling pretty good about your defensive spot. Now, you potentially allowed this to snowball out of control, and so it is.
Did you see how low Fielder is? Like, if he's in a position to try and help with Flora to try and take out the Ana, there's a chance that, he gets a focusing beam and kills him there. just a little bit of a risky, that's like, kind of like a hero play, right? It's like, well, if he wins it, he looks awesome. If he loses it, it looks like that, where those 50-50 plays is really difficult to try and be a consistent team.
I think you would struggle to frame that moment from Yaki in a way that sort of made sense. Going down Jim, falling to Edison here, found him in the back alley corridors with a pulse bomb. Dallas now, they realize there's some weakness here. New York starting to limp, starting to run out of gas, and now they start to pressure their advantage here. Kart's been moving this entire time. New York haven't had a chance to really contest at all. They've been getting snowballed for the last minute and a half.
So, man, that defense from New York there on that second checkpoint probably could turn. Look, this time he actually dives and goes after Fielder, and they're able to take him out.
Yeah, and even with Fielder going for that sort of defensive body grenade on himself here, Meteor Strike on the cart, though. Keep an eye on the cart, chat.
Yeah, now
Great sentence now.
That's nice.
Yeah, timing is really good here for these support ultimates. Dallas don't have anything to work with. So, New York will have an absolute disaster, but I'll be honest, they shouldn't be in this position.
Yeah, they had a good chance to hold that second checkpoint, but looks like they should be able to get a hold here. They have the nano boost, and Kellen's got that Meteor Strike coming in.
Edison managed to stay alive, though, so there is a touch here. Here comes the fuel sound barrier. There could be something here. Kellen gets himself a nano boost. Owen's going to use a Meteor Strike awfully early in the fight. Got to wonder about that, but the pressure, as usual, is going to be on Fielder. Kellen's hit with a Vita Grenade. Now Chio trying to ward away this Doomfist, who's looking to draw blood, but Yaki is the one that comes from behind Fielder and brings him down. Sparkle's able to get rid of the backline here. There's no healing. No healing for New York here, so they need to hang on for the next few moments as Edison gets rid of Yaki, but there's no touch, no chance for Dallas to finish the round. Some opportunities there, but a little sloppy from both sides.
So New York's just got to finish the map, pretty much, to be able to take it here. And, I mean, they have played a good series thus far. As this has been, it's interesting, Mitch. Like, is this the New York Excelsior just kind of playing up to the competition and starting to have some of their potential shine? Is it Dallas, not having the best series, maybe taking it a little bit light? For me, I think it's New York just playing way better, I think. Like, Dallas isn't played bad, I think, in this series at all. I think New York's just really kind of clicking today and giving you a glimpse of what potentially they could be.
I also don't think that Dallas have really had a very convincing qualifier either. I think, when we got to see them have some good games with the Wrecking Ball comps, it was fantastic. But was that like a Paris matchup where they looked really shaky on like Route 66 or something like that? I think they're still working out some weaknesses on this team, and I think that New York have the individuals that can sort of punish those. Also, with Zen being as strong as he is right now, like, you're constantly forcing this sort of Winston dive setup. I don't think it's a great time for that. I think a lot of teams would probably agree with that based on how our meta's shaping up here. So Dallas I think they're opting into like a more difficult scenario here, playing more difficult compositions, and the reasoning for that, I guess, is what we can't really know. It's not sandbagging. Maybe they just feel like this is the way they want to go, but it's never been harder to make Winston comps work in this season, in Overwatch 2 at least.
No, it's New York. They'll start things off with Yaki on the Echo here. I think this is a better look than the Genji. Like, it doesn't have as much like burst potential as the Genji, right? Like getting the dash resets and going in. But it definitely puts it definitely makes like Sparkle think a little bit, right? He's going to have to deal with Yaki up in the sky, not let him just kind of like freely move about, as you see how low Sparkle gets there. And it's just more consistent damage, which I think is what New York lacked there early on in the series.
Like, what do you make of a Winston dive defense on Eichenwalder? Like, it just seems so bizarre.
It just seems a little bit dated as a comp, right? Like, this is a comp that you could have gotten by with, I think, in the past, but with some of the updates, obviously, with the Zenyatta update and some of the updates to even Batiste and Doomfist as well, like, it just seems like there's more optimal variations of this you can run that don't include the Winston.
I will say that Fearless is back now, so Dallas are in a position here where they're back to sort of full strength. Oh, Yaki, okay, he really overextended there. I mean, the Discord Orb is still very lethal to you when you're nanoed, Matt.
It should be enough, though, right? You're able to get rid of Fearless and Yaki. That's kind of like the combo here. Oh, Kellen with a nice punch there.
And that'll solve it. That'll get it done again. I think, look, if you can get nano...
both of them, yeah.
Yeah, it was a sick power block in that sort of punch. I think if you have like a good nano target in that fight, Dallas can sort of hold on, but I mean, it's hard. I think, you know, in some senses, New York really just had to wait until Fearless came to them, and then they can sort of put that pressure down on the enemy Winston. I also like that Yaki wasn't obsessing about crossing this huge gap to try and, you know, like fight Fielder, right? They knew they could just sort of kind of work Fearless down because there's not enough healing on Dallas's team to keep a Winston alive under Discord Orb and under a lot of pressure, especially with an Echo on your team, man.
Right, it's now Dallas trying to vie for some of this high ground, but New York's got a good amount of ultimates here. It's got Yaki on a little bit of flank. You see, actually, he looks over, probably sitting next to like Kellen or one of the other players, able to look at their screen real quick.
Yeah, he can't see what's going on from
No, but he can see right above him though by looking at Kellen's screen and then jump it up. That's something a lot of players use at like events, right? We've seen that.
Yeah, they used to do it a bunch in the Blizzard Arena, right?
Yeah.
We just used to comment on it because it was, I don't know, just really fascinating to me. So there was a Transcendence there. We didn't see that, but it got forced because Fielder took a ton of damage from Kellen, and then he Meteor Strike. So Dallas just freaked out and yeah, hit that Q kill with their Zen.
So, Yaki gets a little bit low on the Echo. Then there's a duplicate on the tank, as you see. Because of the HP changes, not a lot of stuff done with the tank. I mean, this is, bro, stop. Sparkle knows. Okay, thank you. I couldn't handle another one of those. I was so angry yesterday. Maybe not angry, just like disappointed.
Yeah, you're ready for a kid, Matt, I can tell you that. Oh, Flora comes in. Okay, that's not how we raise kids these days, Flora, but fair enough. Edison slapped. Put me that Discord Orb, making it a little bit easier. Fearless hit with a Bionic Grenade here. He's not in great shape. I like the dupe here on the Doomfist, I really do, but what's happening again?
There we go again.
Okay, we have a double back from Edison here. Sparkle bites off a fair bit there. Oh, okay, that's huge. Getting Yaki with those stray stickies. Oh, you'd love to see that. Blow him up with a Semtex, Matt.
That's a bit of a throwback. Modern Warfare 2 Semtex. Floor just keeps going like underneath the castle, just trying to. He wants to back up this card so bad. So he's probably thinking in his head like, oh well, they wouldn't expect me to try it a third time, right? There's no way they'd be ready for a third time.
Listen, that's how you innovate. All right. Entrepreneurship in game aside. Flora has this pulse bomb here, and great to have that Discord Orb applied by Gungnam.
Both supports up here on the high ground.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
with the orb there.
As soon as New York sees that, they just try and they just collapse right on these supports.
I'm not sure what happened to Yaki there. Maybe too close to the ground, dueling echoes. So Fearless. Okay,
he's gonna try and like jump over the top, maybe meet with the Transcendence on the cart.
Seems fine, right? He just tries to stay out of line of sight for as long as possible. And here's the Tracer, so he has some support here and a Transcendence for Chio, but he doesn't even need that. This is all very good for Dallas. A minute 40 here for New York, so if they don't win this fight, it could get a little bit dicey. Good Bionic Grenade there from Myeongbong. Long range, but Kellen's also hit with one. The laner Transcendence from Gangnam Jin, though. Decent looks. Fearless throws the bubble down, trying to break it up a little bit. Kellen being pretty
getting close to the nano, too.
Gangnam Jin has just been a standout MVP
what a
this
sleep.
series. I love this backline from New York right now. I mean, Gangnam Jin is unreal, just providing these long range, these free picks, it's free kills, man.
And that was a sick sleep there from Myeongbong with Fearless coming in on the primal right over on the bridge. It's like he's kind of like moving almost above his head. That is so difficult to hit. So Fearless now goes over to the Doomfist for a little bit more survivability.
So Gangnam Jin is 11 final blows, 7 deaths to Chio's 3 and 11.
Check this out though, I mean, New York, they have the duplicate pulse bomb. They are actually able to save onto their nano boost in that fight, which is massive, and they'll open up this one with Kellen getting it.
Chio down again, that's 12 deaths for the Zed on the Dallas field. They are struggling to keep their backline alive here. And the duplicate there, nice little touch from Yaki. 2 Doomfists is a very frightening prospect. Back to the card now is lapsed there for a moment. They're going to be able to move up.
Dallas should be able to get out and contest, though. Edison with a pulse bomb here. This could be massive.
Biding his time here, trying to stay on the line of sight because Gangnam Jin is a lethal weapon right now. It takes some stones to step up to a Zen like that right now, but Kellen gets surrounded by Dallas. Everybody turns their heads towards the Doomfist. And look at how it buys them space now. Dallas can breathe a sigh of relief, and New York have lost their most key component still, though, is the backline doing work. This is why you pick up Yongbong and Gangnam Jin. This is why you give them this assignment. Chio's able to at least respond, but it's unlikely that's going to be enough here.
No.
Fortunately, Edison able to work down the Tracer.
As Kellen jumps on in, but you probably have to back out here. Yeah, you want to wait for some of these players to come off a spawn for New York. You don't want to just keep kind of throwing your bodies at the point here. It's Transcendence on both sides. I think at that point you look at these Anas, like one of them could hit a sick biotic grenade, right? The area that they're going to end up fighting in is so close together.
55 seconds. Both teams with Transcendence ready to go. And a duplicate for Sparkle. Maybe copy like an Ana could be nice. Or the Doom. Sparkle generally preferring to have an extra Doom in play. 39 seconds, time ticking. New York allowing that to lapse a little bit. They're looking at pressure. Edison leaning into this left-hand side of the map. That Zed is so scary. All right, Transcendence in play now. Gangnam Jin wants to reposition and give that healing. Chio also wants to use his, but he can't keep Sparkle alive. Man, they've lost both their DPS. This is bad for Dallas, real bad.
Oh yeah, as Kellen goes in with another seismic slam as Chio gets so low as Sparkle's going to duplicate the Doom Fist here, but don't think he's going to last for long as that's going to be New York taking that second map. And I got to tell you what, New York had they had a punish chance in the first map as well. This could be a series where New York found themselves up 2-0, but yeah, they've looked good here today.
I think whichever way you slice it, New York looked like the better team for that entire map. I will say that, like, I'm curious to understand Dallas's philosophy about, you know, hero composition on some of these maps here. Arguably, they could have maybe made it easier for themselves, but they remain as inscrutable as ever as we have a tied series. New York at 1-8 here, taking a map off the field. Stick around, everybody. This one at least is going to go to 4.
trip, my baby G-Shock said it's time. All my thoughts linked up, multiplying, no divide. Dropping hit after hit, never miss, it's a crime. But my karma stay lit, Buddha sit by my side.
No complaints about the New York Excelsior in map number 2. In all honesty, they looked really, really solid up against Dallas, dealing well with, the desire to play Winston on Eichenwalder, which is definitely a little edgy, safe to say. But impressive stuff from Yaki. Saw him on that Echo. Gangnam did again with another, 10-plus final blow game on the Zen. All right, I like that.
We were saying, well, I was saying during the break, I was like, New York plays like this, they wouldn't be 1-8.
No,
the way they're playing today, they'd be able to beat some of the teams. Towards even the upper end of the spectrum of the West. Dallas, 2 subs here for Circuit Royale. Neither surprising, really, at all. Hanbin in for Fearless and Guerrillo in for Edison. So Widowmaker plus Sigma here coming in for the Dallas Fuel. It'll be interesting. We get maybe we see Flora pick up the Widowmaker here for New York.
Yeah, I think then this would be an example of 2 less established Widowmaker players. And honestly, I say that about Flora because we know he's been playing Hitscan, played last year as well, a lot of Ash in that particular season, but I would not consider either of these players, to be like headliners on that role. It's not like you go into a series where like Arns is facing off against Kai, for example, right? Those are 2 players that have consistently demonstrated their prowess on those heroes, but at least we know that Dallas are bucking the trend of not allowing the map to determine their composition, right? We expect to see them sort of fall in line here with what this map demands.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a little bit before where Dallas shows us what they're working with here, and Sparkle on the Genji, Hanbin playing the Sigma. It'll be interesting now. We get to see Fielder on the Zen, right? Let's see Fielder on Zenyatta versus Chio, and then Guerrillo playing the Widowmaker.
So we've seen this before in the past, and I think that was one of the only real criticisms people had of Fielder last year, right? Because his Ana was incredible. Baptiste was also, up to scratch, but his Zen at times there's something to be desired. So thanks for that. Little tinkling of the ivories there.
Yeah, me and Gangnam Jin went to the same piano classes. That's about all we could do.
As in you did.
Bang our heads against it and just walk away.
Oh dear.
This may surprise you. I'm not much of a musician.
Oh, I see.
I know my art style would lead you to believe I'm fantastic,
your art is music for the eyes, Matthew. Don't worry about it.
No Widowmaker here for New York. They're actually going to go and play the Genji with the Tracer again and go all-out aggression. I think this is definitely going to surprise Dallas Fuel a bit.
And no Sigma, right? I think this is so interesting. So there's like no... I guess New York don't want to play poke here, but there's a reason why teams play poke, because it's safe. It's super safe to play this way. You have Sigma to really generate so much threat, plus like a Brigitte. There's a reason why people let maps determine team compositions right now.
Especially with like the way this choke works, right? And you see how long it is to that upper bridge area that you can hold for the Dallas Fuel. You don't have to play aggressive around this corner. You can just have Sigma throw his Hyperspheres, block off one angle with a shield. So it looks like we're going way up top here for Kellen and Crow.
Yeah. So they can at least, going over the building makes, I think dive comp's viable here, right? Sparkle gets with Kellen, but Guerrillo's fallen here. Might be a nice big Sparkle Genji game. I haven't seen one of those in a minute. So Dallas having a trade up here, but we'll have players coming back off respawn. Hanbin might have to give some ground.
How many more attempts do you give this if you're New York? Kellen back in the fight fast, and it looks like he just wants to keep pushing the tempo, but...
well, I would say a few here. Okay, Pulse Bomb is pretty big here. I was going to say wait till Yaki gets a blade and tries that. But finding a Pulse Bomb kill on the enemy Sigma, that's a big deal.
And we just see it now coming back, but Guerrillo switches over to Sojo, so doesn't want to play the Widowmaker here. Gives himself an ability to escape a bit easier, and then also those rail shots up close.
And you don't lose out on much. No. You have moderate to long range damage here, and you get a bit more mobility. Plus that zone control, which is really important against a Tracer, who has to get much closer to targets in sort of Overwatch 2. So more utility, Matthew. Let's see if it pays off. Here's that Transcendence. The blade comes out from Sparkle. You know the Gurio had to vacate his perch. He was getting pressured by Yaki, but Transcendence blade is enough here for Dallas, and they can keep a flux for the next fight. This is all pretty good signs for the defenders presently.
Yeah, absolutely. New York, they end up holding on to their Transcendence, but I guess you'll have the Transcendence here for the Gravitic Flux. Nothing really else in play. So Yaki is taking a bit to build up this blade. So not been able to really put down any big damage, come up with some eliminations. It's been quite difficult here at the start for the Genji.
You asked me how
always on the sneak.
Yeah, my guy always out there being that slippery sucker. How long do New York stick with this? I mean, this is probably about as long as I would say. This is an important fight for them. One, they definitely want to get value out of Yaki, and they have not been able to do that so far. That Genji has been invisible. And not in the ninja way, not in the good way. You know what I mean?
And they're going to use a Transcendence here with the blade, even though they lost Kellen.
All right, I just hate it. There's a rallying play here for Dallas. Fielder is just unkillable at this stage. So that's the Yaki blade. More like a yucky blade, Matt.
I do not like this. Now you lost Kellen, and then you popped that blade in the Transcendence there. And I was actually about to say before that happened that I loved how the Gravitic Flux came out, and when they lost Kellen, they opted not to use the Transcendence.
Yeah, that would have been good.
And they were going to hold on to it. And maybe if they would have just waited for Kellen to get back and then Transcendence with the blade, it would have been a bit different. But now you've used just about everything. You're going to have a nano here for Kellen, but it may not even matter.
So, I mean, that's great. This is not the prettiest from Gurio, but this is what I mean about that utility, right? He just puts Four in a position where, like, Tracer can't succeed. She cannot be set up. She can't play that left-hand side coast, as some players call it. Gangnam Jin, right, finds a free kill for you, so you can never account for that. Sparkle gets involved there. So it will be New York limping up to the card here. So a matter of keeping Harbin in fighting form, and this is bad for Yaki. Yeah, I mean, there he goes and gets rid of Gangnam Jin. Well, Kinetic Grass doesn't protect you against Yaki.
Is Yaki just going to kill it? Okay, so that's how they'll end up getting the card. Is Yaki will just kill everybody. So you do have the supports changing, trying to get back.
So now the question is, like, what is the point when Fielder Transcendencing there for him and Hanbin? I guess they think that they can win with the two of them, but it's not easy against the game.
No, and Yaki was alone there for a period of time. I believe maybe one of the supports was up as well for a bit, but buys enough time for Floor to get back in the fight. I mean, that right there could be like a map-saving type of play, right? Where Dallas is fully expecting to get a hold there, and Yaki comes through with some just like hero moments and able to take that first checkpoint, and now you get the car moving uphill. This could be a completely different game than we expected.
Yeah, especially because Yaki's able to build another blade so quickly. But look at that disruptor shot, right? Makes it harder to approach. Sparkle pulled his as well.
They both pull the blade and just stare at each other at a distance.
Yeah. I mean, it is very menacing. Half of JoJo is about that, and people still love it, so it's fine. I'll allow it. Myeonbong. Well,
is JoJo an anime?
Easiest surprise? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it. It takes that one takes a lot of explaining.
Right, it's like Food Wars. Yeah, I know those.
I love Food Wars, man. So good. Oh, man.
I have never watched any of them. I just know Bren would just talk about all of them. You pretty much named all the ones that Bren would just talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it's because he has good taste.
Biotic grenade here? Not able to follow it up, though.
Well, yeah, Kinetic Grass there from Hanbin, so he denies the follow-up. Okay, you got Transcendence? No, then you did.
For this. Yeah.
Nice by Yaki.
Yaki gets both supports.
Again, this is classic Yaki.
Yaki gets 3. Like, okay, come on, man.
Yeah, how about 4? A nice round number there. No blade, by the way. Although you better believe he's almost built another one.
We've seen some fights that I think over the last probably 2 weeks, and some of them just make no sense. And Sparkle will come out. He'll get a nano here. Has to recall, but everybody moves away with the disruptor shot, so not able to just push it over the line at that moment.
They've lost him here. It's taken a long time for Dallas to get back, so I think this is a bit of a wash. We'll see what happens. 30 seconds left in the round here. What can be done by Hanmin? Very little. Nice bio-nade, though. They could have set something nice up, but I mean, Dallas didn't have enough players to sort of push up and follow up. There could have been an easy 2 kills for them, so New York get there, Matt. anything but pretty in keeping with this entire series. But look, they've stuck with this same comp, and they've kind of made it work. Gurio looks uncomfortable.
And it's really been a lot of, you know, Yaki just big plays as we take a look from his perspective here. Yeah, I mean, that's a nice play. This is happening as the Gravitic Flux is killing his own Zen on the other side. Ooh, that is clean. Like watching these, like, this is not this is against the Dallas Fuel, right? One of the stronger teams in the West. And you just see the type of ceiling that New York you think theoretically could hit.
I don't know if I have them in top 3 for the Midseason Madness. I'll be honest.
Dallas?
A little spicy, but maybe lukewarm to many people. Though this is definitely a comp where they should find some success, right? They're Transcendence, by the way, but New York could bank them up. Here comes the blade, and already Gurio. He is cat food.
Yeah, that'll be 2 from Yaki, as he has just been dominant on the Genji. That's a sleep on the Geo. You actually knock him down to the low ground. He's gonna have to use Transcendence.
Yeah, no choice there, I guess. I mean, maybe you could have held it there, but I understand the urgency from Dallas's perspective.
I'd love to get a clip of that. I believe Myungbong hits like a long-range sleep, and then I think he's actually punched down to the low ground. I actually think they set that up to get him to that low ground, where off of that sleep. So that'll be New York. Mind you, this is one where Dallas looked like they were blowing them out at the beginning. Some crazy plays by Yaki, like a 1v2, 1v3 scenario, right, to help them get the payload over that first checkpoint. And look at what that turns into. That turns into a map completion. That is massive for New York.
Well, the fact that you force Dallas to switch off the Widow there and kind of concede to what New York are playing is a big deal, because now we have another map. Well, we have another map with another team that sort of doesn't want to play like the sort of the most safe comp on that map, right? New York could probably just play like maybe they have a Sigma comp. I don't know if this is any good, but they choose not to, and it really pays off. Eventually, the pressure just overwhelms the Fuel.
Did you think they actually needed to switch off the Widow? Like, did you think that they were putting enough pressure on the Widow that it was necessary to switch off?
So based on where in the map they were, I mean, this is wow. And he's in mid-air as well. He goes off the edge from this?
I believe he's knocked off the edge by a punch.
Right.
Something knocks him off the edge, yeah.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, Kellen goes right behind him and knocks him off. Yep, and yeah, because he gets knocked down to the low ground and he's on the card, he's like, uh-oh, and he just pops the Transcendence. I actually don't think Dallas, in my opinion, needed to really even switch off that Widow. Like, it wasn't like they were getting tons of kills on Gurio, and I also think New York became so attached to him as like a dive target, it actually allowed everybody else to just kind of like operate much easier.
That's a stunner from Gurio. Spectacular. Flora, I mean, frustrating for him, and a chance to obviously regroup and recoup a little bit here. Mind you, New York's still playing Doomfist on defense now, but with the Widow in tow from Flora. Oh man, Gurio now, look at the space that he has. This is why, maybe why he switched off, right? He didn't like the fact that Genji, Tracer, Doom were in his face constantly. But Hardbin now, I mean, your job is very simple. You just go forward, you set that shield up, and you just set up the next perch for your Widow to play from. Try and keep this rolling.
Yes, I think this is going to be tough to be able to play this Doomfist in terms of like how are you accessing this backline and putting tons of pressure on? You see Kellen, as soon as he jumps around the corner and gets hit with the Discord, has to back up straight away. So not able to put much pressure on the cart. Are you just relying on Flora to get a pick here?
Myungbong living dangerously. He's been spotted most hyperspheres. Yeah, don't like that very much. I understand though, he probably gets caught there. He's worried about the Widow. So a lot of respect for Gurio there, but and you know, like, I'm not gonna, I refuse to be hard on New York about this, man. The reason being is that everyone gets so annoyed when they see the same comps all the time, right? We have two teams that are trying to buck the trend when they can in this series here. Yeah, it doesn't look great at times like this, but I will allow it, and it's interesting to discuss as it happens.
I think New York's comp is fine outside of the Doomfist. I think Doomfist is going to be really tough to make work in this type of map and just kind of like geometry against what Dallas is running.
Oh, he missed the powered up punch, but they find Sparkle, so... Oh, man, I don't know. Well, Fielder able to deal with Kellen as he pushes up there.
Yeah, I mean, the power block comes through, but you have, like, the Accretion, you have the Discord. It's just difficult to live through this. So Ant Matrix used here.
The Widow, wow.
You can also use the Infrasight here. Yeah, you're going to know exactly there's two players split off.
Definitely gives you some free push here, which means that Gurio has more space. as that card gets up the hill properly. Gurio's no grappling hook here, so yeah. Pressure coming in, but Immortality Field going to be deployed by Fielder. And New York don't look inclined to sort of pressure the lack of Immo right now. Just Kellen really moving around while the rest of New York play statically. Where does his Flux go? Gangnam Jin doesn't have Transcendence yet. He would hope to build it in midair, but there's not enough damage from Dallas to actually punish him, so he drops it. He'll have it.
No, and he's got good cover where they don't really even have to like worry about them coming into the back that corner and putting pressure on him. So this will be the inference from Flora. This is going to back up Dallas as New York needs this defense here. They need to burn some clock. There's a good time set by Dallas in that first checkpoint.
I'm curious as to how Gurio isn't able to just shoot Gangnam Jin when he's held up in the air. I think there might be pressure from Yaki that made that impossible. So even though there's no kill on the kill feed from the Genji, that's still, he's still doing work, controlling that Widow's sidelines. Well, there's a Zen pick to start the fight off again. Poke comps give you that sort of sense of volatility, and Gurio wins another Widow battle here. Definitely the better sniper right now, Matt. And Dallas are going to get this checkpoint here, and this time bank is going to start to billow out of control.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, I think Gurio has gotten the better of Flora here, and you see Flora going over to Tracer, going to concede that. Also, I mean, I would expect Gurio to be the better Widowmaker of the two, since he's like really just going to go Widowmaker specialist for this team, right? If you're gonna come in to be the Widowmaker specialist, you have to excel at that hero a lot, because you're kind of building around you as the composition, right? Being able to play that hero at a high level. So we'll see both teams match with this Tracer Genji. Tracer Genji with the Sigma. It's a little interesting, but I still think the Doomfist is really difficult to run on this map, man.
Kellen, though, still fancies trying to make it work, and linking up with Yaki is going to be absolutely critical in the next few moments. Also, Flora can lend a hand now, switching to a Tracer in this phase of the map. Widow's just... There's too many twisting corners. Widow doesn't get great vantage at any stage. Yeah. Dallas headed around outside here, and they can drop down and move the card at the same time, so they sort of split their forces somewhat here. Nano Doom and Matrix and Transcendence in play here. Kellen is... Oh, what an awful...
But you see, as soon as he power blocks, he just gets hit with an Accretion, and they have an Ant Matrix, he's just dead. No, we've seen that happen a few times already on this map.
Okay, I like that. Okay, it's a blade from Yaki. By the way, a trade, but it stops the car moving. Now Dallas have to delegate to yet another player to drop off that high ground to further split their forces. I don't think they'd like to do that. And Curio has no recall right now. Myongmong down. Dallas, look, slow rolling right now. But the cart's not moving, so they're sort of chilling here on the high ground. Now, for what? They get these kills, but they have to convert that into cart progress, and Yaki now is starting to rip them apart.
I think that type of fight, though, is like just what New York wants. Like these kind of like chaotic fights all over the map. Not really allowing Dallas to set up and make like a calculated push, like just kind of causing that chaos all over the map. I think that's what New York would obviously, want in terms of these fights. Is Kellen will now play the Winston, so I actually like this look a bit better. We talked about Dallas playing the Winston earlier in the series. I actually like it here in this competition. It makes a little bit more sense.
Nice from Yaki. Sorry, Flora. No dice on the bomb kill there. But I actually think that Yaki blading for a trade was generally worth it in that scenario on the card.
Yeah. Like, right here, I like the Winston better than the Doomfist if you're going to play a dive tank.
A lot of damage on Kellen here, but he's able to get topped up. There's a Transcendence from Gangnam Jin. He's playing that window right now, right? With Yaki going down there, that's bad. Good bio, but it's going to take a hell of a lot more than that. So now what? Well, Dallas, dedicate a play to the car once more. Sparkle.
Yeah, you still have Lord here to contest, and then Myongmong's building up towards this Nano, so you should be able to Nano the Winston coming out of the spawn, or think Yaki's going to be able to build up towards a Blade here quick.
That's a high ground Ant Matrix, by the way, so Sparkle just wants to try and make sure that Fielder can actually get some value out of it. Chio's down though, Kellen. I mean, a very brazen decision to dive into the Ant Matrix on that high ground, but he comes up with a kill and he gets the Immortality Field, and Yaki has been incredible this map.
And do you have an answer for this if you're Dallas? Could Hanbin play the Doomfist here? Possibly. Do you want him to play the Winston? Ooh, we'll get a Diva play. All right, so we've seen, I think it's Seoul Dynasty we've seen actually play some Diva in the East. I think I was watching a game from their match last night where they played on Midtown, but we haven't seen it too much here in the West, but we know how good of a Diva Hanbin's been in the past.
Much more flexibility than Sigma, but it's a little bit hard to gain those same vantage points now without a static.
It's great at brawling, though.
Yeah. Dallas inviting New York.
1v1 scenarios, yeah.
But also, yeah, I mean, if New York try to dive, like, Hanbin can redirect Kellen, or at least sort of, you know, deflect him. Okay, Flora takes down Gurio here. That's the players on the card, so that's not really relevant to the fight happening up here. Now that Flora can join, though, it's a bit of a different story. I think Dallas are under pressure. They've made a switch here, and it's not working out, and it may not at all.
Since they've actually had Zexlick Ponvin here as he's trying to get
for
off
this.
the
You
side.
switched to Diva, mate.
Yeah. Oh, they said Yada kick. They're trying to kick him back onto the map. All right, they end up finishing him. Since New York has switched to this Tracer setup, and Dallas has tried to match with their own Tracer Genji, it has not worked out. Dallas was making all that progress with the Widowmaker play. Now it fell off.
Flora. Okay, Pulse Bomb having been used there. Gorio also attempting to make something happen with his. It's now to the cart with New York. They don't really care much about holding the high ground in this last fight. Transcendent's going to come out from Shio here. It's going to be the Immortality Field from Fielder removed it, and before he can even touch the ground, Yaki has dealt with him. Shio is in deep trouble.
Yaki has had an insane map. Like, every time that New York has needed a play, Yaki has come up with like 2 to 3 kills a fight. As that'll be New York, yeah, taking the map.
He achieved a flatter deadlift in that map. 24 final blows out of a possible 48. He's done it exactly. He's 24-9. What an incredible, inhuman showing from Yaki.
And sometimes you see like those performances, and like, you know what I say, like the kills like come in like almost like a garbage time type of scenario in some of the fights, where like the fights are kind of already won and it's cleanup. He's the reason they took the first checkpoint. I mean, it was getting dire for New York there, and he went absolutely huge, took that first checkpoint, and really snowballed the game by himself after that.
Gurio, only 5 final blows for the entire map. Not good enough from the Dallas Fuel, and the better team takes the map. New York here putting Dallas Fuel in a bit of a sticky situation. Stick around for map number 4, though, as Dallas want to fight back and take this all the way. That's right, everybody. It's your boy, Yaki, frying him the heck up. Unreal performance on Circuit Royale. Give this man the crown, you know what I'm saying? What filth, what disgusting play, what absolute abnormality, Matt.
Well, it's also not getting it done with the Dragon Blade, right? These are a lot of kills without the use of the blade, and whether it's been on the Genji, Tracer, we've seen a little bit from him, in the Echo. He's been phenomenal throughout this series, looking like how we thought he would look throughout this entire season. Like we were thinking that, hey, this is the time for Yaki, right? This is where they put the most talent around him. Last season, seeing him out of Florida and some of the tough situations they were in.
Yeah, I mean, it happens every year. It's like, oh, okay, is it time for our annual? Yaki is completely sick and tired of losing and carries his team to victory kicking and screaming.
This team, though, in terms of like talent, and there's no real talent deficiency with this team as some maybe of the other teams like he's been on. This just seems like they have not been able to get on the same page, whether it be teamwork, whether it be keeping up with the meta or being a little bit ahead of the meta.
Or coaching.
This series, this series, it seems like we are seeing a completely different New York, right? Now, you say you don't rate Dallas super high during the midseason madness. I can see that. But still, they are one of the better teams in the West, even if you didn't think that they're kind of like in that upper echelon. New York is bringing it to them today. I think just kind of proving like what this team could potentially be towards the end of the season.
Now, how do you think it goes, right? I mean, when you play a comp like the Doomfist double dive DPS, even on defense, I mean, we did get the switch off onto the Widow, at least from them, from Flora. It just didn't really work for them. Does that work? Like any other team playing, let's say two evenly matched teams, like is that an advisable composition? Because it feels like they managed to not cheese it, but they got away with it because of, you know, Yaki able to just pop off towards the end of the map.
In terms of what, the Doomfist with the Widow and the Genji?
Yes,
It's it could be done, I think, on certain maps. I think Circuit Royale, it's just a bad look, especially with how good Sigma is on that map. Right. Especially at the start on defense. It just puts Kelton in a really difficult spot. And you start to saw, like, as you move past that first part of the map, like, it got a bit better. But once they went to the Winston composition, you still had Dallas play that Sigma for an extended period, and you played the Winston with the Tracer Genji. That's when your defense started to look really rock solid when you were in New York. Now, this map, you can definitely come out and play some of the Doomfist stuff, which is interesting because Dallas brings back in Fearless. So do they want to play, so what do they want to play? They can play Ball, they can play Winston, they can play Doomfist. That's what I'm more interested in. I think we have a really clear idea of what New York's going to do here. Dallas, I don't think we have a clue.
I'm really looking forward to the neutral game at the start of the round on that high ground in the middle of the map. We've actually seen this recently, like Doom versus Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball seems like it's pretty darn good at it. I mean, you know, just diving straight on in there, especially if there's any... I mean, Dallas really want to go fast with this setup, and they want to make sure they're in with the ball because they've got this Moira setup. So keep an eye on that. Moira with ball means you must be playing compact, but you also can't play slow. Edison comes back in here. 100%. Here comes Fearless. Sleep missed. This could be a problem. Fielder gets burnt down early, though. Kellen is able to isolate the most important part, I think, of the Field's backline. But they still get what they came for. Dallas should win this fight comfortably as Edison. Cheeky little double headshot there off the rail.
Yes, New York end up getting wiped there. Did they make any changes? Let's see. Looks like this far, no. So it'll be the bot moving in favor of the Dallas Fuel as Pile Driver, and like you mentioned, the sleep misses. Even though they trade supports at the beginning, still it's way better kickoff to the fight for the Dallas Fuel.
All right. So we have a jump back from Kellen here. Opts to give a little bit of ground and maybe just be concerned about the flank potential from Dallas, just because of how quickly they can reposition. No two same supports right now on the map, and Dallas definitely have the mobility down. Great start for Edison, though. The pressure on Kellen has really been effective, but that's Yaki again going for a reprise of his performance in the previous map. Sees the recall from Sparkle and knows it might be right for the plucking. Spoiled for choice here target-wise, and Yaki is looking to try and punish the Lucio.
He does have a great target. You think about when you're playing Genji and it's against Ana, Zen, right? Even a Brig. It's a bit easier to go in and make a play, but when you have Lucio and Moira able to fade away, the boops, speed, just a lot to make it really annoying for the Genji to try and make a play. So I don't think you're going to see... I think actually if you were like talking about somebody who needs to pop off for New York, I actually look at Flora in this type of setup. I think Flora on the Tracer can do way more damage here against this type of comp than Yaki on the Genji.
Flora finds a pulse bomb kill on Fielder in that previous fight. New York able to actually get the lead here, so expect a lot of scrappy engagements, everybody. Great stick though, that was pretty clean. Gangnam did try to kick Sparkle back, but he'd already deployed the pulse bomb. Yaki's blade found Fielder.
Blade.
Okay, getting 2 kills for that. Maybe what they have no backline. No backline here, man.
Yeah, just let Yaki do Yaki. Is he's very low, 17 HP up the high ground here. Just trying to find the health pack, but it's been taken.
So sad. Oh, okay, gets the mini, but he lost Kellen there as well. So that, again, that tempo loss from the Genji kind of hurts New York there. Losing your backline, that's why target focus is so important.
Yeah, I think it was actually Fearless who ended up taking that health pack. So, this is going to be a crucial fight. Support ults on both sides of things. Minefield in the mix. Edison with this overclock, though, can be the difference maker.
Wants to play from the high ground, but look at this pressure on Yaki at the start of the fight. Spark was able to use that to find his way towards Gangnam Jin. Oh, Myeongbong, that's dirty, son! Oh, yeah, you'll have to see that. Good finish off. Fielder gonna pile in, though, as all the Dallas Field try and get the same place at the same time in that location as Myeongbong's forehead. And Dallas will end up winning out on this fight, looking to equalize here. I warned you about scrappiness, chat. Here it is.
So, oh man, New York's starting to get maybe a little bit over-aggressive, right? Just trying to like just throw bodies at the bot. So they still do have a lead. Edison goes over to Sombra here, so maybe they can even get more aggressive, play at a faster pace.
Mine sweeper time for Gangnam Jin. Clears out that minefield, or at least whichever the mines needed to be cleared as they could advance. Kellen hacked here briefly, like you mentioned, the Sombra switch over from Edison to try and put extra pressure down on, honestly, it could be anyone. Yaki would also hate to have his abilities turned off. And you said Flora. You're looking for Flora to be a game changer here. He's currently being pursued by Sparkle as the bot gets rounded up once more. Sparkle won the last Tracer duel, don't forget that. Has to back out of this one for a time, though.
Yeah, as they lose Yaki in the feed, and that time it's the Fielder on the Moira with the assist from Chio. So you see just way harder, yeah, for the Genji to get in, make a play for the backline, especially with that Moira Lucio, where Flora, I don't want to say it's easier, but definitely a bit more consistent than sending the Genji after those supports.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He'll have another pulse bomb as well. The last one, I think, was the kill on the Moira.
The Sombra pick could be huge here, Mitch, too. Not just for the hacks, but to be able to control that Mega inside by where that subway station is, right? Because that's kind of where the bot is going to be fought over here, and that health pack is so crucial. So it's kind of to the right of where Myeongbong is, right? Where he's kind of heading down there now, where we saw Yaki try and fight over it before.
And you're right, those flankers really want to get extensive use out of the health pack if they can. See how relevant that ends up being? Kellen gets hacked at the start of the fight. Coalescence is forced. Oh, it's a perfect opportunity for Flora to find Fielder. That is going to hurt the Dallas Field. Force the Coalescence to try and keep the ball alive. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Dallas.
So that could be the turning point. Big pulse bomb from Flora. I was talking about how he needed to step up here, especially against this type of composition. Sound barrier available, but you're going to have a Transcendence equal down on the other side. Then Yaki's got that blade. The blade with the Transcendence could be enough to give New York enough progress. That'll be enough. I mean, it just gets deleted there by the MP.
Yeah, clearly a lot of respect for what Yaki can do if he's allowed to run and roam unchecked. Fearless working up there from that sleep dart that came in by Kellen. Myeongbong was hacked there, and you saw Dallas pile in on that kill. Look at the respect. No one wants to get close to the Zenyatta these days. Fearless stands back and lets the miniguns go to work.
Maybe you would have liked to see them try and hold on to that Transcendence, but felt like they had an opportunity to maybe even turn in that fight, as they did have some big damage coming out from Kellen. So we'll see. The bot's still going. This time a contest that comes through, so that's big, right? If you can have Kellen or Flora just stop it for a second or two, allow everybody to group up together here and get another fight as a unit. I think he hit the light post.
Fearless not getting the rollout that he wanted, though. Sparkle, though, was able just to walk up to Myeongbong and drop off the pulse bomb. Fielder's down. There's no backline here for New York, but Dallas have lost their Moira. This could be a bit dicey for the Fuel here. Yaki still firing all cylinders and Sparkle's down. All right, there it is. Lack of supports means Yaki has to give up.
Hey, you're going to have New York come right back into this, though. Think about how much healing has gone with that Moira out of the equation for that period of time. Is now Fielder comes back, starting to get back, but everybody's so weak, they're going to have to back up a little bit.
Laura hacked there for a moment.
Yaki's Sombra.
Flora's in trouble. Oh dear, Fearless almost able to chase him down. Yeah, the Sombra switch. More pressure on the Wrecking Ball. Recall from Flora now. Knows where the Wrecking Ball is just by sound cue there, but he's less concerned about Fearless.
They hawk on a Chio and they finish him off. And the bot's now going the other way. So even though Dallas is like pushing up here, the bot is moving further away as, yeah, they have a few players that realize they have to double back.
And this is where you want to be, right? Midway through the fight, control the bot, and then stagger out those last couple of kills means you can almost guarantee add on to your total.
And something I noticed as well, Gainamjin goes over to the Brigitte, so that was in the previous fight. This is going to help Myungbong stay alive a little bit more as Fearless goes over to Winston. Try and get a classic dive going, but the break could be huge here to just kind of play around Myungbong, keep him up.
Flora recalls after dropping off the bomb. Edison's EMP though, that initial hit of damage there makes it easy to burn Kellen down as he had no way to mitigate what was coming his way. Pretty clean stuff from the Fuel. Kind of showing just how powerful that EMP really is right now.
Oh, absolutely. I think you're going to have another fight, probably pretty close to where the payload is maxed out. The barrier's maxed out here for Dallas Fuel. But this is huge. 1:35 on the clock. If you're able to win this fight, if you're New York, you think you're going to actually probably come up with some ultimates as well out of that. Should be able to keep it going, but yeah, Dallas realizes how important this is. They invest the sound barrier in.
Midway through the fight, New York realized they'd lost, right? They started to shift the bot back a little bit to try and soften the blow of losing in general. So Dallas have that 15 or so meters to make up here. They've used a lot of their key tools, though. New York will be back in position to defend with Kellen racing to the side.
Yep, you're going to have a rally here as well for New York. So Flora gets just to the barrier and is able to contest it. That is massive. They've done that a lot with their flankers, New York, and had really good success.
Kellen hacked there, was able to get out with the Meteor Strike. Yaki EMP. Not enough follow-up there. Good amount of pressure on the Fearless, but Yaki has to consider getting out at some point, surely. Kellen's down to Chio here. Fearless pops out primal. He's a little bit concerned about being shut down and being unable to use that ability. Dallas are in a great spot to get back into this game in a big way, and so they will with 30 seconds left. This is scary stuff.
Well, the bot's going to stop here a little bit for the butt scratch. It's going to give New York some time to actually regroup. This is pretty massive stuff. It's they'll have a coalescence for Dallas. They have to get aggressive behind this. That's the best way they're going to get usage out of it, and Edison's going to end up with another EMP.
10 seconds left here, Dallas. 4 meters below par. EMP for Edison. Oh, this could be a problem. Hits 4. Kellen disintegrates. He falls down. Myungbong able to stay alive long enough to give over a nano boost to Gangnam-jin, and he's able to find Fearless, but that's it so far for New York in this fight. They've let this one slip, I believe. The bot will push there to that checkpoint. A brief stall here from Yaki, but that's all they're going to get. And yep, another map 5's on the docket for you, ladies and gentlemen, as the Dallas Fuel shake themselves out of their stupor and equalize the series.
Yeah, New York just could not find the answer there for what Dallas is throwing at them. I think once they switched over to the Sombra composition, they had Edison on the Sombra, so they really started to get the barrier moving in their direction. Otherwise, it was looking pretty good for New York about halfway through this game.
Yeah, generally a very competitive series so far. It's been a lot of fun, but unfortunately it has to come to an end in map number 5. Will the Fuel look as good as they did in map number 1 on the control map? Well, we're about to find out. This one's going all the way. Well, it's been quite the roller coaster of a series, ladies and gentlemen. We are in a map 5 scenario here. As the Dallas Fuel that go off the boil a little bit in those map 2 and map 3. They were competitive though. That's the crazy part. Push as well, much the same. It was in fact Dallas behind for most of the map until they make a late run, and all of a sudden they're starting to look a little sharp. So map number 5 it is. Matthew, who have you got?
Oh, I mean, it's difficult to pick against Dallas, but I will say Lijiang Tower has some good opportunities for the Doomfist play. You know, even the Genji Tracer kind of combinations. I'll take the underdog in this one. I'll go with New York. I'll take a little bit of a wild card scenario. I'll take New York to win this one. A little bit of a shock to the system of the Dallas Fuel here.
Worth talking about Oasis a little bit, or trying to use it as a basis for maybe what we should expect, but we're starting on Control Center for Lijiang, obviously a little bit unique in its design. So, you know, that obviously throws things up in the air a little bit more. Remembering back, of course, it was a pretty close map 1. I think it was like a 2-1 in favor of Dallas. They sort of lost that second round on Oasis, but Dallas played Winston. And they just kept playing Winston for most of that map, and honestly, it worked out really well for them, despite Gangnam heroics on that Zenyatta.
So we'll see what both teams want to play here. I think New York, we know that they're probably going to run the Doomfist-based compositions. It'd be interesting if they combo it here. If they combo it with the Batiste and the Brig, what do we see them run? Like, could they play with that Tracer Genji? Yet again.
Absolutely. I thought it was just really weird, you know, to see you playing the Baptiste right with 2 flankers and a Doomfist. It's just maybe not intuitive, but I think Milbong really wants to.
It's good to keep the Brig alive, right? If you wanna, if they start diving the Brig and the Batiste, really difficult to get through both of them with the Brig killing the Batiste buff, right?
What do you think of the Wrecking Ball here? How does this play?
I mean, I think it's just been one of Dallas's best looks.
Yeah.
I think, well, what are your options, Dallas, here? You want to play the Doomfist kind of composition? Probably doesn't work out the best. And, I mean, even diving into that back corner, you see how dangerous it is. You can't exactly dive in to that back corner against the Doom who's seismic slamming back into you. And the Immortality field with a Brig there. It's just really risky, and they end up losing out early here. So Dallas will switch over to a Winston-based composition.
The problem still remains though, right? I mean, you're playing Moira Lucio, so you want to find a first pick early, right? By just sort of outmaneuvering your opponents and getting into the backline like so. But if you don't do that, you run into the Immortality field, right? Fight goes longer. Fielder runs out of juice. Then you don't have the healing to keep up. Fearless eventually gets brought down. Again, throughput might be part of that reason. And again, Dallas get repelled.
Yes, the comp for New York Excelsior giving Dallas problems. I also think it's just something that works really well on Lijiang Tower. Like I was kind of saying, it's kind of why I just picked New York here in this final map. We see teams run like Reinhardt, like Mei compositions here, right? Like against Doomfist-centric stuff, and it doesn't seem like Dallas wants to opt to something like that. And, you know, in this type of, you know, not exactly a mirror, but in these types of like crazy aggressive games, that's where New York's been able to come out on top.
I wonder why Flora doesn't just wait for a Coalescence to bomb the Moira. Seems a little safer than sort of, maybe he saw a fade get used and decided to go for it here. This will be a Dallas fight. Milmog already gone down, Sparkle just popping off. And New York obviously have a pretty substantial lead coming into this. It's going to be 75.
Yeah,
nice little number there.
From Flora.
They have beat Blade, the Fuel do, so they have a bit to keep this rolling here.
Yeah, so all New York has is this Blade, but could you use your Blade to force out their beat? No, that kind of feels like a bit of a win there. I think if you're New York, you start to build up towards your Amp Matrix, but really it's the Immortality field that's huge out of the Batiste.
Okay, so Blade's used here, and Sound Barrier for the Dallas Fuel. Sparker doesn't have to do a whole lot there, right? Just put pressure on. It's the Pulse Bomb that fells Kellen. That puts Dallas in a powerful position, and New York are down to 4. It looks like they prefer to regroup if they can. Flora, though, cannot get back to safety.
Nah, I like that decision, though. They can't let Flora just kind of like linger on that opposite side of the map, and you would have had an opportunity to be able to collapse for New York, as Dallas had always been, you know, keeping an eye out there. So New York not able to really build up towards anything in that fight, so this one will be pretty dry for both teams coming in.
Fearless into the back line with Primal available.
No sleep.
Making use of it here. That's one. Gangnam did whip shots it back. Immortality Field able to finally be deployed by Myunbong. There's going to be an air matrix, but a little too late here as New York have already suffered a mortal blow in this fight, and Dallas now looking to draw even with their opponents. The only good winner for New York is this next fight, but they don't have much to work with either.
Yeah, no, Winston's starting to give them problems, and I think what I would love to see for New York is bring in Zenyatta.
Yeah.
You know, I think the Zen would be huge here with the Discord.
Fearless getting a lot of value out of the Winston in the first map of this series as well. Immortality Field again just gets blown up at the start of the fight, and Dallas are happy to hang around a little bit longer here. There was a rally active there for Gangnam Jim, but the pressure was such that he's still crumpled. I don't know, this is looking pretty good for the Dallas Fuel right now. New York are being forced away from the point into a potential spawn camp scenario there. Power block empowered, punch from Kellen finds no purchase. And New York make the switch. They have Ana Lucio now, really just an overtime scenario as Chiyo's able to again deal with Gangnam Jin. Kellen dives deep, again drowns there in Dallas players as the blade once more is more of an ornamentation on this W for the Fuel.
And I think New York definitely needed to make some changes to that competition, not just kind of pushing on through, as Sparkle types Genji diff in the chat. So, a little bit of BM there.
I want to see the fire between those two for sure. Sparkle's had a kind of quiet series.
Yeah, I think I definitely think Yagi has been great in this series. So,
he was entering like player of the match in a losing match territory at one point.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? Like Dia level carry. I don't know about it now. Oh, Yaki, don't put it in Korean. Come on, chat. What's he saying? You guys are no fun.
Sparkle with some dash resets there. So this is what I wanted to see New York do the last time, is come out with a Zenyatta in the mix. That would have liked it against the Winston, but they're going to have it here against this Wrecking Ball.
Dallas still want to play the Moira Lucio backline, Matt. Punch on Fearless. He's down to half, harassed constantly. And remember, it's the Winston switch that gave Dallas the edge in that previous round. But New York have a different tank line. They have the Zen still, so maybe that's why you don't want to play the Wrecking, or rather the Winston into that. And here's Yaki, here for it, dive on in. Myunbong with that Biotic Grenade connection on Sparkle, probably his best hero here in the Ana. New York wipe their hands to the Fuel.
So now it's Dallas' turn to figure out if they want to switch off of this, right? Do you think that the Zen in the Discord and some of the extra damage and just the geography of this map may not suit the Wrecking Ball the best? It looks like, at least now. They'll stay on it. It's the Zen plus the Ana. You have the Biotic Grenades and things like that. It's a lot
Control
of
this right side.
Discord.
Try like. Obviously, neither of these teams are looking to poke at each other anyway, so a lot of the fight is just going to happen as close as possible. All right, Nano Doom here. Kellen. Oh, lands a punch. That's crucial. Flora's already found the pulse bomb on Fielder there as well. Fielder having a tough time building up that first coalescence. He will get away with that for sure.
He tried to beat him to the health pack, make sure he does not able to live, but doesn't matter, rolls right into Flora, so. Kellen, when he hits these nanos and he can go in, he has looked good on the Doom today.
Yeah. I mean, again, you often don't get the luxury, Matt, of having a power block empowered punch and nano at the same time, but Kellen is able to land a key punch on Chiyo at the start of that fight.
I mean, there's really no fear for Kellen, right? Dallas does not have, they don't have a break, they don't have Discord, they don't have, a Biotic Grenade, right? Like Sleep Dart, even an Accretion, right? There's like nothing in the way that's going to stop Kellen from getting in there and causing problems.
There's Gangnam Jim again. Start of the fight. He strikes true. Oh, Yaki is too close. Yep, the Wrecking Ball from Fearless, right? That's what put him in the path of that bomb. Frustrating for the Genji there, but a very healthy buffer already built up by New York in his second round here. Yeah, Fearless looking a little different there as he looks to drop the mines out in front. Great positioning for those mines, but they've really lost Chiyo here. This is looking dangerous for Dallas, Matt. Very dangerous now. As Sparkle's going for the blade, he gets rid of Gangnam Jim, but I don't know about Genji Diff in this round. I'd be afraid. Oh dear. This is uncomfortable to watch. Oh, he got the pack, my guy.
So
okay, losing floor here means Yaki just needs to get out.
Yeah, you just have to leave here. So, Sparkle end up picking that kill up towards the end. So, you have a nano boost you're going to play for here if you're New York. I think that's probably your win condition of taking this whole point, right? Get the nano boost, give it on to Kellen, and let him go in and make a play.
All right, New York, again, one fight territory here. That's beautiful. Gangnam Jin, another first pick. How impactful has he been on this end? Maybe one of the best end performances we've seen this season in the West. Good pressure, but Yaki got a crumble there as Sparkle goes hunting for him now. There is a nano boost here available. It's going to be the Zenyatta that gets it. It's going to be dangerous. He gets stuck. And he's just low enough to be taken down. What a crucial pulse bomb from Edison. Gets the early damage and he gets there. Fearless able to find Myunbong and Dallas remain in charge for now. New York have to come up with something real soon.
Oh, yeah, and you almost kind of think that the pressure might be getting to them in this type of situation, knowing you're in a Game 5, how well you battled in this series, and kind of see it slip away just a little bit. But maybe Flora can land this pulse bomb, put this point in favor of NYXL as he throws it over the top and misses.
It can't end like this. No, can't end like this. Flora not able to find that pulse bomb. That hurts, but Kellen will have a Meteor Strike available here. Dallas with a Sound Barrier coming up, though. This is dangerous indeed for New York. Punch doesn't connect on a Fearless as Kellen makes his way over into the back line. There's that Sound Barrier fall. The Dallas Fuel. Gangnam Jin, he's getting brought down. It's 97% and ticking in the NYXL. Oh, it's a capitulation of epic proportions. Kellen forced off the point by this coalescence, and it's all over New York. It's not a stumble at the final hurdle, it's a full face plant. It'll be 1-9 for New York as Dallas wake up, but they put New York to bed.
Man, as New York played a fantastic series, just not enough in the end as Dallas kind of shows you that championship grit, right? Battles back here towards the end of our series, takes New Queen Street, takes Game 5, secures himself another win here in the Midseason Madness, but it was not pretty.
Myunbong losing it there, and I don't blame him. Those are the ones that hurt. Those are the ones that remind him of his time on the Boston Uprising. So many heartbreaking losses. But for the Fuel, right, you talk about grit, right? Because there definitely wasn't any finesse in that series. Frankly, at times, the Dallas Fuel looked a little bit ugly. I think bringing Gurio in for that Circuit Royale map, you know, doesn't necessarily backfire on them, but Gurio doesn't look like he's set up for great success. There is a moment, there's a brief moment on that attacking side where we find some huge picks right off a grapple. It's flashy play, but the rest of the series is such a grind for Dallas. And there are some maps where you wonder, hey, they want to play dive defense or they want to play this Winston? That is strange. Like Dallas, maybe not limit testing, but they're sort of reluctant to allow their comps to be dictated by the maps they end up on there. It's a very curious display from Dallas, but they get enough, they have enough rather to get themselves over the line. Let's talk about a player of the match here. I wanted to give it to Yaki. I know it just takes a heck of a lot to give it to a losing player. Dia's going to be the only one with that honor so far. Going to give it to Edison here. And I'll be honest, look, I think it was a good, consistent showing from him. Dallas gave us a performance that was consistent, you know, at least in terms of the individual, right? I don't think anyone truly shone except for Edison here, especially in some of these moments in that first map.
Yeah, I think his Tracer was pretty good throughout the series, and then I thought his Sombra play definitely turned New Queen Street in Dallas's favor. But like you mentioned, I think Dallas, this was like a pretty balanced like team effort. I don't think there was anybody in particular like who really shined today in like a large like fashion in some of the other times we see our player of the match. But I think Edison, just for his consistent performance from the beginning of the series to the end, good enough to get it today.
Yeah, we see a lot of teams run into trap games right now. Better to get them out of the way now than in an elimination match, to be fair. But the Dallas Fuel, they breathe a sigh of relief as they manage to dodge a heavy haymaker from New York, who says they're sick of sort of languishing towards the bottom of the standings. Unfortunately, to get over a team like Dallas, it takes more than just an impulse, a frustration with how they've been going. So good signs going forward for New York, despite a loss here. This is definitely a close series in general. For Dallas, I wonder about their philosophy right now, heading into the Midseason Madness. Disappointing for them, of course, being handed such a huge loss by the Gladiators at home here. They're still looking, they're on the hunt for glory this season. and they need consistency to put themselves in a safe position to find that kind of glory map. Today, not a glorious display at all.
Yeah, I thought it was a good performance from New York. I also think there are some things lacking for Dallas. They really need to shore up before the midseason madness, because we obviously have a lot of great teams here in the West, but also some fantastic teams in the East that performances like this are not going to cut it there.
Yeah, that's right. Not overly compelling stuff, but we'll move on, Matthew, and set our sights on our final match of the weekend. And again, these teams, or many of our teams, are still fighting, for their qualification for the mid-season madness. So stick around. We're going to hear from the gang in the truck and see how they felt about that match. I am indeed curious to see what our insights are from our experts. We'll see you in a second.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with Fearless from Dallas Fuel. Fearless, congratulations on the win. That was an intense match. I mean, yeah, Fearless, we were talking right before the interview started, and you even admitted that it was an intense match. Were you surprised by how well the New York Excelsiors were playing today against you guys? 일단 첫 번째 질문은 방금 Fearless 선수가 저희가 또 이제 방송 들어가기 전에 살짝 이렇게 담소를 나누고 있는 도중에 굉장히 쫄깃한 경기였다라고 말씀을 해주셨는데요. 정말 쫄깃했습니다. 어떻게 Fearless 선수가 보시기에도 어떻게 뉴욕의 오늘 경기력에 좀 이렇게 놀라셨나요?
네, 일단 좀 많이 놀랐고요. 저희가 다이브 말고도 아나야타 이런 것도 많이 연습해서 자신이 있었는데 특히 루시우 모이라보다 아나야타가 좀 더 자신 있어서 했는데 다들 많이 긴장했나 봐요. 그런 게 또 잘 안 되고 뉴욕이 더 잘하다 보니까 와 너무 놀랬던 것 같아요. 너무 긴장하게 됐어요.
I mean, we were definitely surprised by how well they were playing. We not only pressed a lot of dive compositions, we were using a lot more different compositions with Ana in it, and we were feeling a lot more with that composition compared to the Lucio Moura composition that we were also using. But we had to go with that because New York's team comp and their gameplay was so much better that we sort of couldn't follow along with our original plan. So yes, I was definitely surprised. But it was an intense match, but at the end, you guys still clutched out the win. And also, I think it's also interesting that as the games or as the days went forward, we're seeing actually more of you instead of Hanbin these days. Is there a specific reason why that you're sort of like the main tank player for this stage and this current meta? 일단 두 번째 질문 또한 이제 어떻게 보면 피어레스 선수에 대한 질문인데요. 요즘 들어서 조금 더 우리 피어레스 선수가 이제 메인으로 좀 더 나오고 한빈 선수가 뒤에서 좀 쉬는 모습을 많이 볼 수 있는데, 네, 뭐 피어레스 선수의 팬으로서는 정말 좋지만은 이걸 좀 많은 팬들이 궁금해할 것 같습니다. 이 이유가 뭘까요?
일단 한빈 선수가 절대 저보다 막 잘 못해서 이렇게 안 나오고 막 이런 게 아니라 저희가 일단 서로 포지션이 많이 다르기 때문에 한빈이 서브 탱커고 저는 메인 탱커인데 지금 저희가 연습을 많이 해봤을 때 메인 탱커 쪽으로 하는 게 저희한테 좀 더 지금 플레이가 잘 맞아가지고 그래서 지금 한빈이가 쉬고 있는 거고 제가 좀 나오고 있는 것 같아요.
Right. I mean, I just don't want anyone to get this wrong. It's not that Hanbin is a worse player than I am. He's a great player, and I think it comes down to the positional difference. He's more of the sub-tank player, and while I am main tank. And for right now, what we've been practicing in scrims, we're getting better results while we're using more main tank-based or main tank-focused composition. So that is why I'm playing more often than Hanbin for currently in this meta. All right, Fearless, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on today's win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰를 마치겠고요. 오늘 시간 내주셔서 너무도 감사드립니다. 피어레스 선수. 안녕히 계세요. 바이바이.
감사합니다. 안녕하세요.
Wave!
He got there.
Where did I feel this wave? That was aggressive at the end there.
Are we getting stats? No.
At the end of the season, we have to have like a compilation of all of that. This is fantastic. We got there in the end. You got your wave.
Thanks,
brother.
brother.
Happy. Fearless did not let you hanging, which is great. However, great is not the word I would use to describe what we've seen from the Dallas Fuel. I'm gonna be stern about that. Yes, they got the W, not as clean as we would have expected. Now the big question, of course, here has to be: is this Dallas playing down, or is it New York Excelsior playing up? Quite frankly, New York Excelsior, they put up the best performance we've seen from them in a long, long time, on an individual level and as a team. But what about the Dallas Fuel?
I think the Dallas Fuel are a team that they haven't been that strong at all throughout the midseason madness. They did win their last two matches, but they weren't against the best opponents. And I think this was the first time that they've been really tested by a team as of late. And it's interesting and it's really cool to see, honestly, that it came from the New York Excelsior, a team that has, been heavily struggling throughout this season. We saw them come out, and the thing that I really want to highlight is this is just a team that we always say has the talent, but it feels like they just never played to their strengths. They don't have their versatility, but they always tried to be versatile. But now they were like, well, let's just play the things that we're good at. Let's put Gangnam Jin on that Zenyatta, and he went ham, especially in those first 2 maps. They played Yaki on this Genji, something that we haven't seen from him too much this season. And Yaki, especially on that Circle Royale, was absolutely incredible. And, you know, Matt was highlighting it a lot in that map of like, you know, I don't know if this Doomfist dive strategy is going to work on a map like Circle Royale. We don't see it very often. And it almost didn't work, but even if it didn't work and they did get full held, I liked what I saw from them. I liked the confidence that they were exuding when they were playing to their strengths. So I think they put up a great performance. I want to see more of this New York Excelsior moving forward.
Yeah, I think for the Dallas Fuel, though, we have to ask a question here, because as you said so, it was not like the greatest performance ever by Dallas Fuel as well. And honestly, I'm a bit worried, like going towards the mid-season madness playoffs. There was a lot of Lucio Moira compositions here for the Dallas Fuel, and it did kind of work for them. They got value from it. But I almost want to ask Costa as well, like, would you believe in this Lucio Moira composition for them going up against like really good teams? You can get away with it against New York Excelsior, and like, I don't want to count them out. I don't want to count out the Dallas Fuel because they made Lucio Moira and this hard engage style so good last year, and they brought them a lot of success. But this day and age, 5 versus 5, it's a different meta. I don't know if Lucio Moira long term against better teams is going to be it. So I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I'm not too big on the Dallas Fuel on Lucio Moira.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Moira, it's kind of, it can work, but I feel like there's a limit. At some point, it's going to catch up with you. If you go up against the Gladiators, are they going to allow you to just survive
like
longer than Lucio Moira? I don't know. I don't know. We haven't seen anyone else really try it to the same degree as New York Excelsior, as Dallas Fuel, and there's probably a reason for that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, Reinforce, as we were watching, there were, of course, a lot of highlight-worthy moments from New York Excelsior. You just mentioned some of them, of course. Backline looked phenomenal. Yaki absolutely popped off, looking cracked. But one player stood out to you, Reinforce, as looking, let's call it the most improved.
Most improved? Yeah, I think most improved is fair, actually. You know, I want to talk about Kellan for a second, because he was by no means, he was probably the least like shiny, you know, New York Excelsior player in this match, but he deserves credit, I think, for just being mid, because that's all you need to do if you're Kellan in this scenario. You don't need to be the best Doomfist in the world. We've seen so many lower-end teams struggle with their tank line so far in the Overwatch League. It's like even Toronto Defiant, like Muse versus Hotba, Washington Justice, Mag versus Kalios, you name it, like Paris Eternal, down Doomfist. I could just go on and on. Even, you know, Vancouver Titans, are they gonna play False? You know, Zarya, New York Excelsior, they struggle with Kellan, Zarya. It goes on and on about having tank players that just couldn't slot into the meta, and consequently, they drag their team down. Kellan has had a pretty rough year so far, a rough season, and this was a highly touted rookie going into this year. It's like one of the best tank players so far, right? Or going into this season, rather. And he was just mid this series, and I'm really proud of him for that, because I think that improvement alone allowed Yaki, it allowed Gangnam Jin to pop off in a way that New York Excelsior haven't so far this season. So I'm just really excited to see Kellan improve, and I hope if he continues playing like this, it's going to allow those other great players on New York Excelsior to really flourish. So,
our takeaway here, continue to be mid.
Mid of the year award.
Mid of the year award. That would have been a great watchie.
I feel so bad. I like praised him, and I feel so bad.
No, but it's good. I mean,
because he wasn't the best, but he didn't have to be.
But you don't need to be the best. You just don't need to be a feeder. Like that's all we're asking. And if that
great job, Kellan.
Good job.
We're proud of you.
Good job. It's the little things. Now we have 2 more teams which will go to bats, and everything is still on the line because both these teams still have an opportunity, have a chance to make it into the mid-season madness tournament. I'm talking about the Boston Uprising and the Florida Mayhem. Now, if Boston loses this one, they are out. And if Florida wins it, then not only could Florida be in, but I think also the Washington Justice would still be out, actually. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, there's one spot in 3 teams,
exactly, right? One spot. Yeah, exactly. Oh. No, you're right. So this is all on Florida. Washington has to hope for a big L for Florida.
No pressure,
Boston's
Florida.
hoping for that L. It's all about Florida. We all did No, not all of us did. Who you went Boston, right?
no.
Okay, explain yourself, sir.
I think Boston Uprising is a professional team in this. I think no, honestly, so, you know, I swear,
know they're doing
Boston
their best
Uprising
now,
in this
so-
meta, they're a really solid team.
Yeah.
Honestly, they're a solid team. And the Florida Mayhem, I know they look good with like Hydron popping off on Sojourn. Someone, he's like so flashy, you know, charging in and out on Reinhardt. Like they're a very flashy team, and so I think a lot of people like Florida Mayhem for that reason. Boston Uprising, not as shiny, not as exciting, but I think they're good. I think they're good. I think they're a solid team. And so I think in this matchup, we like to think of Florida Mayhem as the better team. But honestly, this matchup is more 50-50 to me, to be honest.
It sounds like you're just rooting for mediocre all day long.
Come on, Boston, you can be mid too.
Best mid of the year.
Great.
Maybe, yeah.
Hey, that's fair. No complaints from my side. Let's see who can get it done, who can lock themselves their spot for the mid-season tournament. We'll find out in just a bit. And for all the action, we're going to hand it back over to Matt and Mitch.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Zoe there. There's definitely a bit of a vibe in the truck today of that we want to glorify mediocrity.
I'm pretty sure she asked Johnny for an opinion, and then he basically was like, well, both teams can win and both teams are good, and just didn't really say anything. Then he just,
yeah, I mean,
no, everybody's like not great, everybody's not bad, they're like kind of good, and you know, they both got a shot.
All right, but okay, then let us take the opportunity to expand on this, because I think one of the most interesting potential mismatches in this series actually might come from flex supports, right? Right now, MCD really looking very, very good alongside Crimzo. When Fake needs to get rotated in, so be it. His Zen is excellent. Guys like Aztec also coming out of the woodwork has been like these really frightening Zen players. Gangnam Jin, you could say the same about them here. On the Florida side, I think that Sir Marged got a lot of his sort of props for his Ana play, but he's really aggressive. He positions aggressively. Yep. We know that obviously for reasons like looking at deaths and ranking people by their deaths. That's not really important, but Sir Margin on the Zen really wants to position aggressively as well, and that has hurt the Mayhem in the past. I also think there's the element of Exy coming in here for Florida, Matt, right? We haven't seen a ton of Sojourn in this last series, but I feel like Florida want to play as much of that as they can.
Yeah, now we know how good Exy is on like hit scan type of heroes. For me, I think that this is a series that should go Florida's way. They have a lot on the line in this series, right? They're able to kind of control their own destiny, so to speak. Give themselves like some help going into the mid-season madness. I think they fully realize that opportunity and try and really put it to Boston early, where Boston, you're kind of fighting off the back foot. You know you're like an outside shot, right? You need to win this just to have a chance. Yes. You might not feel there's as much to play for, so to speak. We take a look at their lineup, though. One thing I think that is a positive for Boston is you got Punk in the starting lineup today.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen Itzal, of course, on the wrecking ball a lot of the time. But Punk obviously, comes in, and we definitely feel like he adds that level of stability to this Boston Uprising team. So I'd like to see Florida win because, I'll be honest, they're going to kick Washington out of kickoff clash. That will probably put a smile on my face. But I think Boston are a real shot in this series, and I actually predicted them to win today. Florida are very aggressive. Yes, Florida are a super aggressive team. Johnny said flashy, and I agree with that, but what someone's like? He's always in checkmate in much the same sense. I think that Valentine and Victoria are decent foils to that kind of play style, right? Victoria is not the aggressor in many of these situations and opts to try and play safe where possible. I think the backline of this team has got a lot of room to shine. I think it's a really interesting matchup on paper. I just hope it ends up playing out this way.
Yeah, so we can take a look at Florida's lineup here. Kick things off, you have Exy in the starting lineup here today, and Animo, along with Checkmate, someone in Sir Majed. I kind of disagree with you. Like maybe I'm sleeping on Boston a little bit, or maybe I'm kind of a little bit too high on Florida. I just believe that Florida has been really good up until this point. Maybe not really good. They've been good up until this point, right?
Yep.
And I think they have the players to kind of overwhelm a team like Boston. Maybe I'm wrong with that. Maybe kind of you're not able to get the compositions rolling that you need on the certain maps in the series, right? And Exy can't get online as fast and kind of catch up over the next few days and whatnot. That maybe Boston's able to take this one, but I still feel pretty good about Florida.
Keys to victory for the Florida Mayhem definitely are to keep that backline intact. I think that's going to be really important here, especially to make sure that someone gets to play as aggressively as he sort of normally likes to. And, you know, what are we going to see from Exi? I think so far everyone's been, you know, I think we got to see Exi on his second appearance. His first was just for one map. He didn't look very good, but then his sojourn in the series that you and I got to catch was excellent, right? Really, really solid. For the Florida Mayhem, they're definitely going to want to leverage that as much as possible. Exi is a dyed-in-the-wall sort of hit-scan player.
I don't know why when you said that comment when you're like, yeah, one of the things I need to do is keep the supports alive. I was thinking Call of Duty used to do like these facts going into the games, and like they're like the most blatantly obvious like Mountain Dew keys to victory, stuff like that, and like that's the thing that would be on it. Like, yeah, you know what they need to do is they need to keep the two people who keep everybody alive on their team alive, and it's like, yep, yeah, it's a really great point, Mitch.
Right, but I mean, but you can take that step further and say they should treat that.
You better, you know, cool on this analysis stuff, or else people are going to start asking you on podcasts during the week. Your schedule's going to start filling up. I mean,
I actually can't think of anything worse. I can't think of anything worse than that. I'll be straight up honest with you. But what I mean is that Florida should prioritize that to a greater degree than maybe they have in the past, especially in a matchup like this, right? I think this is kind of interesting though, right? I always would have expected MCD to be the Zen player in this matchup, but Crimzo obviously is just an insane flex support player as well. So here we go. He's going to be on the Zen here. All right, let's roll.
And it'll be Florida Mayhem. They'll be playing the Tracer here with the Sojourn, where Boston will combo it with the Genji. But I think what's more interesting is the Lucio Moira. Animo we know to be a kind of a Lucio player his entire career, right? Main support player, really only. So you have him playing the Lucio, going to get aggressive with Zermajet because you want to stay grouped together with this type of comp.
Victoria trying to maintain this charge for now. A little bit of poke here and there. Florida waiting for the moment to strike. Checkmate looks like he's going to be the one to lead the charge. Crimzo under a lot of pressure, but he deals with someone first. And this is what I mean about that stability from the Uprising. They are very comfortable in responding to this pressure, and Punk doubling back on the Doomfist has a good look there, getting rid of Exi.
Yeah, Florida takes the point first, but they end up giving up a bunch of players in the process, and it almost doesn't even matter, right? 14% is not much at all. Not able to really build up towards some of those key ultimates. So Boston realized, hey, the point's not everything here. Let's figure out how this is going to play out at the start. And then doubles back, gets the supports.
Exi. Not a lot to shoot for at the moment. Punk is going to slink away now and allow the Boston Uprising just to solidify here for a moment as they get into the lead percentage-wise. Disrupt the shot to try and deny any sort of ingress at the back of the point here, and Exi's having a clean Punk up now. Ooh, that's a scary punch from someone. He'll have two for that.
But yeah, as he sends both Victoria and Crimzo over the side, and you see how Exi playing this Sojourn like so close, like using her assault rifle almost like an SMG, and then the railgun to just finish players off at close range as it's supposed to keep playing in that medium to long range setup. As that's a punch, sends both players flying off the side.
Johnny said flashy, he's not wrong. Florida Mayhem have that in spades. Even a coalescence being used by Sir Marjed here, so Florida definitely making the investment to make sure Boston get the message. Sure enough, next fight, Florida still have a couple of ultimates to work with here, so not an issue.
The Coalescence is good to get a cheap fight win. They're also trying to build up this beat rather quickly. So that's huge. Kill there is able to get Crimzo. Now if you get this beat, you'll have the beat for the blade. Oh, but they get Animo.
Yeah, no chance to get the beat off there, at least to be able to keep it for the next fight. No Ajax scenario, but a very clean little Genji. Bit of play from Valentine at 1 HP, no less. That's very, very nice.
Man, and that is one where Florida got that early pick, and looked like maybe they went a little bit too far up, and Boston realized they had an advantage there, and overclock Nano and the blade get it done, but Florida goes right back to the point. Someone is so weak.
Yeah, great start here. Look at that pressure on someone. Exit finds Victoria with a disruptor shot. Of all things. But with Punk trading, I think Crimzo, definitely feels more comfortable here, going for a Transcendence. By the time he's out, that Overshield will have decayed off the Mayhem here, so we're back to neutral. But Crimzo positions himself in a bit of a risky spot coming out of that Transcendence, as the Mayhem were all over the backline of the Uprising. Checkmate with the recall there, but Punk taking a lot of damage. Still the Uprising are in control, and Victoria gets rid of Animo here.
Victoria gets rid of both supports here, so now we're doing like a the Doomfist matchup with a Genji Tracer, gonna spectate on the side. Checkmate with a few bullets to Punk's back, finishes him off, and It's going to have Valentine fall back just a little bit, but now he's going to get back onto the point.
You definitely get the feeling. Yeah. I mean, unfortunate for Valentine, they set up a Boston in a one-fight scenario. But you get the feeling these teams are really evenly matched here, and not much respect being offered from either side. Florida doing well, though, finding picks early in these fights. So Boston always have to kind of start from the back foot, man.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more evenly matched, but I feel like there's been a bunch of opportunities where Florida's gotten the first blood in a lot of these fights and just given it up, where it's good for Boston to bounce back in those scenarios, but also Florida, those are the ones that you have to secure.
Punk constantly getting knocked back there. Frustrating for him as someone keeps him in check for now. Disrupt the shot, forces XC right into Punk's sights. What a lovely little 1-2 piece there from Boston. XC didn't know what hit him. I think they maybe thought that someone had taken care of Punk, but instead someone had just kind of given up.
Yes, Florida tried to give up the point and dive for the supports of Boston, but they're not able to make that work at all. It was MCD with a biotic grenade. I believe it hit someone and another player, and not able to keep those players alive or heal them up after, and that's going to give the point to Boston. So now Boston is in a one-fight scenario, Mitch. They're going to have both support ults here in a Nanoblade.
Good start for Checkmate, though. Get rid of MCD. He had the Nano, so no Nano Blade here for Boston. They're unlikely to be able to buy enough time. Valentine might just have to go for it anyway. But it could be a good time for it. Animo doesn't have his support ultimate available. There's no Cole here. Valentine, so much pressure on him. Getting the Lucio to even the Ledger. That's a pretty good start here. Point flip, though, amidst all the chaos. But I think Valentine might have found a good opportunity. Yes, he gets it on XC, and Victoria has the overclock. Boston in control in overtime. Florida in a wrap position as someone disintegrates with all those eyes turned towards him. That recall for Checkmate won't get him back to the point. Nice start for Boston.
All right, so Boston, they take point number 1. And I think there, Mitch, you see how much better the Zenyatta is than the Lucio. Like, the composition doesn't necessarily need speed, right? You're already playing like Tracer, Sojourn, Doomfist. Doesn't necessarily need the speed. The Zenyatta, though, with the Transcendence, the Discord Orb, pays off big there for Boston.
I've got to give credit to Boston, Matt. There are at least 3 situations where the Uprising walk into a fight short-handed and still win it. They lost to MCD at the beginning of that fight, care of Checkmate's Pulse Bomb, and yet they're able to find success. Valentine, Naked Blade, gets that first kill and then sees XE playing on his own at like 30% health. Really nice from Boston, but it's the individual in moments there that's really carrying them forward, so that's impressive to see. But a very even match so far now as we head on a gun.
Yeah, no Sojourn here for Boston. They'll actually run Tracer Genji, so putting XE under even more pressure. Where the XE obviously fantastic, but just finding his way into the lineup as someone gets hit with a biotic grenade, gets hit really low, and you're going to lose Anima right away. You can't just so casually be wall riding on that pillar, I feel like, when the fight's about to kick off. Like, you know everybody's around the corner, your tank got ruined with a biotic grenade. I mean, I guess there's nothing you really do, but still.
Well, that's why I think Anime was trying to make sure there wouldn't be any follow-up on someone.
Maybe
so
he's trying to make sure like a boop or something, like.
Yeah, but it makes you wonder why Florida is so far forward with a tank that's essentially out of commission, right? I think Boston just do a sick job of converting that biotic grenade and the Discord Orb on someone at the start of the fight. Really impressive stuff so far. Punk doubling back, someone eliminated again. This aggression from Florida's front line is turning against them.
You just have such little tools in the support line here to make a big impact. Like I mentioned before, like the Lucio speed boost isn't massive with a composition like this because everybody's so fast and mobile. And then Moira can't really provide anything unless she's really close. That was MCD hitting a biotic grenade. You have the nano boost, sleep. You have Discord Orb, Transcend. I mean, just so many more tools to be able to help the team with the Zen Ana.
A lot of pressure on this back line, and Valentine's Dragon Blade is only going to compound things. Get rid of someone, pretty high priority target, but Valentine can't seem to keep tabs on Checkmate. But it's still the Boston Uprising in control. Without this Doomfist, they're no closer to getting this point back. Xing on a Sombra of all things.
This one's been all Boston on this point specifically, but maybe XE, they kill on Victoria enough to turn the tides. Let's see.
Well, if they can turn this into some backline pressure, it'd be good. But again, Boston Uprising short-handed in this fight. The Transcendence comes out. Sound barrier needs to be used from Florida. Hopefully it's enough. They're in the dojo right now, but Crimso's the one wearing the black belt. sends someone packing. The trade is there, but the uprising again, making so much happen with so very little here. Xig's living dangerously, is low, and Animo is slept. That's got to be an insta-kill, and so it is. The uprising at 96% are too good for the Mayhem right now. Punk selecting his entry point. Coalescence Moira, a bit of an issue, but he gets a nice defensive bionic grenade, so he's back to work here. Controlling someone's positioning, and Sir Marget's in trouble. He has to go for an offensive bionic orb on MCD, and the point flipped during this fight here. So now Boston have to, well, they got a decision to make, Matt.
Well, for a second, I thought they were going to actually be able to get someone as he was exiting out, but Flard at the last minute flips the point back in their favor. EMP here available for Xe, but I'm looking at the Nano Blade here. Opportunity for Boston Uprising. No support ultimates available on the other side. An opportunity for Valentine to seal the game.
I mean, EMP, not nearly as scary at shutting down ultimates as it was. Now, I mean, it's the damage really that you worry about. Punk, where's he going? Oh, going towards someone. He's at EMP now. Will it be enough? Crimzo again gets rid of the Doomfist. It's a 3 versus 3, but Valentine puts his team in the lead, and Boston flipped the point during the fight. Oh, what a perfect round from the Uprising. I'm so impressed with this team,
pretty
man.
Awesome. They look phenomenal there. I mean, yeah, this series keeps going like this. I'm sure Boston Uprising will tweet me something snarky about me picking Flora at the beginning, but man, Boston looked, they looked really good there. They used the nano boost not onto Valentine with the blade. They actually use it on a Crimzo, and he's able to stay alive a little bit longer and do that EMP in the corner and pick up a kill or two.
Feel like you know now why Crimzo was on Zenyatta duty. Fantastic play there from him. Veteran of the league getting to flex his Zen once more. And the Boston Uprising go up early in this series. Some momentum build. Can they convert upon it? Oh, we're going to find out one way or another, aren't we, chat? Stick around. Well, in the streets, they're professionals. In the server, they're just nasty. The Boston Uprising here, looking like they have
Streets,
tools.
they're professional? What does that even mean?
I mean, what do you think? When they're on the street, when they're out there, men about town, so to speak, professionals. When they're in the server, absolute savages. You know what I mean? Absolute savages, man.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that server doesn't rhyme with streets, but there are reasons that I had to do that. It's fine. It fits. And this team right now, looking like they're in a really good spot. I feel like, look, stars are lining a little bit for Boston now. Seeing a lot of their strengths, but I think they're dealing extremely well from this like frenetic pace that the Mayhem keep throwing at them.
Yeah, I would agree. And going into this next map with no subs, Kings Row gives an opportunity to flex a little bit on what Punk can do as a tank, right? If you wanted to try and play some different stuff, you can play some Sigma, you can keep playing the Doomfist. A lot of options as we go into Kings Row where, yeah, maybe I was doubting Boston a little bit. Me and Scott not looking too hot on the Florida train right now. But you never know. Some time to turn it around.
Definitely. Just the one map already. And again, looked pretty competitive as we move away from, control map types again to where Florida has the chance to sort of repeat their formula for success, right? To keep pressing their advantage on the attacking side. Well, we'll see if they can, put that pressure onto the Boston Uprising, if they can sort of crack under it. Here, though, Boston are the ones that get to test the Mayhem first. Now, Valentine is not an off pick. The Hanzo, rather, is not an off pick for Valentine. We've definitely seen plenty of this from him. I would be curious to see a May with this Doomfist, but if you're the Boston Uprising, you can really set expectations however you like here.
It's Florida on defense. I'm interested in now Surmajed on the Zen. I think you need like a flex support centric backline. I think the only you wouldn't even call it a main support. I think Brig still kind of fits in, right? But I think with having a lot of Zen and Ana and even Baptiste comps with Reinhardt, I just think it's difficult to play some of the Lucio stuff that Florida tried to run in map number 1.
This is about as close as you're going to get to the neutral with these comps. Valentine again just looking for an opportunity. XE being here with the body grenade might be one, but someone finds his in first. Power block is going to pay off. He won't get a charge off it, but it keeps him alive, and that's all that matters for the defenders.
This will just stall Boston out for a little bit. I think it's going to be a little Doomfist here. You kind of have to play for that back left corner, kind of like how we used to see Reinhardt's play. See where Animo's playing at that point. It's just difficult. I don't think you can just use the Seismic Slam, get around the corner, and that's it. Checkmate gets quite low though, so maybe an opportunity to get some space here for Boston.
Punk finds the opening there. He is traded out for it, but that Discord orb on towards someone takes him very, very low, and MCD is just able to finish him off. Valentine here, playing much more aggressively with that Genji. Sees Surmajed strafe him on the point here, but now, you basically surrounded the Florida Mayhem. Just need to watch out for that Genji at close range. Disrupt the shot will get it done. I wonder where RuPaul is right now. I think it's interesting to see Animo on the Ana here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We've seen him in a few series, right? Not today this far.
Kick there from Crimzo onto someone. Makes it impossible for him to do anything there in those last moments. So, a bit of trading here at length, right? Boston lose a couple of minutes, just be a little tentative here while they're waiting for opportunities. XE finding victory here means Florida, have a good reason to attempt this, especially with the Dragonblade on the horizon. The Checkmate pull it though, he gets a nano, may as well go for it here. Transcendence is forced, and Checkmate has the patience of a monk, but why not? Valentine plays 3.
Yeah, there were too many players dead at that time. Before the Florida Mayhem. As soon as Animo used the nano boost, he was on the ground. I believe he lost another player before that, so no reason to burn it at that moment.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's pretty good gaming. Good job, gamer.
The dash resets are quite effective, especially when you have the nano boost and everybody's at 50% HP.
Seen that a couple times today, especially where there's no Lucio. Genji sticks a little more, even with the kick available.
It's a shame for Florida because you look at some of the ultimates they have now. They had a huge ultimate advantage. They were able to live a little bit longer. Nice sleep there. Someone lands, but you thought they may have been able to even make a defense for point A if they lived for a little bit longer there.
How much do you spend here for the Florida Mayhem, though? I mean, a fair bit. It's quite clear you value this high ground that Checkmate is going to right now, and the choke itself. I think you really pay a high price to maintain defensive position here.
Yes, and I also think, you have Blade, you know that they don't have Transcendence, so you have an opportunity to potentially, as they come through the choke, win a fight via Blade.
All right, trade here. Valentine actually went for the Blade, oddly enough. Doesn't really get too much. You see the Boston Uprising, they're trying to figure out how they can just sort of brute force past this choke. Getting a Checkmate is all well and good here, but it's unclear if the Uprising... Okay, look, I think they got what they came for here with this backtracking from Execo.
I thought he would have ended up using that Blade, maybe Checkmate, right? I mean, are you saving it to just force trance when they get it? Like, I mean, that would be a very long time. I feel like at that point, you'd almost have another Blade back.
Homie's got the patience of a Galapagos turtle, Matt. He had that. I mean, like, 2 minutes ago,
saving it for Overwatch 3. Come on now, they got to use his Blade.
All right, maybe waiting for Animo to just have a nano there. Last time it wasn't the right timing, so he waits for the second cycle. And that'll be available in just a moment here as Florida want to try and clamp down on Uprising as they start to build some speed.
Yeah, and I mean, they have the nano boost now, so you can use, maybe you combo with the nano as, yeah, okay, so Checkmate. Now we're gonna play it, all right. Oh, nice, dodges the sleep, that was pretty.
Yeah, Checkmate there. Hangs onto the Blade, gets the 1 kill with it. It's gonna have to be satisfied with that. As the Uprising again will be sort of staved off, but they're so quick to come back here, and yeah, Punk just realizes there's no point moving in with 200 HP there. Victoria was a lost cause, so we're down to 90 seconds left for the Uprising.
Yeah, no opportunity to make anything out of it. Interesting enough is like the Nano Blade also kind of forces out Nano onto Crimzo. Crimzo I don't think had the Transcendent at the time. They want to keep him alive as Zen's so focal for healing and offense. Now you can come back though if you're Boston. You have this Transcendence to use. That's going to be a Biotic Grenade that hits on a Checkmate. Animo's looking for a Biotic Grenade of his own.
Yeah, not a lot of value there really. Just tries to keep Crimzo quiet. The fight got taken to the high ground here as Valentine and Checkmate exchange pleasantries. Transcendences on both sides here, so the order in which those get forced is going to be important. Checkmate probably frustrated there because he just straight beat Crimzo in that fight. Victoria was able to get towards Animo. Checkmate Genji, right? This is no surprise to us. It's been talked about a lot earlier this season, just how good it's been. Today, no exception.
Yeah. They're going to trap Punk in a corner. Here is Florida's defense has looked rock solid, even on that first A checkpoint. Like, Boston ends up taking it, but there's an opportunity, a window of time. Florida actually was going to be able to come back and fight that. It's all right, so you now Punk on the Sigma. So I mentioned coming into this map, having him in gives him a little bit of flexibility to do things like this.
But is this good, though? All right.
I mean, it was not working with the Doomfist. I wouldn't exactly say like, just keep doing the same thing over and over.
Yeah, someone has to Meteor Strike out. It's a fair point. Punk is split up from the rest of his team there. Oh, yeah, just a couple seconds out of sync. It doesn't matter because Crimzo lets him go. Couple of orbs there and Exi and Animo laid to rest. Looks like the Uprising might have that extension. He's switching back to the Doomfist just for the mobility here, really.
Yeah, I think just
he needs to be in this fight.
If you're Florida, it looks like you want to come back and contest this again.
Nano Blade, though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Doesn't need it. Man, doesn't need it at all. Nice for Victoria. Might opt for it anyway.
Checkmate gets a Nano, and he's got a Blade.
This is dangerous. Checkmate gets rid of MCD. Animo. Okay, yeah, Boston, unfortunately, not able to do much there. Forced away from the cart. C9, but much of their team had sort of been cut short there. And I just feel like if Boston were, I don't know, more eager just to set the tempo there and go for the Nano Blade preemptively, maybe this wouldn't have happened, but Checkmate, again, that patience pays off. He picks his opening really well.
I agree with you, where I think Boston was just a little bit too timid there. Like, you get that first kill, I think you can't allow, like, Exi and Checkmate to get as deep as they did. You have to, like, why not use the Nano Blade and send Valentine in towards the supports, right? Take away their line of sight over, Exi and Checkmate, who are just kind of like trying to run through the back line, like really make it difficult on them. They allowed them to just like walk in and play so defensive at that moment and just gave it up. So Punk on the Sigma on defense, so tells you they don't really love what's going on with this Doomfist comp so far in Kings Row. And like, I mean, it could have easily have been a Florida first A point hold. I mean, that's how, you know, that's how close it was there on that point A when that nano comes through on the checkmate.
I wonder how the calling structure is on Boston, because the impression I get from them right now is that they prefer to be reactive. Right, they would prefer to wait to see Florida make an investment of their own before they sort of decide how to respond. I think that was kind of the case on Lijiang Tower. Well, it worked out really well because Florida kept taking their fight to them. But there, when you're attacking on Kings Row, like you mentioned, Matt, yeah, maybe a bit timid there. We'll see how they look now when they do get to be reactive by sort of default.
Yes, see how they decide to attack this as well, because like, you don't exactly have to jump on this Sigma on the high ground right away. Like, if you can, I think you just need to force them back into that top right corner. Like, all you want to do is just kind of play for the positioning here for Florida. Like, you don't have to jump and dive them straight away. You put some shots, force them back a little bit. You can even, like, kind of have the threat of collapsing onto the targets up on the high ground, right? You can get up to the window on the left. And then move them back into that, you know, back right high ground corner. That's kind of where you want to go, where the disruptor shot just went. Well, not it hit clips the wall, but where he was trying to go with it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they able to punish Valentine there at the very least. Checkmate will be back way earlier.
Yeah, like that's the positioning for someone, right? Get up there, nice biotic grenade. That's going to force Punk into that hallway a little bit, and they just want to force him back.
Victoria's a little bit concerned about peeking too far out because Xy's still at large. Great Discord orb from Crimzo. I mean, again, it's Zen right now. Very hard for Checkmate to do that with any regularity, right? To pressure the Zen. 225 HP. It's just insane. And a gigantic kick as well. Yeah, really difficult for Checkmate to do that.
The healer passive buff, right?
Yes.
The healer passive buff kicks in way faster now, so Zen is very difficult to deal with. Especially now, you see the kind of crossfire that Boston has with Crimzo, right? Where if they want to go and dislodge Punk from that area, they're going to have to deal with damage that comes down from Crimzo on that off angle. And what you saw they were trying to do is like get a disruptor shot up there as almost like defense for Crimzo as the dive went through. So they kind of have everything covered here, Boston.
MCD keeping his head down here, doesn't want to expose himself to a Sojourn. Someone didn't get that memo though. He had no choice really, did he? He moves up, Victoria able to dispatch a key headshot at a key moment now to put the pressure on the Mayhem, Matt. Boston look more comfortable defensively. Unsurprising to see that.
No, especially with this Sigma composition. It's forcing Florida to work for this position and not able to really get anything going at the current moment, so.
Xy looking for an opportunity to crack this wide open.
We haven't even seen like any ultimates yet. Like, I mean, now we do, but
yeah,
it's really quiet up until now.
Gravitic Flux caught Animo. That's it though from the Uprising. Victoria, okay, he's going for it here. The overclock, accretion. Victoria needs to hit these. He has to hit these. Okay, he hits zero of them, but the Uprising here actually able to hold on for now. The Mayhem regroup for a time. They take the pressure off here, which allows Punk to sort of re-establish to that high ground. It meant that Checkmate's blade now is more important than ever, but they've lost Xy. That can't be happening. Deflected shot, if I'm not mistaken here. The Transcendence is, the Mayhem are trying to force this, but that's a scary prospect, Matt.
Yeah, they're trying to like body block Valentine in that room. They finally do it. Blade comes out, Transcendence response from Crimzo.
Checkmate has to take this one upstairs, sadly. Disrupt the shot there. Pressure mounting, someone a little bit low. Kinetic grasp being used by Punk. He's in a bit of an awkward position, but the healing is very good. He still has line of sight to MCD. That needs to be handled. Eventually, Xy able to deal with Punk now, and Florida will probably have what they came for, but Valentine switches over towards the Tracer here. Keeps himself relatively scarce, and Sir Marged has been taken down. Sport advantage, though, is king in this game, and Xy, that should be enough.
I like that move there by Xy. But we just talked about where Boston was a bit timid, not pushing forward and trying to take some players out for that point B checkpoint. That's the exact opposite from Florida, right? They pop the overclock. They know, hey, if we get a kill or two here, there's no way they can come back and challenge this remotely close to full strength. And Xy, just that one kill seals the deal.
So Valentine is off the Genji now, which definitely limits Boston's sort of nano candidates, I would say. Maybe Crimzo gets it from here on out. I mean, we've seen it given to Tracer. I mean, we've even seen it given to Sojourn, but obviously you already have enough burst damage without that increase. So let's see this Boston Uprising defense at play in a different part of the map here. Checkmate already starting to circle and wants to just throw a few shurikens in Punk's direction. Nano here. Someone very, very low though has to get out. Checkmate though not inclined to do the same. Pressure Crimzo kicks back and he will win that duel, although it's always scary against current Zen.
Man, now Florida feels like they're rolling. Although, yeah, I mean, this could be big. Valentine with a kill on Exy.
And it's that Checkmate elimination from MCD that actually might come back to hurt the Mayhem. He's able to trade his kill, which is just huge.
Sir, Animo in a never-ending battle there with Valentine. You'll get some car progress here, but you're going to have to wait for the rest of the team, right? The fight being so muddy kind of helps Boston out a little bit, where Boston, now you have a Gravitic Flux with no answer here. You don't even really need to use the overclock.
There's 2 fights here for Florida. We'll see how long they extend and see what they're trying to build ult-wise, right? Okay, dangerous, very dangerous Sumajin. Oh my, it would have been a statistic again, Matt.
Someone's able to make it out. He has no HP. Exy not able to do so, though.
I mentioned about 2 fights. Definitely going to have to be now. That pick on Exy is going to be more than enough. He maybe thinks that Florida are ready to go for their last push there and takes a spot that is not easy to escape from, Matt.
I mean, I think he had a good position up on that high ground. It's just someone gets so low, has to go down into the subway to try and get healed. And then he's kind of left out in the middle of nowhere.
Damn.
All right, one more then for the Florida Mayhem. Goes close once more.
You have Transcendence now for Florida, so you can be a little bit more aggressive. Knew that
this Gravitic Flux.
This Gravitic Flux, yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. It's a potential backbreaker here for the Mayhem.
He's looking for a big one. He's angling.
If he gets Exy in it, oh, it's all over. Force if he forces it. Oh, there it is. Checkmate.
Blade.
Oh no! It's gone wrong for the Florida Mayhem. How do they recover with 4 players? Punk's the one that gets a nano boost here, and he gets time to line up this Gravitic Flux. So Martin though gets dropped down. Punk doesn't quite have the timing to answer the Transcendence here. The Meteor Strike though finds very little. Someone at least gets Crimzo after the fact, but there's no teammates left for him. Punk is happy to keep that Doomfist stuck in the room of the Boston Uprising. Their defense holds out. Florida Mayhem utterly molding.
Boston looks really good today. It's interesting that Florida, the Florida coach, it doesn't have a specific name. It said C9 in the last one. Boston's one, answering back with a little bit of spice. Like, yeah, it's okay. Still won the map. So, man, Boston looks like a team on a mission today. The kill onto Checkmate was huge there. Because he has that blade going into that fight. Massive kill there.
I mean, Valentine got me feeling some kind of way. I'm not going to lie. His Genji play at the start was fantastic. What a clutch bomb on Genji to basically put the round away. And the Uprising go up 2-0 in this series. The Mayhem, yeah, they've fallen into the trap. Can they climb out of this pit or will they be mincemeat? You made bad pick'ems. They didn't work out this week, huh? Don't sweat it. Next week's another chance to earn cash and rewards for your picks. Just head over to pick'em.overwatchleague.com and share your fandom today. Tough day for pick'ems, I have to say, at least in terms of predicting their specific score lines, right, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine people's scores were kind of different than what we've seen so far today. I thought the first two matches of the day would be 3-0s.
Yeah,
I was like, man. Yeah, I was surprised when both went to 5. Yeah, I mean, equally a surprise. I was trying to think, was I more surprised by one than the other? Like, no, actually, probably equally as surprised.
Sure.
Maybe more surprised with how the Washington series started, and then they end up getting it to a 5. Like, New York was pretty consistent all the way throughout, but still, I don't think anyone had those scores.
Route 66 coming up here, Matt. Again, like, predicting this series, a challenge for many people. But we've seen a lot of that Sigma play on this particular map. That very Sigma play that kind of had Boston Uprising looking pretty good on King's Row,
Just
right?
wasn't on King's Row, yeah.
Right. You said that, like, you know, it's not as common a pick, right? We see a lot of teams that sort of prefer to play Doomfist, or we've seen Ryan on that map as well. And you said that, you know, it probably indicates that Boston don't feel as comfortable playing Doom. I mean, they don't have to worry about that here, I would imagine.
No, they can kind of play what they want, right? I mean, they want to slow the game down. They can play the Sigma, and we know Punk looked very good as like a solo tank Sigma in Owls thus far, but he's also looked pretty good on the Doom, where they can up the pace, right? Where I think that's where you've seen them have the most success with him in the lineup, because you're capable of doing these types of things.
So, interested to see where Boston land here. This feels like the Florida comp right now, with Arnamo on that Ana, and Sir Majid playing the Zen. Again, the backline has definitely been under a lot of pressure today. If anyone's going to bail the Mayhem out, I'm looking at XE, looking at someone as well. Boston may come out with the Doom here. Interesting, okay.
I think the Sigma's better on D. Like holding that corner, right? And being able to hold on big girls and put down just so much poke damage. Probably a little bit harder to run on offense. You need to close the gap with some of these supports, especially the Zen in the back.
Yeah, maybe figure they'd attempt to take high ground and just sort of play from that perch here, but Punk feeling proficient on the Doom, excuse me. All right. So these compositions are mirrored. Boston again have to be the attackers, the aggressors, where this definitely looked like their weaker foot this series so far. Someone discorded and bioed, but it's XE to strike first. Crimso crumples.
Yeah, as now you have to back up as you're really trying to focus on either of these ends for both teams, right? If you're Boston, you're trying to figure out where Sir Majid is, get him out of the equation, but they have like an interesting little cross setup with him and Animo. And obviously XE able to land a shot on a Crimso, taking him out early. It's a fast nano build up here for MCD.
No doubt about it, he's already there. Boston taking a lot of poke early in the round. Punk's gonna get it there. Getting a juice for the time being. Animo making it hard, and XE shuts him down. That's big, XE with 2. Really settling into his role here, playing for the top of Big Earls.
And that's with the nano usage there too for Boston, so XE making an impact here early. You'll have the nano available for Florida if they dive Sir Majid or XE. Florida looking pretty good here on defense, kick things off.
2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock here. Nano immediately deployed to checkmate, and immediately MCD goes up like a firecracker. Not happy with enough with that one. I think Sir Majid, of course, getting involved, but Florida now, I think they're starting to definitely feel a little bit confident. Boston kind of looked like this on King's Row as well.
Yeah, interesting that they end up using the nano and going offensively rather than waiting. It seems like Boston was like making a few, not like mistakes, but just like trying to push the tempo maybe a little bit too risky there, where you could have actually caught them off guard with it, you know, used it in a more defensive way, but you win the fight anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, and look, Florida probably used to playing that way against a Boston Uprising who prefers to be reactive, right? Like we talked about on Kings Row. Mayhem doesn't like that. They just don't, they don't feel comfortable. They don't look comfortable at the very least when that happens. So, some encirclement here, and quite the extension from Victoria. Power slides back to safety, and Punk finds Anamo. Again, the lack of mobility for Ana makes it a little bit hard to escape from that Meteor Strike. Very high value elimination. Someone has to escape now, but where's the healing going to come from for him? No Ana, so Margin will be the only one that can help him out here. Boston Uprising exploits some flaws here on the Mayhem side, and looks like they'll have this checkpoint here.
Well, Xe switches to Tracer, so it looks like they want to come back and try and fight this, potentially. So, checkmate still here. Looks like is Punk actually hit with a sleep start here? I think it was actually deflected back into him.
Yeah, that's most likely, actually. Still, he was on the car where he had to be now. The Mayhem only really able to trickle out in 1s and 2s. Oh, I like having the Discord up on the Tracer there. That's definitely going to make life a little harder for Xe. Victoria wants to clear off Sir Margit, who's a threat in any other situation, but not here.
Yeah, so Florida goes in. What they don't have to really use anything. They keep they burn some time off the clock, right? Xe and they'll go back to the Sojourn. So not the worst contest. So they're not even going to get that much space out of this as well. This card will take a little bit to get moving.
Okay. Valentine able to scout safely because of that disrupt the shot fired off there. Means that Florida can't peek out and punish with Xe. Look down that low ground there. Take note of where Crimzo is positioned underneath that bridge. Lingering towards MCD, who has a nano boost available here. Not a great candidate presently. And you'd love to see that. MCD just lights checkmate up as he's poking and maybe playing a little brazen for his own good. Nano boost's going to have to be deployed for someone instead, but he makes good on that investment until Victoria shuts him down. Steaming stump where his neck used to be, and the Uprising will not be stopped.
Yes, Boston will be able to keep this payload moving. Without much deterrent, and they're actually building up some ultimates. Like, they're getting so much of this progress without really using anything. So you'll have MCD back. You're going to build up towards like an overclock. You're going to have pretty much all 5 ultimates here for Boston Uprising to take the second checkpoint.
Yeah, nice fundamentals from Boston means that they get to like bypass a trough in their ultimate economy. Which are even more punishing in Overwatch 2, might I just add. Defensive disrupt the shot there from Xe. He's trying to live inside his own world. Valentine says, fine. I'll let you delude yourself for the time being. Meanwhile, I'll turn your team to ashes. 2 big pickoffs from Valentine, who's been nothing short of fantastic on the Genji in this series. Now pressure to Xe on the card, who will try and slide away, but he's not slippery enough. Not by half.
And you're able to hold on to your Transcendence and Overclock here, as that'll be Boston taking the second checkpoint. It took them a little bit to get going. Florida losing some players at the beginning of that B checkpoint. When they go in deep, right, they lose someone, and it just kind of kills being traded. They lose all cart, just the ability to kind of like have somebody on it, right, and contest, right? You don't have your tank there, and it allows Boston to get so much free space. They only needed like 1 fight to really go their way to take that second checkpoint.
Which is kind of backbreaking for the Mayhem, because all they really want to do is be the ones who decide when the fight starts. So getting snowballed there is not great for morale either. Curious to see how these all... Great work to the high ground with a charged up punch. And Crimso's happy to use a Transcendency because he knows they're likely to get the Doomfist kill for it. That's super worthwhile.
I love how fearless someone is. I feel like he will go forward at all times. Right there, it's so unfortunate he gets slept. You see he's got the whole crew around him.
You know, I'm pretty sure we call Taimu as a main tank fearless as well. Just want to establish that.
Don't talk about that. My Taimu like that.
Sumatra down. But that's all that the Uprising get in that fight there. So again, Florida, look, they say, all right, well, we have an opportunity here to find some tempo. Margit also doesn't have to use that Transcendence either in the fight, so.
No.
Florida, a buffer, and only a minute left for the Uprising here. So, I mean, there's no guarantee that this map gets finished, not by a long shot.
Well, this is a difficult part of the map to finish, right? Just a difficult map in general to finish is checkmate gonna come from the side. Nice setup there by the Florida Mayhem.
Okay, not bad from Victoria. There goes for the overclock. But they've already lost both their backliners, so that ultimate there really is just for maybe an ego boost for Victoria, nothing more. MCD Nano in the next fight. Valentine inching closer towards that blade, and so Margit still hasn't been forced apart with the Transcendence. Good discipline here, and that might ultimately be the undoing for Boston. By rights, they should not finish this map.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
There's going to be the This is going to be the Transcendence. I believe there's somebody not on our screen that's actually putting pressure on Surmajet.
Yeah, Punk. He got out there with the Meteor Strike, though. So you trade, but for already use a Transcendence, I hate that trade. That's awful. Punk almost had another one there. Living dangerously, isn't he? Dodging. Valentine goes for the deflect there. Can he get a nano blade? The car, by the way, has been moving for some of this time. So the Mayhem need to reposition as quickly as they can, but they kind of leave Crimzo on his own. And Valentine, aided by the girders there, is able to remove Checkmate from the equation. And the good nano for Exi will protect him here. Nicely done.
Yeah, that nano was huge, or else Exi would have got cut up coming out of the spawn, and so you're closest to any type of ultimate here. And he's got the high ground.
Victoria, God, he's hard to hit. That mobility is just ridiculous. But that will be enough for the Mayhem to put a stop to Boston, at least in this attacking round. But you have to feel that point A, there's a few fights that the Mayhem really would have liked to have had back.
0-2.
Yeah, it's Florida. I feel like Florida's a little bit caught off guard by this today. Do you feel like that way? Like, I mean, maybe they didn't expect to kind of come in and like roll over Boston, but maybe they thought they would come in and it would be a little bit easier of a time. Feels like, at least to me, a little bit caught off guard, as you know, Boston, even at the times where Florida's like had control, right? And you know, it looks like they're going to put together a hold. Like, Boston able to break through, storm back, right? Get a lot of extra, you know, payload progress, just progress on the map in general.
Ah, why are you doing that, observers? By the way, they look like teeth. There you go. Can everyone see it? If it's gonna be done to me, it can be done to you. Oh, look, I think that the Mayhem look good playing their aggressive style when they have tempo. But when they don't have tempo, their aggressive style doesn't really help them regain it.
Here's this should be the nano onto Exi, right? Yeah.
Get in there.
And
plus the Bionate as well. I think that was needed for sure.
He is getting the royal treatment there. I mean, and in the sleep, that is nice.
So sleeping Punk means you basically have killed MCD with that sleep dart. Very nice from Anima. We wondered how impactful he'd be on the Ana here.
That's true. Boston opts to not play the Sigma on defense on this corner. They'll end up playing the Doom. You've been winning in this matchup, so why not? Kind of keep going with it. You can also fall back on the Sigma like later in the map if you need, right?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Boston try to make this Doomfist work, because hey, they had to be proactive to some degree. Animo not going to play the Baptiste like we initially suspected based on his hover. And that disruptor shot will not slow down the Mayhem very much at all. Bio, no connection, someone's stunned. Punk discorded though, and yeah. There you go, Boston have to take risks to get fight wins defensively here, and they've lost Punk already.
Yes, he gets blown up by Exi, but you're going to have Crimzo take out Surmajet, so maybe you can back up a little bit, because Punk will be back in the fight rather fast on the Doomfist. Let's see his little outline through the screen. He's going to come flying over the top here. Yeah, so you're back at full strain.
Yeah,
not anymore.
That's his second big pick right there, really slows Boston down. Now what? Can he put pressure on the Sojourn? Great biotic grenade defensively there from Animo. Exactly what the Doctor ordered. I mean, he is the Doctor in that case, so it's kind of a redundant, but Exi lives. That's the important part.
So, yeah, nothing going right for Boston here on this first point. It was an early pickoff by Exi, and then the second fight kicked off with another pickoff from Exi. Really just off the back of his Sojourn rail shots, you're able to take that first checkpoint.
Yeah, that's why we don't have much to say about anything particularly strategic from Boston, because there's no chance to reveal that. You just lose players, you're constantly playing a player down. You don't really get to play Overwatch when that's happening, it's just the reality of it. Well, nice by Valentine there. Yeah, Exi definitely playing pretty far forward, and Valentine forces him off that high ground and punishes. Note the Discord or placement there.
See if Boston gets some of this high ground controls. Valentine's flow.
Yeah, but look at the attention to detail from the Uprising, and every little hit that Valentine takes has been taken care of by MCD. You know, you make it so like you can't be comboed down by the enemy Genji. Tell you, mate, not much of a combo this one. You just press Q and get in the enemy team's face. And Crimzo is a very, very, very sad man, because that Transcendence gets him nothing.
Yeah, it's pushes up with the Transcendence. Well, what? Okay, so maybe let's try and find a bright spot for Boston here. Florida ends up using Nano, Meteor Strike, Blade, Overclock here. You come back with some ultimates of your own. you can start burning up this clock, potentially.
Valentine's been discovered. The Nano Blade, you know, like kind of alluded to. Not many options outside of that, but what do you do about the Transcendence? Valentine says, I'm saving this blade, there's no point. So I guess, what does he get for this?
It's too large of a gap to cover for him, right? Like, if he would have used the dash there, he would have most certainly gotten taken out.
I mean, no, you dash, ult, dash, so you can get there. I mean, you just don't have mobility. You need to get a kill straight away,
With
right?
Discord and everybody looking at you in that large of a gulf to cover, like, you're most certainly going to die making that across.
Well, Matt, I think the Boston Uprising's Doomfist play is getting exposed.
It has not looked great here on D. I would say that's a fair assessment. Punk now going over to Sigma, though. So let's see if this kind of changes things here for Boston. As Valentine going on a solo mission over here off to the side, as he'll finally make it back and join the team.
Yeah, very aggressive.
They got Surmaged low. I don't know if it was like a deflect and some damage that went down here as Valentine was coming back. They got him really low. They're able to finish him. The Sigma should be better at like controlling this corner, right? Not like just putting down constant damage in these hallways on the squishier characters, making it difficult to get by.
Yeah, I think Florida gonna have to figure out still how to deal with this Sigma. There's still 3:49 on the clock here, so we know Punk is good, but is he 3:45 good? Kind of the question we have to pose. Boston don't exactly put themselves in like a strong position, but they make a pretty strong statement, at least in this fight.
Nano Blade available. That'll be the Transcendence to counter. So you're still able to get one. Yeah.
Find a Blade from Valentine here. He gets a Nano as well. Oh, that looks much better. Okay.
That is clean.
Accounting for 60% of the Florida Mayhem with that ultimate combo. So Florida's only real advantage kind of just gets negated instantly when Valentine is able to do checkmate one better. 3 minutes.
Still a lot of time on the clock. And this is going to have to be a really strong hold from Boston as, I mean, what, you're looking at things coming online for Florida. Transcendence here, overclock. You may have to think about using this Gravitic Flux here. That Punk just got. He's so low.
That's the volatility Sojourn adds to the game, Matt. Even outside of ultimates.
Yeah.
Transcendence from Margin here. Gravitic Flux, well, oh dear. No.
You did end up getting some ultimates out, so now Punk's going to come back, but not even able to contest. Yep.
Go again. Go again. We take this one to map 4 here as the Boston Uprising kind of get crushed by the Florida Mayhem, who really start to find their stride. Exy, huge component there for the Florida Mayhem, right? He really immediately puts Boston on the back foot. Couple huge picks in that first part of the map there. And he's the one that opens up the fight just by kind of dominating Victoria there in that Sojourn head-to-head. Genji diff is the call. Valentine, unfortunately, no I in team, as they say. And we'll see what Boston Uprising can conjure up for us in that next map as the Mayhem. Okay, some hope starting to smolder. It would appear that a map for substitution is on the cards for the Boston Uprising as Faith is rotated in alongside Crimzo, Matthew.
Yeah, as we go into New Queen Street, it'll be interesting what Boston has cooking up here for us on this type of map. Probably some more of the Doomfist play, I imagine. Not really sure you can play the Sigma on New Queen Street, especially when the other team's going to get pretty aggressive. See Florida, no subs. Everybody getting ready to sit down their seat. So we get right back into the series. You think we're going to get 3 map 5s today? You think that's what we're going to get?
I was going to say, let's get this out of the way now.
Yeah.
I think that, Florida is the better Doomfist team in this matchup. And I think that I genuinely believe that the Mayhem, the Boston Uprising squandered their opportunity to play Sigma for a large amount of Route 66. It feels like they force it until they realize it doesn't work.
I picked Florida at the beginning, so I'm not backing off of Florida.
Okay.
Even though, from what I've seen, is not looked like a great pick thus far. But I'm going down with the ship. There's no way. None of this flip-flopping stuff. Oh, well, I've seen half the series, and I'll make a prediction. I'm still staying on Florida. I think you play Doomfist, you win this map. You go to the next one, maybe have a little bit more tank flexibility, right? Start to see a path.
Yeah, either way, definitely a competitive series. I just think that Route 66...
Maybe Game 5 happens, Boston subs out like 75% of the team, puts in a whole new group.
Man, where's Gabushi these days, What's that guy up to? Bring him back. Bring him back. Johnny reminded me of that in the break. Boston here.
Aim God comes back.
Yeah, no, he's busy.
Just
He's
a few hours. Just a few hours on a loader.
Play different time zone, no worries. The Uprising
he just competes 24/7.
5, 4.
Got the mindset for it. Faith Baptiste here. All right, so maybe.
Well, you can do that with the Sigma. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, okay, but you say you didn't really feel like you can play the Sigma here. Look at this, Reinhardt.
I didn't think so. Florida with the Reinhardt, though, this opens up an opportunity to do so.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone, Matthew. Here we go. Someone training towards the Sigma.
Sides, yeah.
This is just how someone wants to play, in fairness. Oh, dear.
That looked like an Overwatch 1 fight where you got the Maywalls on both sides. Everybody's just kind of fighting in between those two areas. So in these types of compositions, I actually think Florida's is a bit better in terms of like taking those close-up fights, right? The Reinhardt doing big damage there, the immortality field, the speed to be able to get on top and engage. But I don't think you'll see Punk end up coming out and playing that Reinhardt. That would be quite odd, as Valentine gets an early pick-off, and that's on the Batiste, so that's a large source of healing and the immortality field.
They still want to go, though.
To back up, but yeah, it looks like they still want to fight here in the neutral.
Looks like Punk couldn't be safe by that immortality field as Exy lined him up. Remember, there's a real lack of mobility here for this Boston team, and for Exy, if he can get high ground, which is hard to challenge unless you're Victoria, pretty safe for him to line up these longer range rails. Florida already have a decent lead. They're in a powerful spot to continue pushing the bot. Crimzo is felled by Exy, who again continues to be the difference maker here, Matt.
Yes, I thought that would have been an opportunity for Boston to maybe push up in a sense where you got Sir Majed out of the way.
What is this?
And then now they're able to take this first checkpoint as they backed out a little bit.
I like the Ryan here. I enjoy it.
Well, Punk is setting up, I think, for the high ground, right? There's no reason to fight that on the low ground if you can have Sigma up on the high ground here and put some damage down. But look at this, Animo and Checkmate, they're going on a mission around.
Immortality field has to be used there. Sound barrier from Animo. It's still not enough as Exy gets in there with the quick double. Victoria finds his footing, though. Hard to answer this if you're Exy. Victoria finds 2 there with the 1 overclock, and he's looking for more, but someone...
This Reinhardt is still very healthy.
Are we ignoring this man right now? What a big mistake!
He is very healthy on the bot. Done all of that, you come out of the other side, and if someone's still at 100% HP, this bot will keep on moving here.
Wow,
you back up a little bit.
To 0.
You back up a little bit, you need some teammates to come back, right? You lost a few people. They have that forward spawn. Exy with another shot.
Another opener, just dominated Victoria here. Now has to try and keep someone ticking along though. That immortality field from Crimzo helps. I mean, they used the Blizzard, for God's sake. Faith lost that drone. Exy dodging a lot of these hypers. Oh, you're just disrespectful!
There was a long period of time where he was like getting shot at by like 4 or 5 people. It was like a Neo in the Matrix dodging everything. He was like 180 HP. Nobody was doing anything to him. Finally, they were like, get rid of him. But that is a haymaker of a first punch there from the Florida Mayhem. 80 meters. You look at Boston, it's so defeating. Like, how are you going to be able to come back and match that?
To see Florida are thinking about how good Sigma is for the high ground, but Punk doesn't have that option. He has to play on the bot. He needs to actually get some progress for his team. The mortality field is good. It's enough. And the bot, well, got snuck away there from the Boston Uprising. Oh, geez. This is a stinker from Boston. So what happened there? Okay, so they gave up the bot, did Boston, to give themselves the space to work with that gravitic flux that didn't end up being enough.
Yeah, well, this, like I mentioned, if you're going to fight in those close quarter spaces, that is where you like Florida Mayhem's composition, right? Have that Lucio to get into those close quarter spaces, run players down. Oh, so here we go.
Calling back is someone. Yeah,
I think he got caught out right away. I think somebody may have spotted him, and then just that Maywall just ruined everything.
Yeah, not quite chatty level there. This time the Uprising able to snap back in the direction of the Mayhem. Immortality kill from Majid.
Even though Boston comes out and like they win this, right? You know, some flashy kills here at the end. You still got like 10 extra meters there for Florida.
You're so far ahead if you're the Mayhem.
Halfway through the game, you're 80 meters behind. I mean, you're not going to play the Doomfist kind of comps into this, right?
Into
the rough spot to be in, yeah.
Okay, so overclock here for Exy. Immortality field also being deployed preemptively by Sumajid. Victoria doesn't find anything with his ultimate. Here's the Blizzard now in play. Yeah, that's a good one. Punk caught in the middle of that. Needs a couple of fire strikes, not enough to thaw him out. Clearly, as Exy again runs rampant.
So here's the problem for Boston specifically, and the thing for a lot of teams, that in push, if you lose, like if you get behind this much, you have to throw so many ultimates into these fights. Like you have to make up so much time because the bot's not going to stop here. It's going to continue to move, right? It's going to get so deep into your side that you need to, like, for sure win like 3 to 4 fights in a row to even probably match where Florida's at right now. And Florida feels zero pressure to keep investing, right? So it's difficult to, like, you have the pressure to invest, but if you invest, you're going to ultimately, like, lose in the end game, right? It's really difficult to play out of if you're Boston.
Now the Mayhem, all they need to do is just maintain this pace, right?
Honestly, if you're Boston, you're really relying on, like, winning fights cheaply, but then you also need Florida to make a lot of mistakes.
Throw the playbook out the window, Matt. It's another Exy kill. Punk able to get rid of someone at least. I mean, Exy has a pretty safe angle here. Punk good pressure though, getting rid of someone. Gravitic Flux obviously required there. And there's Crimzo, okay. He's been definitely a shining spot for the Uprising for much of this series. Boston win another team fight, okay.
And I like that Maywall from Checkmate. Okay, blocked the line of sight of some players who are actually trying to get some damage to finish players off after that Gravitic Flux. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you win that fight, you use so many things. Look how far Crimzo is. And now you probably have to win another 3 from this moment in time, maybe 4. You don't even have your Zen back yet.
Doesn't seem good, does it? Air Matrix here from Faith. Punk had Faith. Yeah, this is going to be come to one for someone. He got that power steering installed. Ryan, very scary now. And someone just wants to, set as far forward as he can early on here. And a stagger kill on Faith is very good for Florida.
All right, where can he go with this flank shatter? Let's get on with someone. Let's see where are we going here? Are we going with a flank option? No, we're going to play right from the bot. Boston also can't hold this high ground, Mitch. Because if you're Florida, you just get off the bot, right? And Jilla just sit there. Let the clock just drain.
Boston have to play a poke comp against Ryan and they have to be aggressive here. None of that seems good for them.
There's zero reason for, Florida try and even move it at that point. Just back up for a second. Oh, here we go. It's someone taking Punk for a ride.
Yeah. 5 stars for someone. Great trip. Crimzo, though, again, snaps up. Again, but Boston, this is fine for Boston. It's fine. It's just not enough.
Well, I mean, it's not really fine, right? You lose that fight, they're just gonna like complete the map. So winning that fight, great, gives you an opportunity. But like I mentioned, you need to be absolutely perfect from here on out. A minute and 25 on the clock behind this much. There's no way you can do this otherwise.
The ice wall there from Valentine does nothing. They trap the Mayhem and do what? They don't push into them because they're not that kind of composition, so they just let them escape. So the Mayhem back away, regroup, and Exy again does what Exy does.
Yeah,
Crimzo is down. Yeah, he's blazing. Not bad for Victoria there. Good timing with that amplification matrix coming up. Could be something here for the Florida Mayhem, but again, Exy always there to spoil the party. What is his? Okay, you know what? His critical hit accuracy on these rails is actually, it's ridiculous. Exy is 15 final blows right now out of a possible 35. That's ridiculous.
It feels like every fight he's kicking off with a railgun shot that's connecting for a kill. And then as soon as that happens, Florida, you got that speed boost, you push right up, you get that Reinhardt in the mix. That's not where Boston wants to fight.
All right, Boston, 22 seconds left to win every fight from here on out. Crimzo fortunate there. He plays, I mean, it doesn't seem aggressive because he's standing at the back of his formation, but he gets a Sojourn, it kind of is. Exy has an overclock here. So Martin has an amplification matrix. And the Mayhem are not incentivized to walk into a potential blizzard here, so let's see how they play through this. Punk is caught, there's a wall behind him. Yeah, that's devastating. Victoria playing very safe at the top there, and there it is, Exy. Fires one towards Crimzo. His face says this is just expected for him at this point. 3 kills in the fight, disrupt the shot to find the 3rd. He wants the deadlift so bad. It's going to be hard to find at this stage here. Just give him all the rest of the kills. What a stunning performance from Exy and the Florida Mayhem. Yep, make it 3 Mat 5s in a day, Matt. Why not at this point?
That was a dominant performance there, though, from Florida, which has to have Boston really concerned going into this Game 5. And what do you do? Maybe the Doomfist compositions were starting not to work out. You thought you had something going with the Sigma. They pull out the Reinhardt. What are you even thinking of roster-wise, substitution-wise for Boston here going into this Game 5?
Oh, how about subbing Itzel for only 1 map? How does that seem? Good? Good. All right, the Boston Uprising here making a couple of changes. Ambitious for sure, definitely taking a bit of a risk, but if it pays off, it'll be brilliant. Stick around, everybody. A map 5 here is what we all deserve, no doubt about it. The stage is set. Up for grabs for the Florida Mayhem is a spot in the Mid-Season Madness tournament. In order to take it, they'll have to complete the reverse sweep of the Boston Uprising, Matthew.
Oh, and it looks like Florida's got all the momentum on their side, right? I know, winning map number 3 in a pretty strong fashion. That last map, New Queen Street, though, that was where Florida really pulled away, which kind of beat Boston down. How can Boston bounce back here in this game 5? We've seen them made a sub in the series, with Faith coming in for MCD in here for game 5. They will sub out Punk, though, so Itzel will come in. This tells you they probably want to play some more main tank centric stuff like Wrecking Ball, even Doomfist, straight Reinhardt. Seems like the Sigma play will go out.
Again, a map like Ilios, maybe not a huge surprise. As we've seen Itzel try his Wrecking Ball a little bit here, and maps like some of the ones that Ilios has to offer can be a decent look. The fact of the matter is, right, where Punk has looked at his weakest when he's had to play the Doomfist, Sigma just doesn't make any sense. On a map like Ilios. Again, want to throw back to that first round, really competitive control map on Lijiang Tower, where the Boston Uprising just managed to be very good reactively and defensively. Once they had control of the point there, they're able to just stave off the constant incursions by the Florida Mayhem. They're going to want to hope to put themselves in similar positions going forward, but Ilios is, I guess, much more open, right, than Lijiang is in so many ways here. So we'll see if they're able to play the same way, especially with substitution here with Itzel. And my God, talk about some weight on your shoulders. Now, Boston Uprising don't secure a spot in the Mid-Season Madness with a win here. We need to see what happens next week. But you are subbing in a player to avert a reverse sweep, to prevent someone from qualifying for the Mid-Season Madness, and to give your team a chance to make it yourselves.
No pressure.
The weight of the world on Itzel's shoulders right now.
Now, I'm curious about what both these teams will come out and play. Florida has to have an idea. Obviously, they're not going to see some of the things that they've seen from Boston throughout the series thus far. They can kind of game plan for that. But Boston has to feel pretty confident in some of the stuff that they have cooked up here with Itzel in the lineup. So Florida looks like they'll come out and play this. Exi on the Sombra, checkmate on Tracer, and then the Doomfist, and they'll play aggressive with the Lucio Moira. Boston will end up putting Victoria on the Widowmaker here, so they'll play Wrecking Ball with the Widowmaker.
I won't lie, that is interesting to me, for sure. Plenty of teams getting a lot of value out of the Wrecking Ball.
I mean, there's lots of opportunities for Victoria to get those headshot kills, right? Lots of squishy targets. They all just move very fast.
Right. Yeah, hard obviously to sort of lock any of these guys down. Itzel early pile driver onto the point here. The Mayhem are staying out of Victoria's line of sight though. So Maz will be playing with 4. Valentine, what he's doing here is actually creating a decent amount of space if Victoria wants to kind of sneak out. But there it is, Mayhem immediately take control of the pace. Collapsing on MCD. Great selection of target there. Victoria finds an unlikely headshot on Checkmate's Tracer there, but the Mayhem are trading up and they have point control.
Exi gets MCD first. That hack plus the damage amp, right? You get any damage from like a Tracer and then the Sombra in the mix. Ooh, they get right in Victoria's face. They are not scared. That's his damage orb that comes in from Sir Majed, but I think you got to consider moving away from this Widowmaker. I think it's so risky and it could take so much time to actually develop. Yeah, you may not actually even see it pay off in the end, where, yeah, Victoria goes over to the Sojourn here. Much more reasonable pick.
Yeah, the Mayhem don't need to see what the Boston Uprising are doing because Exi's doing all their scouting right now. So Florida know exactly when they need to spring away from the point and jump on them. Good bomb there from Valentine, taking Sir Majid out. Clearly no ability to fade off that one. And that'll really just pave the way for a comfortable fight win. So Boston get control now, and they can sort of set Victoria up. And I mean, maybe they wish they had the Widow now, because Victoria actually gets a decent sightline if he's playing
yeah, I mean,
here, but
now that you have control, you feel better about it, right? And you didn't have control and were fighting for the point. That's when it felt way worse, but I don't think you can second guess. I think the Sojourn's still a really just a better overall pick here.
Someone just has that Meteor Strike online. Sumajed, no Coalescence yet. Oh my! Love how he links up with Exi there. Exi's still a lethal weapon when he's playing a flanker, a low economy DPS. Oh no, that is a tragic transcendence. Someone just gets away, and they sound barrier.
Yeah, they try and use the Transcendence to maybe kind of push back out of that, but not able to do so as he'll get stuck. He'll roll away to his death. Florida flips the point back. What I love about Doomfist and the way they've kind of like reworked him there, and you saw it from someone's POV, you can kind of like cancel all the abilities into each other, like chain them. He did an awesome job using the Seismic Slam into the punch, and then use the punch to just gain some more space, and then comes down with actually the shots on top of MCD's head, right? Not trying to like use the Seismic Slam, land, then go with the punch. Just use it to close the gap and put down some damage, get right in his face. I think it's an awesome Doomfist tech they've added with the rework.
Absolutely. And XC seems to be there right where he has to, right? Joins up with someone, adds that extra damage. There it is, the Mayhem start the fight off again. Victoria goes down, but they extend pretty deeply into this sort of setup now, and it's somehow a minefield, make it a little harder, complicates things for Florida. But they're at 94% here. No need to invest any further. Marget's Coalescence getting sort of cut short in that fight, though.
So you got Crimzo here. You're a little bit split if you're Florida, but you have an opportunity to make it out of this. It's going to be both supports down now for Boston.
Not good. Not good for the Boston Uprising now. They're in deep trouble. They had to have Itzal come back to the point here. God, if he had to nano the Wrecking Ball, that would just not feel great at all. Animo, the Pulse Bomb, though, another great Pulse Bomb from Valentine, who's really been a standout in this series for the Uprising, but it may well not be enough. Discord Orb on someone. Boston able to move back into position here, and they're not forced to use any more of those ultimates. That's the critical part. They have a little bit of a winter to weather coming up.
That feels like a squandered opportunity from Florida. Checkmate was able to get, Checkmate and XC both each able to get support players down. You're able to come back in, but not able to take it. So Florida, an opportunity now to get together. I think Valentine actually connected with a Pulse Bomb on the Anima. I think that was a huge thing that ended up turning that fight. Who is the nano target here for Boston? Is it Crimzo?
It may well be Valentine. It means he can put more pressure.
Is it Crimzo? Yeah.
Right, yeah, exactly. I mean, you make a great point, Matt. When Florida want to start these fights... Okay. Oh, well, fair enough. Actually blasted there. But Checkmate was actually able to find that Pulse Bomb connection here. So this is anyone's game still. Crimso's down, no supports, no healing for Boston. Oh, they've got to get out of this in one piece. How will they do it? Checkmate is in a great spot now and there's no healing available. All that damage sticks. Valentine had to dig deep and find that elimination. So Checkmate goes, all right, who's left even for the Boston Uprising? Who can challenge this? Itzal steps up to the plate first.
They do lose someone, though. Someone was there with Checkmate, putting pressure on. They do end up losing him. I think they're going to use a sound barrier. They're going to wait for someone to get back, then the EMP.
Can they last out this Transcendence, right? Yeah, I mean, XC holds off here. He can have the EMP after the fact, but they've lost Sir Marget again. First death again, Sir Marget, always getting picked off by Valentine. Such great tracer play for the Boston Uprising to keep their hopes alive. Whoa. And they descend upon the Florida Mayhem. They have turned this one around so quick. I've got whiplash, Matt. The Uprising take the first round here on Ilios.
That is like a 99-40 comeback, and Florida had a lot of opportunities, like a lot of moments where they were in an advantageous position there, and Boston with just some clutch play after clutch play. So Valentine really popping off on the Tracer.
Utterly ridiculous stats from Valentine in that round as well. He's 9-1. 9 final blows from that Tracer. Valentine going above and beyond in this series. It's been a long series, right? So think back, of course, but the Genji was sublime. The Tracer resplendent here in these final moments. And the pressure he put on Marget, Pulse Bomb after Pulse Bomb to punish the Moira. That was his second Pulse Bomb kill on a Moira in this round.
Man, just huge plays from Valentine. It's now playing the Winston. So they'll play Winston with the Tracer Echo here. This could definitely give some problems to the Florida Mayhem, right? We've seen teams, just today, right, where we saw it was like Sparkle and Yaki, being able to really give Doomfist problems with that Echo.
All right. Valentine on something a little bit different, but you have to think he's carrying some of that momentum from the last round. Boston, absolute escape artists thus far. Actually, though, relatively safe positioning here. If he sees the Zen or Valentine, he would like to rail in that direction. No connection there, though. Let's see the Boston Uprising do that stave execution. They've lost Crimzo there. Sleek Dart. Martin's able to get away from it, though. MCD, the only one actually able to find anything right now. The Mayhem clean up.
Yeah, as the Echo was really like a non-factor. You saw Valentine, he kind of spotted Checkmate out behind. not really able to get anything going. They tried to make a play for Xe at the beginning. Hits with some stickies. Goes to the focusing beam, but not able to take him out. And Florida, they'll get that point first, but it's a lot like how the last round went, right? Like Florida looked good early, and then Boston ended up figuring out late.
Yeah, Boston don't want to have to start from the back foot every time, though. Again, they got no choice. Victoria looking to drop a payload right now. That's the stick you'll want. Another one on Sir Marged. But Crimso's been taken down by Xe there again. That DPS superstar furrows the brow of the Boston Uprising. No Valentine as well in this fight for Boston, and yet they still surge ahead. Victoria now trying to fill the shoes of his offsider. Wants to come forward, but takes a bit too much damage here. And Boston aren't in a position to push to evict the Mayhem off this point. Checkmate's pulse doesn't connect, though. It's going to be a nano boost onto Itzal. It's time for the Winston to fire up. Itzal quiet so far, but it's Xe again. It's always Xe. Headshot on Crimzo, and the Mayhem solidify their advantage.
Yeah, they've not been able to get anything going with this Winston-based composition. It has been all Florida Mayhem. The nano boost here, they're used on Itzel. I believe he actually was just, like, stuck by the checkmate pulse bomb and then ended up getting the nano and then jumping onto the point. But 65% and counting, you know, overclock. Coalescence, maybe they'll get aggressive behind this. Coalescence, catch them off guard. Boston, I mean, you would even consider switching after this, but it may not even matter considering how much percent Florida's racking up.
We're going to surge ahead again. Florida say, no, we start this on our terms. They take a ton of damage doing so, but someone flattens MCD. Xe able to play around the Winston for the most part, but Valentine and Victoria strike back at someone at Xe out of the picture here. Florida want to try and maintain some control of the point, but it's going to be a Doomfist duplicator by Valentine, who was a little unsure about what to do in that spot. Dives back in, tries to pressure. Meteor Strike won't mean much now as he's knocked out of that duplicate and he has to wait. We're in overtime now, and Itzal just dips a toe on the point to keep things going. The Uprising are waiting for reinforcements. It's got to be here. It has to be in this round now. As Itzal takes a big hit from Xe, was able to survive it, and the Transcendence keeps the Winston going. Xe under pressure. Victoria descends alongside Valentine. Great little double DPS dive, but Crimzo's taken down by Arnamo. Checkmate descends upon the Ana as well. The Uprising are without supports. Checkmate off the map. It may not matter though. Florida have the numbers, they have the momentum here. And Victoria just has to stand at range and deliver. Not much to be done there. As the Uprising give up the point, and we are going all the way. Today is about maximum Overwatch, Matthew.
Oh, and as we go into our final point, what do we see these teams come out on? Lighthouse is one where there's a lot of close quarter play. I think we'll see the Doomfist type of compositions come out from the Florida Mayhem. Do you want to come out on this Winston again for Boston? Is that what you kind of believe is going to get the job done?
I don't know, Matt. Arnamo here with a classy boop at a key moment. Oh, that's so huge. That is just so huge. Oh, man.
That's enormous.
The Boston Uprising had better dig deep if they want to stop this reverse sweep. They're up against the wall. Will they start to take the initiative in these fights? Can they change the tempo up? Or are they locked into this same paradigm where they play reactively? By the time they respond, they've lost players. Looks like they're able to change things up a little bit at the start of this round. They go forward, and they come away with a dub.
Yeah, Florida, do they go in fast? Do they die fast? It's going to be dead before the point even unlocks. You take this if you're Boston.
Is this a good omen, Matthew? They finally win a first fight, the Uprising.
It is early. With the way that Xe has been shooting today on the Sojourn, especially with those railgun shots, you know, when he gets overclock, it's a game-changing moment. See if they're able to kind of keep him at bay.
Victoria trying to play in between the room and point here to catch any stragglers. Wouldn't have expected Arnamo to be one of those, but here we are. Valentine neutralized those. So Victoria again, main source of damage. Unlike the idea, trying to goom stop there, literally. But Xe gets caught in the massive plays. Crimzo actually able to find a huge connection. Pulse bomb here for Victoria already, but Checkmate catches him. He wasn't ready for that influx of damage. Crimzo finds yet another one though. Again, trying to bail his team out. Someone has to bring him to heal.
Yeah, I think he knew the damage was coming through. He just did not have a recall. He was like 2 seconds away. But Valentine actually drops down on the point. Contested a little bit, just drawing some players back as Boston getting everybody set up in a position to make another attempt at this. See, Itzel just trying to figure out where the dive will come through. Goes to the high ground, gets it a little height advantage.
All right, Checkmate spots Victoria there. Lets him know he's aware of his presence. Victoria needs a biting grenade defensively there. Has the recall, but the pulse is good. They get someone. And now Boston muscle their way onto the point here. You think the Mayhem will try and contest? You know, in a cursory fashion at least, and yeah, they offer up Sir Margit, but that's all they're willing to go for. Exi will just die on point, but it's already been flipped, so no extra percentage from those heroics.
And they nano Itzel, and he goes in towards like this right-hand side, like right above, right below where he's set there. And they try and use a disruptor shot to, dissuade him from pushing on through, but it's a double blink pulse bomb from Victoria that takes out someone. And that just stops Florida from being able to get back towards that point. Itzel with this primal rage could be big to stall, and also just displacement in general as they try and get this push going.
Valentine saw Exi in, so did Itzel. Yes, they get on towards the Sojourn. The Uprising come up with the right response here, and that's by not allowing one from the Mayhem. Coalescence comes out here from Sir Margit. They layered their support ultimates. Matthew, the Mayhem have to hope for more than just one kill from that. It's all caught the door here. Margit gonna fade away from danger for the time being. Victoria is out of this. Checkmate building another pulse bomb, and he's seeing the Ana. He sees MCD. A little bit of pressure, causing him to turn his head. Just to be a presence is enough. The pulse bomb doesn't find a connection, but the Uprising are off the point of the Mayhem are catching up.
I was going to say you had a duplicate here, and it's going to be a meteor strike that comes down from Valentine. Big damage onto Sir Majed.
Can he get out of this alive, though? That's the question. Sticky bombs onto someone, and a slick escape here for Valentine. And now back to the point, because the rest of his team have made short work of Exi and Artemo, the two key components for the Mayhem right now. Boston are going to keep this lead going.
So Boston able to flip the point back. Good hold, though, from Florida. He gets about, they're going to get 70% here. Boston in an opportunity image. Victoria coming around the outside here on a little bit of a flank. Oh, I don't think they saw him. He's going to be able to get a pulse bomb inside of this hallway.
He gives himself away. They know he's there now, but what can they do about it? Pulse in the hallway, no connection. Somehow Exi was able to weasel his way out of that situation. Disrupt the shot here to try and stay Victoria off. 99%. He's still able to touch the bridge from the Mayhem. They got Victoria as well. Crimzo forced a 1v1 checkmate. Not where you want to be. As Artemo jumps into the fray here. It looks like the Mayhem are able to get there, Matt. They're going to keep this one alive for now.
Oh, it did not look good for a bit. You had to maintain the Winston there in the choke nanoed. It's 99%. They had to get a touch. They actually do. Exi's going to try and chase down Valentine here. This could be a huge stagger.
Dangerous, dangerous. Oh, he found the pick. Focusing beam takes Exi down. A trade is possible for someone. He really has to pull off some acrobatics here.
Carry right now.
He can't get rid of the Valentine. He cannot get rid of the Echo. On top of the point is Victoria as well. Boston are going to go for it. This is their last shot. Sound barrier comes out. So Margit has the coalescence. He had a coalescence. And Valentine burns him to the ground. Now the Mayhem have one support and no support ultimates to work with. It's Salta's up to the point, but the Uprising have lost Crimzo. It's all on MCD to keep it going right now. The point is flipped in overtime. The Mayhem have got to respond, and they do so. MCD is down, and now Crimzo has to come in on the Lucio. No healers for the Uprising, but Valentine has a duplicate. Now he's Doofus. Drops him with a seismic slam, takes a ton of damage and can't disrupt the Mayhem nearly enough. Margit comes back with a coalescence and a vengeance, but Exi gets burnt down. There's got to be a touch. Crimzo gets to the point here, and Valentine is trying to pressure from the outside as long as he can, but the Uprising, they need reinforcements. Here comes MCD on the Moira. The point is allowed to flip now, but Valentine stays alive, and you can't be serious. The Uprising can't get there. 3 players, but the broom comes out and the Mayhem sweep them away. Unbelievable.
Oh, that is a brutal loss, man. Dude, when Valentine was above the point and like someone was trying to kill him, and I believe it was like a checkmate there, is someone doing his Victor.
Exi.
Exi's knocking down the things behind. Man, MCD was doing such an insane job of keeping Valentine alive on the Echo when he was up in the sky, like above the point, and I thought that was going to be like the big play that made the difference, but man, Florida able to bounce back. That's one where like I get a prediction right, I don't even feel good about it, just because it's brutal to see a team like Boston, kind of have suffer a loss like that, especially in a game that meant this much.
I mean, Valentine valiantly trying to keep his team in it, right? The switch over to Echo still feels fine. It's pretty effective when you're trying to deal with that Doomfist there. It gets awkward, though. I mean, the fact that the Florida Mayhem win that fight, we're losing their opportunity to have coalescence, right? There's enough time. They buy enough time for Sumachi to get back to the fight and use that ultimate.
Yeah, but when he gets back to the fight and uses the ultimate, that's when Valentine had duplicated the Doomfist and actually interrupts it with the Meteor Strike. So, like, they didn't even really get much of anything with it. Just a wild end to that game.
Actually, a nutty game, just ridiculous. Let's talk about our player of the match here. What a finish from the Florida Mayhem. One of the most fun games I've had the pleasure of presiding over in some time, and this man is a big part of why that was the case. XC on the Sojourn. Look, an inauspicious start for him, for this team, right? He gets subbed in for one map, doesn't look that good, but now the Sojourn, my God, he is really starting to get rolling on this team. And now you realize why. Look, they were so serious about bringing him on.
He's had a ton of time off, right? You know, took not really retired, right? Took some time off, I believe, last season because of an injury, right? Wanted to rehab, make sure he was like good to go. But when you were talking about some of the better hit scans in the league, his name was up there. With how we were seeing him play, I know you think back to the Paris Eternal with him and Sparkle, right? He was insane today on the Sojourn, and I think he is just going to get better over time, right? Just get back into more regular season games, bigger matches. Now he's there with the team, right? We know the talent that this guy has. He could be a massive addition for this Florida Mayhem roster. That, look, it may not be paying off completely right now, right? Trying to almost force him into the roster, especially because I think Hydron's been pretty good. But I think down the line, this could be a huge win for the Florida Mayhem, being able to get a talent like XC.
So much to be excited about if you're a Florida Mayhem fan, right? We could go through the whole roster and say some good things about them there. Yeah. Just a fantastic game of Overwatch. Commiserations to the Boston Uprising. They can't quite get there, but we got to see some really high-quality play, and that's something for both sides to be proud about. There are some implications as a result of this match, but we're going to head over to our friends in the truck to break it down. It's, woohoo, yeah, smile on my face. We'll see you guys a little bit later on. Let's head over to Watchpoint.
하나, 둘, 셋.
오케이.
좀 파보고 있는데 이거?
보면 안 돼? 어떻게 알아 근데?
말해보마. 캠 보여. 우리 모니터 보이게 해놔가지고 뭐 보고 있는지 뜸.
펄스한테 펄스 한번 붙일게. 펄스한테 펄스 한번 붙여.
딜란 절대 안 붙인다?
하고 왜 나한테만 붙여가냐면 게임 바꾸라 해.
원래 좁은 곳에다 바꿔.
That's like wake up.
That's like, wake the up, bastard.
Please don't talk to me.
먼저
You good, bro? I did not want to see my teammate laying on his desk before the match.
We're playing. What do you mean you're sleeping?
I'm waiting.
You're waiting.
Hello.
야!
괜찮아.
야, 오게 해봐. 괜찮아. 해줄 수 있냐 그냥?
괜찮아 이거 그냥 핸디캡이야 핸디캡.
핸디캡 확인.
Okay.
Wait, is Skyripper also from Finland?
I don't think so.
I think it's Romania.
From Romania.
Yeah, so I thought.
What country did you say earlier the guy was from?
Estonia.
Don't know where that is. I actually just don't know where that is. Do you know where that is? Europe. I know it's in Europe, but I cannot tell you where on the map it is.
We need to sit.
Yes.
Okay.
Is Harry in his seat?
Yeah.
If he's in his seat, then why is it turning?
I was really about to get out like just a minute ago because we weren't starting the game.
I
feel like
popular
south.
I feel like it's probably like on the south of Europe. Or like Greece or something.
It's gotta be in like Spain or something. It has to be.
Northeast, right on.
Somewhere like southwest. Or like
Yeah, Russia.
Is it?
Near it, isn't it?
It's right under Finland, above Latvia.
Oh shit.
Why is it up there?
Why is it up there? I didn't even relook at it.
Why on earth is it up there?
인서가 캐리해주겠지.
인서 못해요.
인서 못한다.
포인트 C9.
C9 해버리기.
D9 해버리기. D9 해버리기.
오케이.
어, 나 뭐?
C9.
C9 해버리기.
What is up? C9.
나이스.
돈파이.
베이스이 돈파이.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show. Zoe here, joined by Danny Costa and Reinforcing. What a match that was. Also, hey Danny. Hi.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Apparently there's no interview, so someone had to wave at him. So if you're at home,
I got my wave, so I'm good. Yeah, if you're at home, please wave to me. I'll
exactly.
Wave to you guys.
Record yourself, wave at Danny, and that's all we want, really, for a happy Sunday. Yeah, it turns out that every team just wanted to go the distance today.
Yeah.
Just make it as long a day as we possibly can.
Yeah.
Because we love that.
Yeah, we love Overwatch.
We actually do, though. Mostly when those games actually matter. And this one mattered because with this victory, of course, the Florida Mayhem put themselves in a great spot for the mid-season tournament.
But more importantly, Washington Justice are out.
Yeah.
So
You wanted him to
That's
say
your
Boston too, actually.
Boston's out too.
Boston's out too, that's right. But what a fight they put up in the process, right? And I mean, Reinforce, let's summarize their game a little bit because up until the very end, they could have still gotten it done. Where did they drop it? What happened? Tell us all about it.
I feel like this match, it was so organized. Like at the start, like it really was. It was so organized, it made sense. Like Boston Uprising, they were like a solid team. Like they had everything figured out. Their planning was good, their execution was good. And then the series just slowly deteriorated into just sheer madness and chaos. And the more we went into chaos, like Surma Jed was like fading everywhere, Moira, Exi was hitting shots, someone like pinning everywhere, the failed flank shatters on New Queen Street. But like at the start, it was all about like Valentine Genji, he got some value from his Nano Blades, Crimso had a really good game on Zenyatta, racking up the frags. It looked like it was pretty organized from the part of Boston Uprising. Here on Kings Row, I think they did a really good job. But the Florida Mayhem,
they started to get into this groove on Route 66. And as the series went on, I feel like XC started to have more and more impact, even on Ilios. I think that he had pretty big impact on the Sombra. Dare I say that without Scott torturing me for actually saying the Sombra was effectful. But yeah, this series just got away from Boston Uprising, and I think for the Mayhem, they started to gain some momentum here on Route 66. And I know that's not like, you know, the best analysis in the world. It's like, oh, they got momentum, you know, on map 3 and then they came momentum. But I really do think that XC got better as the series went on here. And meanwhile, the Boston Uprising, they got kind of figured out with their Genji. Valentine tried to create so much space onto the Genji in the first couple of maps. But I felt like as the series went on, for the Mayhem, they figured out how to deal with Valentine. New Queen Street, just like Boston had not a chance. They didn't have a single chance on this map. They couldn't stand up against the Reinhardt and the Mei walls coming out from Checkmate, and XC hit so many shots that Boston Uprising, they just kind of lost the momentum. Something it's all here as well. And Scott, we know what we think about you know, subbing in cold players, right? So we agrees as well with that one.
I mean, I think the big takeaway here is something that Boston Uprising doesn't know is that there was a curse at work here as well. The Costa curse.
I started to realize
it's real, guys.
It's real. I started cheering for Boston because they actually looked really good. When they went 2-0 up, I'm like, you know, Boston deserved this. I think they really deserved to take this win home. And then as soon as I believed in Boston, it started falling apart. So it got kind of weird towards the end because I was like, I actually want Florida to win, but then I started predicting Boston.
Even at the very map 5, he started with Boston. No, he started with Florida Mayhem. They lost the first round, so I was like, hey Costa, why don't you just start rooting for Boston so that Florida wins? I was like, okay, let's try it. And then, Florida won.
I have a power.
So Costa curse is real, everybody.
Costa, you thought Costa curse is bad. The Costa curse is way worse. But let's take a look at our standings now, because we got some more teams locked in for the mid-season Madness tournament. That's right. We have our top teams now all locked in, and the rest is eliminated and out. The Shock, Gladiators, Fuel, Spitfire, Outlaws, Reign, Mayhem, and Defiant will be heading to Hawaii for the mid-season madness. Those are the teams that made it, but are those the teams that deserve it? Are those the teams that you expected to see? Which teams do you feel like really missed out?
Well, no.
I
like these teams. I like the 8 teams.
I think these are the teams that deserve it. Like, you know, I don't want to keep beating down the Justice.
No, don't. Can we move on?
No.
One
The point is that, like,
one last punch.
No, one last punch.
One last punch.
I just don't think the Justice deserve to be in Hawaii. With how they performed in the mid-season tournament, they got that bonus point from participating in the kickoff class playoffs. But they still weren't able to make it. London Spitfire having a great tournament. Toronto looking a little bit better. I think the best 8 teams in the mid-season tournament right now in the West have qualified.
And also, we still have seedings to play for. Every map matters.
Every map matters.
That is correct, because we still have one more week, of course, of qualifying matches where such seedings will be determined. I think the biggest winner today has to be Toronto Defiant. Did they play? No, but they didn't need to. They had another team winning for them, so yeah, that worked out just well. But look, every single game we saw today went to map number 5. So I don't even understand or know anymore what happened at the beginning of the day, but I'm pretty sure my best of the day was from the first match. So let me quickly
It was actually the second match, so.
It was the second match.
It was
a long day. But I remember, now that I'm reading it on the board, Yucky. Of course, I just wanted the murder highlight reel. Because Yucky was back. He was in the shape we wanted to see him at. He was on that Genji, and he was slicing and dicing through the enemy lines as if there's no tomorrow. And it was filthy. It was nasty. Like, he got so much done for that team. I was very happy and very impressed.
I want to give a runner-up award as well from the New York Excelsior to Gangnam Jin. In those first 2 maps, he went sicko mode. He was actually crazy. Him and Yaki paired together to create a completely different New York Excelsior today.
Yeah, I'm actually very excited to see more from New York Excelsior in the next stage. Yeah. If they just keep this up, and don't mid? No, I'm not gonna say that. Don't be mid? Okay, my best of the day. All right, my turn. I started the day off with this team and this person. I think it's right for me to end it with this person and the team. Yes, it's Hardy from London Spitfire. I think I literally talked about Hardy and London Spitfire today like 4 times. But
There's a theme.
I mean, against Washington, this was golden. They pulled out, Washington just pulled out a mirror rush comp, and Mag just got
This is my worst of the day.
hard. He got charged twice on the same map. Not only that, like Hardy on, I think King's Row at the end, there was a big like shatter as well, just showing off that big chatty energy.
The precision of getting exactly to the edge.
I think Hardy's the only person who fully utilizes the right new changed Ryan kit, where you can pause the charge.
He does.
Yeah, and he knows, and he does it well. So yeah. Chatty.
You can run, you can hide, but he'll find you.
It's true, he will. Now, Jonathan Costa, where's the best of the day?
Mine was going to be Boston winning, but you know that. goes to us. So yeah, I guess me and Scott, we're sharing our best of the day today.
Yeah.
Wait, are you sharing?
You guys are sharing?
We decided to come together.
And
because you lacked the brain power to have 2 different.
It's been a long day.
Okay, that's fair.
And we've decided
then
to commit
hit us up.
To commit our split best of the day to you, Zoe.
Oh.
Really?
Oh, you guys.
We will miss you.
Don't make me cry.
We will miss you. This is your last weekend here with us on the desk before you head off to have a little one. Best in the business. We'll miss you hosting.
Best in the best.
We promise not to light the truck on fire, but we might. But
we probably will. Like half of it will be
think
burnt.
of the views. It will be so funny.
It'll be burnt, but yes, we'll try not to burn down the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's nice. Just keep it crisp. I don't know. Yeah. This is in fact my last day.
Well, wait.
Now for some time.
There's more.
There's more.
There's more. We got a video for you.
You have a video for me?
Let's take a look, everybody.
Hey, Zoe, congratulations on the baby. Us babies, promise not to burn down the truck while you're gone. Maybe can't promise that, but we look forward to seeing you and the baby sometime soon.
Congratulations on your baby, Zoe. Sending you and the little one lots and lots of love.
Hi, Zoe. Congratulations on the new baby. Please come back soon, okay? We're going to miss you. Bye-bye.
Hey Zoe, massive congratulations to you and Jacob. I really hope you get to spend a lot of quality time now with the newborn, and we're going to miss you in Overwatch League, but we'll see you soon.
Hey Zoe, just wanted to congratulate you on the baby. All I really ask is please make sure that it's a Reinhardt main, and if the kid ever needs coaching, I'm right there, okay? I'll see you when you get back, Zoe.
Congratulations, Zoe, on the incoming newborn baby. You bring so much fun and flavour to the Watchpoint desk, and we can't wait to have you back. Enjoy the break, enjoy the special time.
Cool. You guys made me cry on broadcast. That's... I don't know what to say. That's way too sweet. Well, yeah, you've always been my family for the last 5 years. And now family gets a little bigger, so we got a new analyst on its way, I guess.
They're coming. No.
Just make sure he doesn't learn Korean, okay?
I can't make promises. Okay. Thank you guys so much. That is very sweet. I can't wait to be back for the end of the season. I love you guys. Thank you so much. I can't wait to watch everything burn down. It's gonna be great. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, to be honest. I'm just now. I don't know where this was.
Yeah, that's why I hesitated.
I got your tissue.
Yeah, anyway, thank you all for watching. We have, of course, one more week. There's going to be lots of great people joining the desk to host. And, of course, we do have our in-house hosts as well. Everyone gets to fill in there.
That's right, guys. Come on.
So you're all in for a treat. And I can't wait to see how everything is going to go down and shape up for the Midseason Madness tournament. I will be back later this season, but for now I'm gonna say goodbye. Thank you guys so much for a great, brilliant, lovely last day. You made me cry in broadcast for the first time. That was fantastic. Love you all. Thank you so much for watching, and those guys gonna see you next week.
Bye. Love you, Zoe.